Welcome to Fanfiction Audiobooks. One Piece, The Straw Hat Pirates Max Level Swordsman. Chapter 41 Meeting Bucky Again. Beige Pirates? Are they bad guys? When Luffy saw the villagers around him running away immediately when they heard Buggy's name, he thought of Colonel Monka in Shields Town. Who knows? Although Zoro was a pirate hunter before, he had never heard of the reputation of the Buggy Pirates. In fact, this is natural, because when Buggy went to find Ling Tian before, he left his two younger brothers, Machi and Kabachi, in the East China Sea. Originally, Buggy wanted to take the treasure that Ling Tian promised to give him and then come back to pick up his younger brother, but he didn't expect that Ling Tian actually gave him the power of grace and the Sunday. He was also asked to learn the 3 colors of Haki from Kaido, so it took up a lot of time. Buggy left Wano country 1 year ago. Originally, he wanted to bring Machi and Kabachi to the New World. With his current abilities, there would definitely be no problem in the New World. But when he found Machi and Kabachi, he discovered that they had already recruited many pirates. But they were just some ordinary people, so Buggy originally wanted to give up these little brothers, but Buggy was completely obsessed with the words Captain Buggy. So Buggy decided to form the Buggy Pirates, and then go to the New World after waiting for a while to improve the strength of the Buggy Pirates. Get out of the way, Captain Buggy is coming. A pirate walking in front cursed. Is that Buggy, the one with the red nose? Luffy pointed at Buggy, who was sitting on a red chair with his eyes closed, and spoke. When the members of Buggy's pirate group heard Luffy's words, they were immediately petrified. They knew that their Captain Buggy hated being called Red Nose the most. Who said I had a red nose? Buggy, who was resting with his eyes closed, immediately got angry when he heard someone dare to call him Red Nose. He hated being called Red Nose the most. When Whitebeard called him Red Nose before, he just picked up a few knives and started fighting with Whitebeard. Although he ended up being beaten up by Whitebeard, he has become stronger now, so he plans to challenge Whitebeard again when he goes to the New World. Guys, take that guy's head off for me. Buggy gave the order directly. Oh! When the members of Buggy's pirate group heard Buggy's words, they immediately became excited and planned to hack Luffy to death with their swords. Luffy and Zoro were also eager to try when they saw this. Ling Tian was standing on the roof because he had just used his ability to repair the house, so Buggy didn't see Ling Tian. Luffy, Zoro, be gentle, don't kill them. I know the guy named Buggy across the street. Ling Tian used telepathy to whisper in Luffy and Zoro's ears, saying that this was one of the abilities of spiritual techniques. When Luffy and Zoro heard that Ling Tian knew Buggy on the opposite side, they decided to be gentler. Kill. The members of Buggy's pirate group immediately rushed towards Luffy and Zoro, but with the strength of Luffy and Zoro, they immediately knocked out the pirates in front of them. Buggy was not surprised to see this situation. With Buggy's current eyesight, he could naturally see that Luffy and Zoro were quite strong. Although they have not yet reached the level where they can defeat me, there should be no one in the East China Sea who has the ability of these two guys. Cap. Soon Luffy and Zoro defeated Buggy's crew, and now only Machi and Kabachi are left standing. Machi, Kabachi, you try it with them. After observing just now, Buggy found that these two guys did not kill his crew members, but just knocked them out. Although Buggy didn't know why, he still asked Machi and Kabachi to go up and try. Buggy knew that the strength of these two guys was not something that Machi and Kabachi could deal with, but because he knew that these two guys would not kill them, Buggy planned to let them hone their skills. Yes, Captain Buggy. A man with white hair on his upper body and a swordsman riding a unicycle came out, and with them came a white-haired lion. Oh, Zoro, that lion is so interesting. That person with white hair is also very interesting. Is that clothing? Or is it hair? It feels very interesting. Luffy looked at Machi and the lion Ricky with shining eyes and said with great interest. Ah, that swordsman seems quite interesting as well. Zoro directly pulled out the 3 swords from his waist and prepared to get serious. I'm going to hand over your heads to Captain Buggy. Kabachi rode his unicycle towards Zoro. Interesting, let's see if you are qualified to take off my head. Solon also went straight to meet him. As a swordsman, Zoro does not think that he is weaker than his opponent, not to mention that he wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. Straw Hat Boy, I want to take your head off too. Go ahead, Leaky. Machi holds a whip and commands Ricky to attack Luffy. Machi's method of attack is usually to command Ricky. When Luffy saw Leaky rushing towards him, he immediately stretched out his arms, grabbed Leaky's hair, and then jumped onto Leaky's back. "What are you doing, Straw Hat Boy? Get off Ricky's back!" Machi was furious when he saw Luffy riding on Ricky's back. "Only I, the owner, can ride on Leaky's back." Machi immediately swung the whip in his hand and hit Luffy, but because Luffy was made of rubber, he didn't feel any pain at all. "Yahoo, go Lion!" Luffy was excited riding on Ricky's back, and he also wanted Ricky to get on his boat. Here is Soran. After several sword fights between Zoro and Kabachi, he found that although Kabachi's swordsmanship was not as good as his acrobatic swordsmanship always left him helpless. Boom! While Zoro was fighting Kabachi, Luffy rode on Ricky and knocked Zoro away. "Sorry Zoro." Luffy apologized to Zoro without any sincerity. Kabachi was a little confused when he saw Ricky knock Zoro away, but then he found that Luffy was riding on Ricky and rushing towards him. "Damn it, don't come over here." When Kabachi saw Leaky running towards him, he immediately rolled away. "Machi, keep an eye on the niche." Kabachi, who had dodged Leaky's charge, immediately angrily shouted at Machi. "I can't do anything about it. The Straw Hat Boy is on Ricky's back, so Ricky won't listen to me at all." Machi said he had no other options. Ling Tian was speechless when he saw Luffy on the roof. As expected, Luffy was still so reckless. "Enough." Zoro pushed away the thing that was pressing on him and said angrily, "I'm going to chop him up." As he said this, Zoro raised the two swords in his hands over his head and bent them on his back. Three swords style, tiger hunting. 3 knife lights flashed by. And 3 knife marks appeared on Li Ji's body, and then Li Ji fell down directly. Luffy also flew out due to the inertia of Leaky falling down. "Sorry, Luffy." When Zoro saw Luffy flying out, he chuckled and imitated Luffy's apology. Ling Tian almost laughed out loud when he saw this on the roof. Ling Tian really never expected that one day Zoro would be like this. Niche. Machi immediately started crying when he saw Zoro knocking his niche down. He and Li Ji have a very good relationship, basically like brothers. "Don't worry, I'll stop trying." Zoro also explained that because Ling Tian had asked them to be gentler before, Zoro did not use much strength. So Li Ji just fainted. "It's your turn next." Zoro pointed his knife at Kabachi and spoke. "Then let's decide the outcome with one move." Kabachi was also somewhat interested in the tiger hunting move that Zoro used just now. "Just what I wanted." Zoro holds the two swords in front of his chest in a pliers position. 3 swords style, Ushiki, Brave Claw. Kabachi also crossed his 2 swords in front of his chest. Dual sword style acrobatics fire tiger jump. This move was a sword technique that Kabachi had perfected a few days ago, and it was developed from Buggy's Grey Sun ability. Click. Pfft. Kabachi and Zoro's moves collided, and Kabachi's knife was immediately chopped into several pieces by Zoro, and a cross-cutting mark was also left on Kabachi's chest. "Impossible." Kabachi looked at the knife scar on his chest and said in disbelief. "Okay, Machi, Kabachi, come back." After watching his 2 younger brothers being killed by Zoro, Buggy asked them to come back. Anyway, the purpose of letting them fight against Zoro and Luffy was just to give them practice. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to make them fight. When Machi and Kabuki heard what Buggy said, they immediately stopped their actions. They knew how powerful Buggy was now. It's definitely more than enough to deal with these 2 guys. Machi picked up Ricky, while Kabuki returned to Buggy's side, holding his chest. Rumble. At this moment, Luffy, who had just been thrown out by Ricky, also ran back. "Zoro, what were you doing just now?" Luffy ran back and immediately said to Zoro angrily, "I still want to ride the lion again." "Sorry Luffy." Zoro apologized nonchalantly. "Really? Then I forgive you." Luffy immediately forgave Zoro when he heard his apology. After hearing what Luffy said, Zoro also understood something. No wonder Luffy always apologized to him nonchalantly before. It turned out that he was so easy to forgive others. After listening to Luffy's words, Ling Tian also shared some ideas with Zoro. "Okay, you 2 little brats, let me, Captain Buggy, come meet you." Buggy flew down directly to do it himself. With his current abilities, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Luffy and Zoro. "Okay Buggy." Ling Tian also knew that with Buggy's ability, dealing with Luffy and Zoro today would be a dimensionality reduction attack, so he jumped directly from the roof. "Brother Ling Tian." When Buggy saw Ling Tian, he was so scared that he immediately broke into pieces. He didn't expect to see Ling Tian here, and immediately Bucky wanted to pinch his face. If you dare to pinch my face, I will throw you into the sea. Ling Tian looked at Buggy's hand approaching his face and immediately thought of what happened in Red Area. When Buggy heard Ling Tian's words, his outstretched hand also stopped in mid-air. Okay Bucky, he's my captain. Ling Tian introduced Luffy to Buggy. Ship, captain. When Buggy heard Ling Tian's words, he looked at Luffy with some disbelief. He didn't expect that someone like Ling Tian would become someone else's crew member. He thought Ling Tian would form his own pirate group in the future. Wait a minute, Straw Hat Boy, why does your straw hat look so familiar? Buggy suddenly realized that he seemed to have seen the straw hat Luffy was wearing somewhere. This was given to me by Shanks. Do you know Shanks? Luffy took off the straw hat on his head and told Buggy the origin of his straw hat. This was also the first time that Zoro knew the origin of the straw hat on Luffy's head. Nanny, that straw hat belongs to that bastard Shanks. When Buggy heard Luffy say that the straw hat belonged to Shanks, he immediately became angry. Okay, Buggy, let's just leave it at that with Shanks, okay? Ling Tian touched Buggy's head and smiled. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Buggy calmed down a lot. Because of Ling Tian, Luffy and Buggy immediately became friends. Brother Luffy, how about we become brothers? Buggy and Luffy, who were drunk, hugged each other's shoulders and staggered. Okay, but I want to be the big brother. Luffy immediately agreed to Buggy's words. No, I must be the eldest brother, and you can only be the third brother. Buggy immediately objected when he heard Luffy's words. Why is it the third one? Luffy was puzzled when he heard that he couldn't be the eldest brother or the second brother. The second one has someone else. This person is naturally Kaido in Wano country, but Buggy and Kaido have not yet decided who is the big brother. If Kaido knew that Buggy wanted him to be second in command, he would definitely fight with Buggy. When they were in Wano country, Kaido and Buggy fought many times because of this matter, and it was Yamato who finally made them stop. No, I must be the big brother. When Luffy heard what Buggy said, he immediately became unwilling and prepared to fight with Buggy. Buggy saw Luffy's actions but didn't do anything but took a sip of wine and spoke. When you are the eldest brother, you have to share the meat with your younger brothers. Are you sure you want to be the eldest brother? After spending some time with Luffy, Buggy has already figured out Luffy's personality, so he immediately used Luffy's favorite meat to coax Luffy. Ling Tian, sitting aside, also lamented that Buggy had become cunning. What Ling Tian didn't know was that these were all learned in Wano country with Kaido. After all, if he wasn't a little more cunning, he would be second in command. Nanny, I don't want to be the big brother anymore. When Luffy heard that the big brother wanted to share his meat, he immediately denied the idea of becoming the big brother. Then it's settled, now you are the third child. This is for you. Buggy saw that Luffy agreed and threw out a jade pendant. This was what he and Kaido had agreed on, that if Kaido asked his younger brother to do something again, he would give the jade pendant to that person. Kaido and Buggy also have a jade pendant. Kaido and Buggy's are black, while the one Buggy gave to Luffy is purple. The reason for this happening is that Ling Tian gave the Tai Chi jade pendant to Yamato, so Kaido simply made a jade pendant to show their identities. I also have two older brothers. Luffy stared at the jade pendant and thought of his two brothers, Ace and Sabo. Although Sabo is dead, in Luffy's heart Sabo will always be his brother. Really? Then including me and Kaido, you have 4 brothers now. Chapter 42 Nami. After Luffy and Buggy became brothers, they started to fight each other. Zoro was drinking while watching Luffy, Buggy and the members of Buggy's pirate group fooling around. Just then Kabachi walked up to Zoro. Is there a problem? Zoro looked at Kabachi standing in front of him and spoke. Roronoa Zoro. No, brother Zoro, please teach me swordsmanship. Kabachi knelt down and asked Zoro to teach him swordsmanship. Although he was also a swordsman, he only practiced acrobatic swordsmanship. He had never really practiced swordsmanship, so he wanted Zoro to teach him swordsmanship. If it were in the past, he would not care at all, because his swordsmanship was more than enough in the East China Sea, which was known as the weakest sea. But one day Buggy will go to the New World, and he must become stronger to help Buggy in the future. Oh, you want me to teach you swordsmanship? Zoro also felt a little strange when he heard Kabachi's words. Kabachi used 2 swords, while he used 3 swords, so Zoro asked himself if he was qualified to teach Kabachi. Of course, both the three-sword style and the two-sword style are sword techniques, and their principles are the same. But Zoro, who is not even a Zantetsu swordsman yet, doesn't know anything about it, so he thinks he is not suitable to teach Kabachi. You use 2 swords, and I use 3 swords. So I don't have anything to teach you, you should ask someone else to teach you. After thinking about it, Zoro rejected Kabachi's request. Zoro, actually all swordsmen are the same, whether it's dual sword style or triple sword style. Ling Tian heard the conversation between Zoro and Kabachi and told Zoro the basics of swordsmanship. Whether it is no sword flow, 1 sword flow, 2 sword flow, 3 sword flow, 4 sword flow, etc., the essence of a knife is sharpness and speed. Are you trying to say that you know more about swords than I do? Soran was a little unhappy when he heard Ling Tian's words. Because Zoro has only seen Ling Tian use the swordless style, and Ling Tian has always been harmless in front of Zoro and Luffy. Therefore, Zoro does not think that his swordsmanship will lose to Ling Tian. He wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro, your sword is too sharp. The sharper the sword, the better. Ling Tian was not angry when he heard Zoro mocking his swordsmanship for not being as good as his. After all, he knew how strong his swordsmanship was better than anyone else. Then, fight me. If you can beat me, I will admit that you know more about swordsmanship than I do. Zoro did not refute Ling Tian's words, but planned to fight with Ling Tian. After all, both of them are swordsmen and they are on the same pirate ship, so there must be a winner. Want to fight with me? A powerful aura burst out from Ling Tian. This is not the domineering aura, it is just the sharpness of Ling Tian as a swordsman. After all, Ling Tian is now the world's #1 swordsman who is even more powerful than my hawk. The sharpness he exudes is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Kabachi, who was standing by, had already fainted. What surprised Ling Tian was that not only did Zoro not faint, but he also managed to move his body with his strong willpower. Maybe this is talent. In the original work, Zoro's talent in swordsmanship has already been destined to make him the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Although Zoro had not yet become the world's greatest swordsman when Ling Tian traveled through time, both Ling Tian himself and the majority of Haimai believed that Zoro could become the world's greatest swordsman. Even after seeing such a huge gap, do you still want to fight me? Although Ling Tian knew that Zoro would not retreat, he still asked Zoro kindly. Even though I see such a huge gap, I still want to compete with you. I will not fail in a place like this. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman. Seeing that Zoro was so determined, Ling Tian also pulled out the lightning and flowing blades from his waist. What a sharp knife! Are your 2 swords the 12 supreme swords? Apart from the legendary 12 great swords of supreme sharpness, Zoro really couldn't imagine what level the 2 swords in Ling Tian's hands were. Even Zoro had seen a huge sword, but even a huge sword was not as sharp as the one in Ling Tian's hand. The reason why Zoro couldn't tell the grade of Ling Tian's sword before was because Ling Tian's scabbard was specially made, which could completely hide the aura of the sword. This is also why Zoro previously thought Ling Tian was just a mediocre swordsman. No, these 2 swords have no levels, or rather, these 2 swords have already surpassed the levels of this world. Ling Tian also explained to Zoro the special nature of his sword, but Ling Tian did not intend to use the abilities of these 2 swords this time. Ling Tian intends to compete with Zoro in swordsmanship. Yet. Then the next move will decide the outcome, okay? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zoro did not ask any more questions, but planned to decide the outcome with Ling Tian in one move. It is good. Ling Tian also agreed to let Zoro decide the outcome with one sword. After all, he and Zoro were just having a simple sparring match, not a life and death duel. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zoro crossed the handles of his 2 swords in front of his chest and began to spin. 9 mountains and 8 seas make up one world. Gathering thousands of worlds together makes a small 1,000 worlds. Zoro twirled the sword in his hand while chanting a poem. 1 sea and 1 sword, 1 world. Merge all the seas and swords into a great world. Ling Tian posed with his hands covering the knife, posing like an eagle, and also recited a poem. This world is multiplied by 3. Nothing I do not cut. Purge the world of evil. Kill all evil. 3 swords style, secret. 1 big, 3,000. Use the sword in your hand to transform into a posture of judgment. Use the sword in your hand to determine the good and evil in your heart. Wide World. Dual Sword Style, Secret Technique, Sword World Judgment. Ling Tian and Soran rushed towards each other after reciting my poem. Bang dang. Pfft. Just like when Zoro dealt with Kabachi, except for the Wado Ikemonji that Zoro was biting, the two swords in his hands instantly broke into several pieces. Now you know the difference between us. Ah, but one day I will defeat you. Zoro put the Wado Ikemonji in his hand back into the scabbard, saying with some reluctance. Although he knew that there was definitely some gap between him and Ling Tian, Zoro did not expect their gap to be so big. Zoro could feel that Ling Tian restrained his strength at the last moment, otherwise he might have to go see Kuina. Isn't it your dream to defeat me? Ling Tian put lightning and flowing blade into the scabbard and spoke. What? When Zoro heard Ling Tian's words, he was a little bit unconvinced. He thought he must have been hallucinating. Rorano Zoro, I am the speed sword ghost with a bounty of 53 billion berries, Dr. D. Ling Tian. He is also the world's greatest swordsman. Try to surpass me, Rorano Zoro. Ling Tian scattered the photos of himself defeating Mihawk on the ground. Zoro looked at the photos on the ground with some disbelief. He knew that Mihawk was no longer the world's greatest swordsman. But Zoro didn't expect that he would meet the world's greatest swordsman here in the East China Sea. Zoro did not doubt Ling Tian's words because he saw a bounty warrant besides the photo of Ling Tian and Mihawk fighting. The reward notice reads. Speed Sword Ghost, Dr. D. Ling Tian. Bounty of 53 billion berries. No matter life or death. A person who can get such a bounty would not cheat himself. After all, big men all have their own pride. If Ling Tian knew what Zoro was thinking, he would definitely tell Zoro that he was thinking too much. All the big shots on the sea are funny. I will definitely surpass you. After looking at the photos and bounty order that Ling Tian threw out, Zoro looked at Ling Tian firmly. I'm waiting for the day when you surpass me. Ling Tian believed that even if he was the world's top swordsman, Zoro could still surpass him and become the world's #1 swordsman. Captain, we caught this woman in the treasure vault. A crew member of the buggy pirates brought a woman with orange hair wearing a blue and white top and an orange skirt. I wipe. Isn't this Nami? Ling Tian was a little surprised to see the people brought up by the buggy pirates crew. Logically speaking, I have already warned Aaron, so Nami shouldn't be here again. In fact, what Ling Tian didn't know was that after Aaron came to Kokozia village, he still collected berries in exchange for the lives of the villagers like the original author. The only difference was that after Aaron saw Nami and the other three, he remembered that Ling Tian had told him before that he was not allowed to hurt these 4 people. Therefore, Aaron did not kill Belmare because he did not have enough berry like in the original book. Do you want to steal Captain Buggy's treasure? When Buggy heard that someone actually wanted to steal his treasure, he immediately became angry. For a treasure lover, this was absolutely intolerable. That woman is an excellent navigator. Ling Tian saw Nami whispering in Luffy's ear. Really? When Luffy heard that Nami was a navigator, he immediately planned to invite Nami to join his pirate group. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates don't have a navigator yet, and they were just sailing casually before. Although this is possible, without a good navigator on the sea, the ship might end up in some strange waters. Ling Tian was not afraid, because Ling Tian was confident in his own strength, so he didn't care where the ship went. But Luffy and the others can't do that. Luffy is a devil fruit user and if he falls into the sea he will be unable to move. Well, you can be my navigator. When Luffy knew that Nami was a navigator, he immediately jumped in front of Nami and invited her to become his navigator. Navigator? Stop kidding, you want me to become a pirate? Nami immediately became angry when she heard Luffy's invitation, although Belmare was not killed by Arlong as in the original work. However, after Arlong saw his talent in drawing sea charts, he threatened him with the lives of the villagers of Kokozia village to join the Arlong pirates. Luffy, if you want a navigator, why don't you just pick one from here, big brother? Buggy was immediately unhappy when he saw that Luffy actually invited the woman who stole his treasure to become his navigator. There are a lot of pirates in his own pirate group who want to be navigators. After all, except for some special cases, most pirates who go out to sea will learn some navigation skills. No, Buggy, I want her to be my navigator. When Luffy heard that Buggy wanted to choose a few navigators for Buggy's pirate group, he immediately refused. Luffy will make the person he chooses his crew member no matter what. All right. Buggy didn't say anything. After all, he was his younger brother. Even though they had just met, Buggy didn't force his navigator position on Luffy. "Did you hear me, woman? As my brother's navigator, I will forgive you for stealing my treasure." In order to please his younger brother, the pirate group's navigator Buggy, he plans not to pursue the matter of Nami stealing his treasure. After all, this was his first chance to show off his prowess in front of his brother, and he couldn't let Luffy think he was a stingy guy. After hearing what Buggy said, Nami looked at Luffy and then at Buggy, and a plan emerged in her mind. "If you want me to be your navigator, that's fine, but you need to do me a favor." "Nanny, you dare to ask me, Captain Buggy?" Now that Buggy's power has greatly increased, not to mention in this small East China Sea, even in the New World where pirates are surging, as long as Buggy waved his hand, countless big pirates would become his crew members. But the woman in front of him made a request to him, and Buggy immediately wanted to get angry. "Okay, what's the request?" Just when Buggy was about to get angry, he heard Luffy wanted to agree to Nami's request and immediately calmed down. Since his younger brother was going to agree to Nami's request, Buggy couldn't say anything else. "I want you to help me defeat the captain and officers of the Arlong pirates. As long as you can do this, I will agree to be your navigator." When Nami heard Luffy was going to agree to her request, she immediately stated her request. Nami had seen Buggy's bounty before. Because Buggy had caused a lot of trouble with Kaido in the New World before, Buggy now has a bounty of 10 billion berries. 10 billion berries, many times more than Eren. So when Luffy invited her to join his pirate group, Nami thought of letting Buggy kill Arlong and his cotters. Are the Arlong pirates very powerful? Luffy was a little confused. "No way, you don't know about the Arlong pirates." Zoro was also speechless when he heard Luffy's words. As a pirate from the East China Sea, Luffy didn't even know about the famous Arlong pirates in the East China Sea. Just as Zoro was complaining, he felt relieved when he saw the small boat he had been riding in the distance. Luffy probably wouldn't care about these things at all. The Dragon Pirates? The Fishman Pirates in Dragon Paradise. Obviously, Buggy had also heard about the Arlong Pirates, and he also knew what the Arlong Pirates did in Kokosia village. However, because it didn't affect him, Buggy didn't pay attention to the affairs of the Arlong Pirates at that time. After all, there are many such things happening on the sea. P.S. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 43 Great God Usopp. Okay, I promise you. I will definitely beat that bastard Eren away. When Luffy heard Nami's request, he immediately agreed to it without caring whether Arlong was scary or not. Nami also fell silent after hearing Luffy's words. What he wanted was Buggy's help. He didn't know if Luffy could defeat Arlong, but Buggy was sure that he could defeat Arlong. "Baki, you and Nami should go to Kokosia village." While Nami was struggling, Ling Tian spoke to Buggy. "Do you know me?" Nami felt a little strange when she heard Ling Tian say her name. She didn't seem to have told them her name. "Of course I know you, you are our navigator." Ling Tian joked to Nami. When Nami heard Ling Tian say that he was their navigator, she didn't say anything, but looked at Buggy. She wondered if Buggy would follow her back to Kokosia village. "No problem, leave this to me." When Buggy heard Ling Tian asking him to help Nami deal with the people from the Arlong pirates, he immediately agreed. On the one hand, because Ling Tian is his elder brother, he must listen to Ling Tian. On the other hand, because Luffy is his younger brother now, and Nami is Luffy's navigator, he must help with this matter. "Hey, Ling Tian, I also want to help Nami." When Luffy heard that Ling Tian just asked Buggy to help Nami, he immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "This is my navigator, how can I not help him?" Ling Tian looked at Luffy and told them directly that they would find more companions if they continued sailing, but they would lose these companions if they followed Nami directly to Kokosia village. As for the reason, Ling Tian had naturally thought of it, which was that he possessed the ability to predict the future. However, just in case, Ling Tian also told Luffy that his ability sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. More companions? I feel like there will be one annoying guy. Zoro, who was recuperating on the side, always had a bad feeling when he heard Ling Tian's words, but he didn't feel disgusted. When Ling Tian heard Zoro's complaints, he thought of Sanji. After discussion, Buggy took Nami to Kokosia village to help Nami defeat the Arlong pirates. Ling Tian and his friends set off for the next island. Before leaving, Ling Tian handed his life paper to Buggy. Buggy also gave Luffy and his friends a slightly larger ship. Originally, Buggy wanted to give Luffy an ordinary sailboat, but was rejected by Ling Tian. Ling Tian didn't want to miss the Mary because of this incident. The reason why Ling Tian didn't take out the large ship in the system space before was because of this. Just when Ling Tian and Buggy left Orange Town, a dog-headed warship also arrived in Orange Town. When Garp learned that Luffy had just left, he immediately ordered his men to drive a warship to chase him. Ling Tian and his crew quickly drove the boat to the waters of the next island, Zilabya village. Because the distance between the two islands was not far, it didn't take Ling Tian and his companions much time to reach the sea area of Zilabya village. Captain Usopp. A man with his eyes covered by hair and wearing a red skull hat was running hurriedly towards a man with a long nose. What's wrong, Carrot Head? What's the big fuss? Usopp looked at Carrot Head, who was in a hurry and was a little confused. Could it be that he has come up with some new trick to deceive people? No, that's not it. Carrot Head said while panting, the pirate group, the real pirate group is here. What? That's a good lie. Usopp thought Carrot was lying, so he praised him. After all, they have always been liars in this village, although Usopp lied because of other hidden reasons. No, that's not it. The real pirates are approaching like this. Carrot Head immediately seriously corrected Usopp that he was not lying and that a real pirate group was approaching Syrup village. Nanny. Usopp was a little shocked when he saw that Carrot Head didn't seem to be lying. Hey, a real pirate. The kind of pirate who kills and burns people. Onions and green peppers were also a little shocked. Usopp saw that Carrot Head didn't seem to be lying and immediately ran to the shore. Then, through the telescope, he discovered that in the distance a ship with an ordinary pirate flag was heading towards here. Hi. Pirates, real pirates. Usopp immediately stuttered as he looked at the pirate ship heading towards Zilabya village. Listen, you three, go tell the villagers to hide quickly. Usopp looked at the three of them with a serious face. After hearing this, the three of them immediately ran towards the village. Although they knew that the villagers would not believe them, they decided to give it a try anyway. Oh no, the pirates are coming. The three of them shouted to the village as they ran. Have you had enough trouble? A bunch of villagers holding various farm tools shouted angrily. Because the four of them often cheat people in the village, no one in the village believes them anymore. When Carrot Head and the other two saw that the villagers did not believe them, they ran back to Usopp helplessly. Usopp was helpless when he heard what Carrot Head said. After all, it was because he always lied that the villagers didn't believe them. Usopp also decided to pretend to be fat like he used to scare away the pirates. Oh, Ling Tian, look, there is an island ahead. Luffy saw the island in front and immediately ran to Ling Tian and shook Ling Tian. Because the boat became bigger, Ling Tian did not use the gale ring to fly. Instead, Ling Tian, Zoro and the others sat on the boat together. Yes, Luffy, stop shaking me. Ling Tian felt a little dizzy after being shaken by Luffy. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Luffy let go of Ling Tian. He was still a little afraid of Ling Tian's iron fist of love. Soon Ling Tian and his cruise boat arrived at the coast of Zilabya village. There is a village ahead. It seems like a small village. After getting off the boat, Zoro looked ahead and saw a village in front of him. There is a village, meat. When Luffy heard Zoro say there was a village ahead, he immediately wanted to go eat meat. Ling Tian was a little speechless when he saw Luffy's look. Luffy's belly was really huge. Be careful, there's someone there. Zoro looked at the hillside in front of him and with his previous experience as a pirate hunter, he sensed that there was someone hiding in the grass in front. They're there. When Luffy heard Zoro's words, he immediately looked around, trying to see if there was anyone on the hillside. Spiritual art, assisted, wind shield. After listening to what Zoro and Luffy said, Ling Tian immediately used spiritual techniques to create a wind shield to protect himself, Luffy and Zoro. Just as Ling Tian cast the wind shield, stones flew towards him. Then, pirate flags were raised in the grass on the shore. Wow, that's amazing! Luffy immediately became excited when he saw the pirate flags raised on the shore. Is this the time to express admiration? Zoro was speechless when he saw Luffy's expression. However, Zoro felt that there were only 4 people on the shore and he did not draw his sword from his waist. Ling Tian also knew that there were only Usopp and his 3 younger brothers there, so he didn't say anything else. Ha. I am Usopp, the leader of the great pirate group that reigns over this village. People give me compliments. Call me our captain, Captain Usopp. Usopp introduced himself holding a pirate flag. Of course, this self-introduction was said by Usopp himself. However, Ling Tian knew that this was nonsense for Usopp now, but it might not be the case in the future. If you want to attack this village, I advise you to give up. Because my 80 million subordinates will not let you go. Usopp opened his hands as he spoke, as if he really had 80 million subordinates now. Amazing! When Luffy heard Usopp say that he had 8,000 subordinates, he immediately admired him. Zoro and Ling Tian also covered their faces when they saw Luffy's look. We don't know this guy. Zoro and Ling Tian quickly moved to the side. Is that a lie? Solon saw it right away. Ah, it's a lie. Ling Tian also said it directly. Ah, I've been found out. When Usopp heard what Ling Tian and Zoro said, he immediately told the truth that he was lying. Ling Tian was speechless when he saw what Usopp said. You said you were lying, so shouldn't you stick to it? See, he himself said he was found out. When Zoro heard what Usopp said, he told Luffy that he was lying. I accidentally said got caught. Usopp said while twisting his body while holding him. When Zoro saw Usopp, he always felt that he was somewhat familiar with someone. Zoro looked at Usopp and then at Luffy next to him. Okay. These two guys are exactly the same, it's a funny thing. Nanny, is this actually a lie? Luffy turned his head in disbelief when he heard what Zoro and Usopp said. Zoro was speechless when he saw Luffy's expression. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was lying. Ling Tian also moved a few centimeters away from Luffy. Ah, damned strategist. 80 million is a bit exaggerated, but I still have outstanding subordinates. Usopp reacted and lied again. After all, if these three people cannot be driven away, Zilobia village will be in danger. The three people hiding in the bushes were sweating profusely, fearing that the pirates would rush into the village and burn, kill and loot in the next second. There are only three. Zoro saw everything at a glance. Ah, 3 people. Ling Tian also knew that there were only 3 people holding the pirate flag there. Nanny, are there only 3 of us? Luffy couldn't believe what Zoro and Ling Tian said. He thought there would be a group of big pirates in this village. Ah, I've been seen through. The 3 people hiding in the bushes immediately stood up with nervous looks when they heard Ling Tian and the others' conversation. Run away. The 3 of them immediately dropped the pirate flag and ran away. Hey, don't run away, guys. Usopp panicked when he saw Carrot Head and the others abandoning him and running away. Then Usopp looked at Ling Tian and the others down the slope with horror. Ha 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 ha, you are such a funny person. Luffy immediately became interested in Usopp when he saw him. Not only that, when Luffy looked at Usopp, he was reminded of the red-hair pirate's sniper Jesus Bulletin. Don't underestimate me, kid. I am a man with a strong sense of self-esteem, Usopp said as he took out a slingshot from his bag. Because of my strong sense of self-esteem, people call me arrogant Usopp. Usopp said as he fired his slingshot. Luffy pressed down his straw hat when he heard Usopp's words. Since you've drawn your gun, you're risking your life. Luffy imitated his guide, the red-haired man, and said. Ling Tian also felt a little strange when he heard Luffy's words. He didn't understand why Luffy wanted to learn from Red Hair. When Zoro saw Luffy, he felt that Luffy was also somewhat reliable. Usopp was instantly shocked when he heard Luffy's words. He didn't want to die. I mean, this isn't a toy to scare people. Luffy said while pretending to be stupid. Ling Tian was also speechless. If a slingshot wasn't a toy, what else could it be? Weapons? Even if it's weapons, we'll have to wait until Usopp is upgraded in the future. When Zoro heard Luffy's words, he smiled and moved the knife at his waist out a little. The one standing before you is a real pirate. Zoro also intends to scare Usopp. Ling Tian was speechless when he saw their actions, but Ling Tian still cooperated with Luffy and the others to scare Usopp. Ling Tian directly pulled out the knife in his hand. Usopp gave up immediately after seeing the actions of the 3 people. As expected, the words and aura of a real pirate are extraordinary. Amazing. Usopp himself knelt on the ground in fear. Ha 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 x3. Ling Tian and the others burst out laughing when they saw Usopp's look. Ling Tian directly put the pulled-out knife back into the scabbard. Then Luffy told Usopp that he was learning on the job and that he learned from his idol Shanks. Usopp was also shocked that Luffy actually knew the great pirate Shanks. In the following conversation, Usopp also learned that Luffy actually knew his father Jesus Bulletin. Then Usopp invited Ling Tian and the others to have dinner at a restaurant in the village. It's delicious. Usopp followed Luffy with a proud look on his face. After all, this is the restaurant in my village. I saw him on Shanks' ship when I was a kid. Luffy did not answer Usopp's words, but told Usopp that he had seen Jesus Bulletin on Shanks' ship. Hey, my dad was on Shanks' ship. Usopp also felt proud when he heard that his father was on Shanks' ship. Shanks? The red-haired brat. Ling Tian heard Luffy and Usopp's conversation and interrupted. I am older than Shanks, and now Shanks has to call me brother Ling Tian when he sees me. Red-haired kid, hey, do you know who Shanks is? When Luffy heard Ling Tian actually calling his idol Shanks brat, he immediately grabbed Ling Tian by the collar. Yeah, that's the great pirate Shanks. Usopp was also somewhat dissatisfied with Ling Tian calling Shanks a brat. Ling Tian pushed away Luffy's hand that was grabbing his collar and explained. That's right. Don't look at me as young as I am, but I am already over 50 years old. 5, in their 50s x2. Both Luffy and Usopp were a little shocked to hear Ling Tian's age. They really didn't expect that this young-looking man was already so old. When Zoro heard Ling Tian's words, he was a little bit unbelieving. Although he knew that Ling Tian was very strong, it was the first time he heard Ling Tian's age. Chapter 44 Garp arrives. Ling Tian, are you really 50 years old? Luffy surrounded Ling Tian and said with interest. Really? Are you really in your 50s? Usopp couldn't believe what Ling Tian said. He even thought Ling Tian was a big liar like himself. Oh, it's true. Ling Tian told Luffy and the others the truth. After a while of fooling around, Usopp ran away saying he had something to do, and told Luffy and the others that they could get a free meal as long as they told the boss his name. Ling Tian thought that Usopp was lying when he said that he could get away with it by just telling his name. What was unexpected was that after Luffy told the boss that Usopp treated them, the meal was actually free. Let's find a boat next. After eating and drinking, Zoro and Luffy discussed and decided to find a pirate ship. Of course, the so-called discussion was only said by Zoro alone, and Luffy didn't listen to what Zoro said at all. Zoro also knew that Luffy didn't listen, but he didn't care. After all, Zoro had been accustomed to Luffy's personality for so long. There is a big house there, it must be a rich man. We should be able to find a boat. Let's go check it out. Ling Tian pointed to a house that he could see directly from where he was. He knew that was the house of Kaya, the rich man in the village, and it was also the place where Usopp had gone just now for something. Really? Then let's go and have a look. When Luffy heard Ling Tian say that he could find his first pirate ship there, he immediately ran there. As for the two ships mentioned earlier, Luffy did not admit that they were his pirate ships. At most, they were just his lifeboats. Ling Tian and Zoro saw Luffy running there and quickly followed him. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble Luffy will cause with his personality. Sure enough, when Ling Tian and Zoro arrived at Kaya's manor, they saw Luffy flying a rocket into Kaya's manor. Ling Tian and Zoro were no longer surprised to see Luffy's appearance. Ah! Smooth landing! Luffy said while lying on the ground. Is that considered a safe landing? Zoro listened to Luffy and complained, it was obviously a landing failure. Ling Tian felt that this was a smooth landing for Luffy, after all, Luffy was a rubber man. Are you okay? Kaya, who was kind-hearted, felt unwell instantly when she saw Luffy lying on the ground, and asked quickly. Ah, it's okay, it's okay. They all came from far away because they heard about my deeds. Usopp was afraid that Kaya would get hurt if she saw Luffy like this, so he lied immediately. No, I'm not. I have something to ask for. Luffy stood up and immediately interrupted Usopp. He didn't want to become a member of someone else's pirate group for no reason, even if it meant lying. When Ling Tian saw that Luffy was fine, he pulled Zoro and flew into Kaya's manor. Really? It's always this messed up. Ling Tian complained. He, sorry. Luffy didn't realize his mistake at all. Ling Tian shook his head when he saw Luffy like this. If it were someone else, he would definitely pick up his knife and chop him. But if it's Luffy, Ling Tian thinks it's better to forget it. You need something? Me? Kaya asked curiously as she saw that Luffy really seemed to be alright. Where are you guys doing? Just when Luffy was about to ask Kaya to give him a pirate ship, a man in a suit walked over. He is also the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, known as Crow of the 100 Strategies. He is now in Kaya's house because he is tired of the daily fighting and killing of pirates, and wants to kill Kaya's family and inherit Kaya's property. Kaya's parents were killed by CLO. Crabadle. Kaya also spoke when she saw the person coming. Now CLO is Kaya's personal butler and one of the people Kaya trusts the most. It's really embarrassing, you break into people's houses like this. Chloe bent his left hand to adjust his glasses and spoke. Who is that guy? Luffy didn't notice the current atmosphere at all and blurted out without thinking. Well, Crabadle, these people are. Kaya looked at Crow and wanted to explain that Ling Tian and the others were not bad people. But CLO didn't even give Kaya a chance to explain and just spoke directly. No need to say more, I will listen to your reasons later. Okay, please go back. Without waiting for Kaya to speak, CLO ordered her to leave, even though he was only the steward of the manor now. But in 3 days he would become the owner of this manor, so Chloe didn't care about Kaya's thoughts at all. I said, we want a boat. Luffy ignored Kuro's order to leave and directly told Kuro the purpose of his and others coming here. No. Kuro directly rejected Luffy's request. In his opinion, everything in the manor belonged to him, and he didn't want to give his things to these people. Usopp, I often hear rumors about you. After rejecting Luffy, Kuro spoke directly to Usopp who was hiding behind a tree. When Usopp heard Chloe's voice, he knew he was discovered and crawled out from behind the tree. Because you are still a hot topic in the village. Ha, ha 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 ha, is that so? When Usopp heard what Kuro said, he thought he believed the lies he had told in the village before. I heard that you went on adventures everywhere, right? It's really amazing that you are so young. Kuro didn't care about Usopp's expression and continued talking to himself. Kaya, who was standing at the window, immediately showed a worried expression when he heard what Chloe said. He knew what Chloe was going to say next. You can also call me Captain Usopp. Usopp became very proud of being praised by Crow and immediately interrupted Crow and spoke. He would never have thought about what this guy CLO would say about him later. Luffy and Zoro also heard the hidden meaning of Kuro's words and frowned. Ling Tian naturally knew what CLO was going to say next, but Ling Tian did not stop him. On the one hand, it was because Ling Tian's observation Haki sensed that a warship had landed in Zuluabia village, and the breath of one of the people on the ship was very familiar to Ling Tian. It was obvious that it was Garp's aura. Ling Tian guessed that Garp came to chase Luffy. On the other hand, Ling Tian wanted to see Usopp knock down Crow with one punch. Captain. When Kuro heard Usopp call him captain, he immediately thought of his previous experience as captain of the Black Cat Pirates. However, Chloe did not react much. He just adjusted his glasses and continued speaking. I've heard about your father. What? When Usopp heard Kuro say this, he immediately realized that Kuro was not here to praise him. Karabatel, stop talking. When Kaya heard that Crabadle actually brought up Usopp's father, she immediately spoke up to stop Chloe. But it is obvious that Kaya is still too young. How could CLO, who has already regarded this manor as his own, listen to Kaya's words? You are nothing but the son of a dirty pirate after all. I won't be surprised no matter what you do. Hearing this, Luffy raised his head slightly and was a little angry. He would not allow others to insult pirates. But Kuro obviously didn't care about Luffy's expression. But could you please not get close to my eldest daughter? You said it was dirty. Usopp was also angry when he heard what Kuro said. He would never allow anyone to talk about his father. However, Kuro didn't care about Usopp's expression at all and continued to speak. You and the young lady are from two completely different worlds. Is money your goal? How much do you want? Crow insults Usopp without any bottom line. Even Kaya couldn't stand it anymore and immediately shouted, You are too much, Crabadle, apologize to Usopp immediately. Hey, Kaya, danger. Usopp didn't expect that Kaya would actually help him, but Usopp still reminded Kaya to pay attention to her body and not to get too excited. Why should I apologize to such a barbaric person, miss? When CLO heard Kaya's words, he didn't take them seriously at all and directly retorted. I'm just stating the facts. I really sympathize with you. You must hate him, and hate the man who abandoned his family. The man who values treasure more than his family. Crabadle. Kaya couldn't bear to listen to Chloe's speech anymore, so she shouted again in an attempt to shut Chloe up. You bastard, stop saying bad things about my dad. Usopp couldn't stand it anymore and jumped down using the grappling hook. Why are you so excited? At times like this, you should use your best lying skills. Crow was not afraid at all when he saw Usopp jumping down from the tree, and continued to taunt him. For example, my father is just a travel businessman, and I have no blood relationship with him. It's so noisy. Usopp immediately became angry when he heard that Kuro actually asked him to say that he had no blood relationship with his father. Punch Crow in the face. When Kaya saw Usopp's expression, she covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. After all, Crabadle was her butler after all. Luffy and Zoro didn't react much when they saw Usopp's look, but they felt very happy. They had been annoyed with this guy for a long time. If they hadn't been afraid that he was just an ordinary person and it was difficult for them to attack him, they would have punched him a few times long ago. You're using violence right away. Chloe pretended to be injured and barely stood up. Pa. Just then Ling Tian came out from behind Luffy clapping his hands. Well done Usopp. Ling Tian directly praised Usopp. I have to say this punch is really satisfying. Ling Tian. Usopp immediately felt embarrassed when he saw Ling Tian actually praising him. So what? He is indeed the son of a dirty pirate. When Kuro saw a man praising Usopp, he mocked him again. When Usopp heard what Kuro said, he wanted to punch him a few more times, but was stopped by Ling Tian. As a pirate, what qualifications do you have to say that about Usopp? Right, former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. 100 Strategies CLO. Ling Tian directly exposed CLO's disguise. Nanny. Whether it was Kaya, Luffy, or Zoro, they were all shocked when they heard Ling Tian's words. The guy who mocked Usopp's father as a dirty pirate is actually a former captain of a pirate group. As partners, Luffy and Zoro had no doubt about Ling Tian's words, but Kaya did not believe Ling Tian so much. Chloe was a little panicked when he heard Ling Tian's words, but he quickly calmed down. As expected of someone who is with Usopp, you should provide evidence if you are lying. Croc didn't believe that the villagers would believe Usopp, a liar. After all, he had been pretending to be a good guy in the village for 3 years. I knew you wouldn't admit it, so let's let professionals handle this matter. As he spoke, Ling Tian pulled Usopp back a few steps. Just as Usopp was about to get angry, he saw a figure rushing down from the sky. Boom! The figure fell to the ground, creating a huge amount of dust. It's still so messy. Ling Tian looked at the figure and complained. When the smoke cleared, only an old man wearing a white coat with the word justice written on his back was seen standing there. Grandpa, Grandpa! Luffy's scalp immediately went numb when he saw that figure, and he instantly thought of what Garp had done to him in Windmill Village before. Luffy, do you have something to explain to me? Garp turned his head and looked at Luffy. Grandpa? Is this old man Luffy really your grandpa? Usopp looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and said to Luffy. Usopp really didn't expect that Luffy, a pirate, actually had a navy grandfather. Zoro also had some surprises. Long time no see, old man Garp. Ling Tian looked at Garp and greeted him. What? It's you, kid. Garp looked at Ling Tian nonchalantly and said, after all, his grandson was the most important. Garp. Hey Luffy, your grandfather's name is Garp, isn't that the title of a navy hero? When Zoro heard Ling Tian calling that old man Garp, he immediately thought of the navy hero who captured the Pirate King and executed him in Rogue Town. I do not know. Luffy nonchalantly replied to Zoro's words that he didn't even know if his grandfather was a naval hero. Yes, that's the Iron Fist Garp. Ling Tian saw Luffy's expression and helped him answer Zoro's question. Zoro was shocked when he heard Ling Tian's words, but after thinking about it, it seemed to be correct. After all, it was not surprising that Ling Tian knew such a person. It's just a small reputation, not worth mentioning. When Garp heard what Ling Tian and the others said, he picked his nose and waved his hands. Navy hero. When CLO heard the conversation between Ling Tian and the others, cold sweat immediately broke out on his body. This man is capable of capturing the legendary Pirate King. If he reveals his identity here, he will be dead. Who are these guys? The Navy hero Garp is actually the Straw Hat Boy's grandfather, and the purple-haired guy can actually chat with the Navy hero. The more Crow thought about it, the more cold sweat he broke out in. Even though he was a pirate with some reputation, he was nothing compared to Garp. Ling Tian looked at Clo's lips and saw a slight curve. Chapter 45 Usopp gets on the ship. Oh, old man Cap. Ling Tian stared at Crow and smiled. This butler named Crabate seems to be the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Can you please check it out? You thought I couldn't prove your identity, didn't you? Let me show you the capabilities of the Navy's intelligence network. Oh, this guy. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Cap glanced at Clo. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but when you look at it, Carp is also shocked. This guy really seems to be the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, but hasn't he been arrested? Because Garp always returns to the East China Sea, he has also seen the bounty notices of most pirates in the East China Sea. Garp looked at Clo and thought for a while before taking out a den mushi from his pocket. Garp planned to let Bogart come and take a look. After all, Bogart was Garp's deputy and often went back to the East China Sea with Garp. Moreover, it was basically Bogart who saw these bounty warrants. He just took a quick look and didn't remember them as clearly as Bogart. After all, he was just a hands-off boss, and Bogart took care of everything except fighting. Mr. Navy, I'm really not a pirate. I am just the steward of this manor, the young lady can prove it. When Clo saw Garp calling for help, he panicked and quickly told Garp that he was just a butler. After all, according to the East China Sea Navy's intelligence, he had already been captured by the Navy, so he didn't think that Garp could fully recognize him. Besides, even if Garp recognized him, he could say that he just looked similar to that Clo. Let's wait until my deputy arrives to discuss this matter. Garp was not shaken at all when he heard what Crow said. Garp, who often returns to the East China Sea, has also heard of the Black Cat Pirates. This pirate group often massacred civilians, and sometimes even killed Navy officers. The crime was extremely serious. Garp could not tolerate the massacre of civilians, let alone the attack on the Navy. When Clo heard what Garp said, he disappeared instantly. But it soon reappeared. As soon as Clo teleported, Garp grabbed Clo directly. After all, Clo's silent step was just a faster step. The silent step is far inferior to the Navy 6 style's shaving. Even Crow's fastest step, the spoon, is not as good as the shaving. Why are you running so fast? Garp directly pushed Clo to the ground. Crabadle. Kaya was a little surprised to see Krona's extremely fast speed, which made Kaya believe that Crabadle, whom Ling Tian mentioned before, was the captain of a pirate group. So fast. Zoro was surprised at Garp's almost invisible speed. Is this the speed of the top powerful people in the ocean? Luffy looked indifferent, as he had known for a long time that Garp was very strong. At least in Luffy's eyes, Garp is more powerful than anyone he has ever met. Soon a man wearing grey clothes and a grey hat, with a relatively large knife on his waist, appeared in front of Cap. Bogart, look at this guy and see if he is a pirate. When Cap saw Bogart coming, he lifted up Crow, who was pinned to the ground, and held him in front of Bogart. It does look very similar to Beiji Crow, but according to Dong Hai's intelligence, Beiji Crow has been arrested. Bogart looked at the claw that Cap was carrying and said. And he doesn't seem to have Klau's exclusive weapon, the cat's claw. Bogart searched Clo's body and did not find his previous weapon, the cat's claw, on Clo. Because Bogart and Garp were both chasing after the pirates. Bogart subconsciously thought that Clo would bring his own weapon, the cat's claw. Clo was relieved when he heard Bogart's words. Fortunately, he had hidden the cat's claws because he had worked here for 3 years. Mr. Garp, can you let me go now? When Clo saw that Garp and the others had not found anything to prove their identity, he immediately spoke to Garp. After hearing what Clo said, Garp felt that he had caught the wrong person. Although Clo had just used the silent step, this ability was too weak, so Garp did not recognize Clo. Is this what you're talking about? Just when Garp was about to let go of Crow, Ling Tian threw a pair of gloves with very long claws on the ground. Just now when Cap came, Ling Tian used his physical clone to find something that could prove Clo's identity. Yes, that's it. This is the weapon of the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Hyakukuro, the cat's claw. Bogart picked up the cat's claw thrown by Ling Tian and looked at it. He immediately realized that this was Beiji Crow's exclusive weapon, the cat's claw. That's right. Bogart will lock him up in the warship, and then he will be locked up and impelled down together with Monka. When Cap saw that Bogart recognized Crow's identity, he threw Crow to Bogart. When Clo saw that Garp directly threw him to the new navy, he immediately took a silent step to get his cat claw back. As a result, Bogart instantly picked up Claw. After all, he is Garp's deputy. If he didn't have some strength, how could he have stayed by Garp's side for so long? Let's leave it like this for now. So, Luffy, you should explain it to me. After dealing with Kuro's problem, Garp immediately turned and looked at Luffy. As for the explanation given by Garp, it was of course to explain to himself that he ran away to become a pirate without telling him. The last time Ace left, Garp did not return to the East China Sea due to some matters. By the time Garp was able to come back, Ace's bounty had already been issued. So Garp plans to bring Luffy back now while Luffy has not yet been put on the bounty list. I want to train you to be an excellent Navy officer. Didn't I tell you I want to be a pirate? Luffy yelled immediately after hearing what Garp said. Even Garp couldn't make him give up his dream of becoming a pirate. How dare you yell at your grandfather? When Garp heard Luffy's words, he immediately grabbed Luffy's collar. Ah, Private Marseille! When Luffy saw Garp grab his collar, he remembered his previous experience in Windmill Village and immediately apologized. Result: Garp and Luffy fell asleep while standing. Fell asleep. Usopp was shocked to see Luffy and Garp sleeping standing up. We are indeed a family. Zoro also started complaining when he saw the looks on Luffy and Garp's faces. Ling Tian already knew this would happen so he didn't feel anything. When Kaya saw this situation, she covered her mouth and laughed, and even the fear she had just felt when she knew Cielo's identity disappeared. Wave. Oh no, I fell asleep. Soon, Cap woke up because he hadn't slept for a long time because of the challenge of eating the most donuts. That's why I fell asleep when I was teaching Luffy a lesson just now. As a result, when Garp woke up, he saw Luffy, who was in his arms, sleeping soundly, so he punched Luffy on the head. Wake up Luffy, you actually fell asleep while receiving a lesson of love from your grandfather. Luffy was immediately awakened by the pain after being hit on the head by Garp's fist covered with armament haki. Hurt? Aren't you a rubber man? How can you feel pain? Zoro was a little confused when he saw Luffy covering his head and crying in pain. The iron fist of love cannot be resisted. Garp blew up his fist and laughed. Ling Tian saw Garp talking nonsense about iron fist of love and explained the matter of haki to Zoro. Ling Tian planned to teach the Straw Hat Pirates haki when they arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. As for how Ling Tian would teach and whether he would teach, these were not the issues. After all, Kaido is there. If I really can't teach them, I can just fly to the New World and call Kaido to teach them. Luffy is now considered Kaido's younger brother, so teaching him haki is not a big problem. After hearing Ling Tian's explanation, Zoro also planned to ask Ling Tian to teach him how to be domineering. Hey, Ling Tian, stop talking. What if my lovely grandson knew about this? Garp immediately scolded after hearing Ling Tian's explanation to Zoro. Really? Is that so? Originally, Luffy didn't care about what Ling Tian and Zoro were talking about, but after being yelled at by Garp, he thought carefully about what Ling Tian said and immediately understood. In fact, Luffy's IQ is not low, especially in terms of combat awareness. Oops. Garp was a little panicked when he saw Luffy hearing what he had just said at Ling Tian, letting Luffy know about armament haki. How can I beat Luffy openly now? Garp turned around and looked at Ling Tian with a reproachful look on his face. Ling Tian waved his hand to indicate that it was none of his business. Soon after Garp taught Luffy a lesson and learned that Luffy was determined to become a pirate, he did not stop Luffy. Instead, he instructed Luffy on some things and then escorted Monka and Crow back to the marine headquarters. Then, Miss Kaya, can you sell us a ship? After Garp left, Ling Tian once again asked Kaya that they needed a ship. Kaya also sold a sailboat to Ling Tian and his friends, and named the boat after her other housekeeper, Meili. Ling Tian also took out some gold from the system space and gave it to Kaya, and used the panacea drawn from the system space to cure Kaya's illness. If Chopper knew that Ling Tian gave the panacea to Kaya, he would definitely go crazy. In fact, Ling Tian also knew this, so Ling Tian kept a panacea in the system space, and this was the last one. Well, let's go. Luffy shouted from the deck of the Mary. Well, Luffy, goodbye. We may be rivals next time we meet. Usopp, who came to see Luffy off, also decided to go out to sea and become a pirate like his father. What are you talking about? We have been partners for a long time, right? When Luffy heard what Usopp said, he directly said that they had been partners for a long time. Yet, come up quickly. Zoro also accepted Usopp as his partner. Yes, we have been partners for a long time, right? Ling Tian also smiled and invited Usopp to board the ship. Usopp was also a little shocked when he heard what Ling Tian and the others said. Then he explained some things to Kaya and boarded the Mary. So I am the captain, right? As soon as Usopp got on the ship, he expressed his desire to be the captain. What are you talking about? I'm the captain. Luffy bluntly stated that he was the captain of this ship. Since there is a pirate ship, let's draw a pirate flag. Ling Tian looked at Usopp and Luffy who were fighting and spoke. Okay, pirate flag. Luffy also became excited when he heard Ling Tian's words. After all, as a pirate group, how could they not have a pirate flag? When Usopp heard this, he immediately drew the pirate flag. Look, how about this one? Usopp showed Luffy and the others a pirate flag with a long-nosed skull. The result was naturally that he was beaten up by Luffy, and he stated that he was the captain of this pirate ship. After being beaten by Luffy, Usopp obediently drew a pirate flag with a straw hat on. Very good, this is our pirate flag. Luffy looked at the pirate flag with a straw hat and expressed his satisfaction. Then Ling Tian and Zoro hung the pirate flag on the sail of the Mary. After finishing it, Ling Tian thought about having a lottery. After all, Ling Tian still remembered that he had promised Luffy to get him a gale ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze level item, a box of boiled water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze level item, a small fan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver level item, a gale ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold level item, a weapon comparable to a good and sharp sword, the true word. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold level item, a demon sword bloodthirsty that is comparable to the supreme sword. Ling Tian used 50 consecutive draws and got 4 gale rings, 2 knives and some miscellaneous things. Upon seeing this, Ling Tian immediately checked these items. Wind ring, silver level item, has the ability to make creatures fly, but it only has this ability. True word, a weapon comparable to the good sword in the pirate world. It was once the sword of a great swordsman in a certain world, but it disappeared with the death of that great swordsman. After seeing this introduction, Ling Tian seriously suspected that this sword was given to him by the system when the great swordsman died. However, Ling Tian was embarrassed to say anything because he had no evidence. Bloodthirsty, a demonic sword forged by a demon cultivator from a certain immortal cultivation world using the blood of an entire city and magic crystals. Because this knife will make the holder lose his mind and turn into a madman who only knows how to kill, it is named Bloodsucker. Note, this knife has a special ability, please discover it by yourself. Warning, if you don't have great willpower, please use this knife with caution, otherwise you will be controlled by the bloodthirsty and become a puppet that kills without blinking an eye. Ling Tian was somewhat shocked when he looked at the bloodthirsty sword which was comparable to the greatest sword in the world of pirates. This demon sword is so terrifying. In addition to these, it also possesses a special ability. Ling Tian immediately wanted to pick up the knife to test its power. However, when Ling Tian took out the knife, he could actually feel that the knife was rejecting him. My goodness! Is this the legendary spirit of the weapon? Chapter 46, The Terrifying Demon Sword. I just don't believe it. Ling Tian couldn't believe that a mere knife would reject him. I just wanted to take the knife by force. Boom! As a result, the blood-sucking light appeared, and Ling Tian was directly knocked onto the reef not far from the Mary. Of course, this was mainly because Ling Tian had no defense, otherwise with the power of this knife it could only force Ling Tian to retreat a few steps at most. What's wrong? Luffy and Usopp, who were adjusting the cannon nearby, ran over immediately after hearing the noise. Zoro also jumped directly from the observation deck. As a result, they found a knife emitting bloody light stuck in the boat. Ling Tian didn't see any figure. As for Ling Tian, he was lying on the reef, looking at a man in front of him pointing a knife at him. Ling Tian took a closer look. Damn, isn't this the legendary sword Saint Johnny? Hey, you guy! Johnny looked at Ling Tian with anger on his face and shouted. When Ling Tian saw Johnny's expression, he probably guessed why he was so angry. Probably because he was treating his partner Joseph here, and then Ling Tian directly hit the reef, causing Joseph's injuries to become more serious. Yes, sorry. Ling Tian also knew that what he had done was somewhat unfair to them. What's the point of apologizing? Look at what you've done to my friend. Johnny didn't appreciate it at all and scolded Ling Tian directly. Yes, yes, I will help you heal your friend. Ling Tian also knew that he was in the wrong, so he planned to help Joseph with his treatment. After all, these two are Zoro's younger brothers. No matter what, he shouldn't just stand by and watch them die. Author, Ling Tian had to help Sword God Joseph treat Ovo under the threat of Sword Saint Johnny. Spiritual skills, assistance, treatment. Ling Tian used his spiritual power to heal Joseph's injuries, but Joseph still did not wake up. This was because Joseph had scurvy, so even after Ling Tian cured Joseph's injuries he did not wake up. Why hasn't Joseph woken up yet? Johnny saw that after Ling Tian healed Joseph's injuries, Joseph still didn't wake up, so he angrily said to Ling Tian. He has scurvy and needs to eat some fresh fruit. While explaining, Ling Tian took out some fruit from the system space and gave it to Joseph to eat. He should wake up soon. Ling Tian explained to Johnny after giving the fruit to Joseph. Johnny was also skeptical when he heard Ling Tian's words. However, he did not treat Ling Tian the same way as before. After all, Ling Tian healed Joseph's injury. Boom! At this moment, a black and red beam of light rose from the Mary. Oops! Ling Tian looked at the black and red beam of light and remembered that Bloodthirsty was still on the Mary. Take good care of Joseph here first. Ling Tian left these words and flew directly towards the Mary. A devil fruit user. Johnny looked at Ling Tian flying up and thought of the legend on the sea. He looked at the black and red beam of light and wanted to go over to take a look, but after looking at Johnny lying on the ground, he did not go over. A few minutes ago, on the Mary. After hearing the sound, Luffy, Zoro and Usopp immediately ran to where Ling Tian was before, but Ling Tian had already been blasted onto the reef several hundred meters away. Hey, where's Ling Tian? Luffy came here and didn't see Ling Tian, so he looked around. Usopp and Luffy also looked around for Ling Tian. As for Zoro, he was not worried about Ling Tian. Knowing Ling Tian's strength, Soran didn't think anyone in the East China Sea could hurt Ling Tian. What a sharp knife! Zoro muttered to himself as he looked at the bloodthirsty creature stuck on the deck. Immediately, Zoro's eyes turned visibly red. Luffy and Usopp, who were searching for Ling Tian, did not notice Zoro's changes. Mine. This knife is mine. No, that's not right. Zoro muttered to himself, holding his head. Why did you reject me? Once you have me, you will have the strongest power in the world. With my power you can do anything you want. A hoarse voice sounded in Zoro's mind. No, my goal must be achieved by my own ability. Zoro shouted loudly and quickly moved away from blood-sucking. Luffy and Usopp were also startled by Zoro's shout, and immediately ran to Zoro's side. What's wrong, Zoro? Are there any enemies? Luffy and Usopp ran to Zoro and saw him covering his left eye and gasping for breath, and immediately became alert. Ha 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 ha, I haven't met such an interesting person in a long time. A hoarse voice came from the direction of Bloodthirsty. Then Luffy and the others saw Bloodsucker flying up, and after it reached mid-air, a large amount of blood gushed out of the sword. As the blood continued to flow out, a bloody figure slowly formed holding a blood-sucking stick. You are a demon sword. Zoro looked at the bloody figure and spoke. Demon. Demon sword. Usopp's face turned visibly pale when he heard Zoro's words. Ha 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 ha, a demon sword. What's a demon sword? I am the great demon sword. The bloody figure immediately became disdainful when he heard Zoro's words. The demon sword only has a trace of independent will because it has killed so many people, but he possesses a complete weapon spirit. He is a spirit that possesses true wisdom. Although he cannot transform into a human form now, he will be able to do so soon. Demon sword. When Zoro heard this word he had never heard of before, he was a little confused. Boy, I am a little interested in you. Do you want to fight with me? As long as you beat me, I will become your weapon and let you use me as you wish. The bloody figure ignored Zoro's doubts and directly declared war on Zoro. He was very interested in this man who could break free from his temptations by willpower, and if his strength was good enough, he could reluctantly let him become his master. As for Ling Tian, he is not interested in Ling Tian. Or maybe he was a little afraid of Ling Tian. He felt that there was a dark energy in Ling Tian's body that was even more powerful than his own. He even felt that if he was recruited by Ling Tian, he would be deprived of consciousness by Ling Tian one day. Okay, if I win you will be my sword. Zoro looked at the bloody figure and the knife in his hand and immediately agreed. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being the one I like. You are indeed courageous. The bloody figure said as he cast a black and red beam of light that enveloped Zoro. Zoran. When Usopp saw Zoro being surrounded by the bloody figure's moves, he immediately wanted to go up and pull Zoro out. As a result, Usopp was directly grabbed by Luffy. Usopp, this is Zoro's battle. Luffy grabbed Usopp and spoke. Although he knew it was dangerous, Luffy also knew that this was Zoro's own battle. It can only be solved by Zoro alone. What happened? Just when Zoro was enveloped by the black and red light column and disappeared, Ling Tian just returned to the Mary. When Luffy and Usopp saw Ling Tian coming back, they explained to Ling Tian what had just happened. Ling Tian was a little surprised when he heard Luffy and Usopp's explanation. Although he knew that blood-sucking was a demon sword, Ling Tian never expected that this sword had self-awareness. Ling Tian explained the situation of the sword to Luffy and Usopp. Luffy and Usopp were also a little shocked when they heard Ling Tian say that the sword was forged with the blood of a city. Inside the bloody light column. Where is this place? Zoro looked at this all black and red space. He felt something strange when he got here. He always felt a little nauseous, and his feet felt sticky. Welcome to my field. Bloody space. The bloody figure introduced this space to Zoro. This is a different dimension created by my ability. No one can come to this space except me. Another dimension. Zoro was somewhat shocked when he heard Bloodthirsty's words. He didn't expect that Bloodthirsty could actually create a dimensional space. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Bloodthirsty pointed his knife at Zoro and urged him to draw his sword and fight with him. All right. Zoro directly pulled out the only sword of Wado Ichimonji. Because the other two swords were chopped into pieces by Ling Tian during the previous battle, Zoro now only has Wado Ichimonji. Ichi Shao Flying Dragon Flame. Zoro waved the Wado Ichimonji, and a western dragon with white flames rushed towards Bloodthirsty. When Bloodthirsty saw Zoro's move, he just lightly swung his sword and slashed out a sword energy that split Zoro's western fire dragon into two halves. Nanny. Zoro was a little surprised to see that his move was easily cut in half by the Bloodthirsty sword. Hateful. Itaryu, 36 Winds of Troubles. Countless sword lights were unleashed from Zoro's Wado Ichimonji. Is this all you can do? Bloodthirsty looked at the moves performed by Zoro and shook his head with some disappointment. Then he gently waved the sword in his hand to block Zoro's move. Sure enough, a knife is still very difficult. When Zoro saw that Bloodthirsty blocked his move with ease, he immediately gritted his teeth. Then he put the Wado Ichimonji in his hand back into the scabbard. What? Are you going to give up? Bloodthirsty became even more disappointed when he saw Zoro taking back the Wado Ichimonji. He thought Zoro was going to give up directly. But when Zoro put the Wado Ichimonji back into the scabbard, his aura became even stronger. You haven't given up yet? Interesting. Bloodthirsty looked at Zoro's surging momentum with some interest. Itoryu Iai Song, Lion Song. Zoro swung his sword at Bloodthirsty at an extremely fast speed. Bang dang. Although this was the strongest attack of Zoro's sword style, it was still easily blocked by Bloodthirsty. Is this your strongest move? Bloodthirsty felt Zoro's momentum and fell down quickly after he performed that move, and immediately became angry. So weak. You are so weak now. Bloodthirsty slashed at Zoran with his sword. Zoro could only grit his teeth and raise the Wado Ichimonji to block the blood-sucking attack. He is unwilling. If I had 3 knives in my hand, it would never be like this. If I had 3 knives in my hand, I could at least cut a scar on his body. Pfft. With one blow of the blood-sucking sword, Zoro was knocked away. Can you be considered a swordsman with your appearance? Do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? Do you still want to fulfill your promise to Kuina? Bloodthirsty constant taunting of Zoran. Because of the special nature of his domain, he can read the deepest thoughts of those who enter here. Am I going to die? Zoro was knocked away by Bloodthirster and lay on the ground thinking this in his mind. Puff. Puff. Is this my heartbeat? No, this is the heartbeat of the weapon, this is the heartbeat of Wado Ichimonji. Zoro listened to his pounding heartbeat and looked at Wado Ichimonji beside him, and remembered the agreement he had made with Kuina. I can't fall in a place like this yet. Zoro picked up the Wado Ichimonji and stood up. Oh, can you still stand up? The corners of Bloodthirsty's mouth curved slightly as he watched him stand up again. Zoro ignored Bloodthirsty's words and put the Wado Ikimonji back into the sheath. Are you still using that trick? You should know it won't work on me. Bloodthirsty shook his head as he watched Zoro's actions. He thought Zoro had other moves. Zoro ignored Bloodthirsty's words and closed his eyes. Puff. Puff. Zoro closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, listening to the beating of the Wado Ikimonji. When Bloodthirster saw Zoro closing his eyes, he also felt that something was wrong with Zoro. He felt that Zoron's momentum became stronger. Itoryu Iai Song, Lion Song. Zoro swung the Wado Ikimonji at Bloodthirster at the same speed as before. Bloodthirsty noticed that Zoro was different from before and swung his sword at Zoro. Pfft. The difference from before was that this time Zoro's sword actually cut Bloodthirsty. The curve of Swexu's mouth curved even wider as he looked at the knife scar on his body. Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being the person I have my eyes on. Bloodthirsty turned around and looked at Zoro, who still had his eyes closed, and laughed. Zoro still did not answer Bloodthirsty's words, but instead held the Wado Ikimonji in one hand and slowly waved it in the air. Bloodthirsty looked at Zoro's hands waving in the air and found that Zoro had turned into a man with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 hands held 6 swords that were the same as Wado Ikimonji, and the 3 mouths each held a sword that was the same as Wado Ikimonji. What's this? Even a being like Bloodthirster has never seen something like what happened to Zoro. However, Bloodthirsty felt that the aura emanating from Zoro seemed to be somewhat similar to his own blood. Ghostly. 9 Swords Style, Ashura, Ichigo Silver. Pfft. There were only a few flashes of knife light, and before Bloodthirsty could even react, he was cut into several pieces. Ho ho. After cutting Bloodthirsty into several pieces, Zoro held onto Wado Ikimonji and gasped heavily. Bloodthirsty, who was cut into several pieces by Zoro, recovered quickly. Nani, are you immortal? Zoro was shocked as he looked at Bloodthirster, who recovered immediately. This body of mine is just made up of blood and energy. As long as there is blood in my body, I will not die. Bloodthirsty also explained his situation to Zoro. Chapter 47 Master-Servant Contract. What's the difference between that and immortality? Zoro was also speechless when he heard Bloodthirsty's explanation. Do you still want to fight? Zoro supported Wado Ikimonji and managed to stand up. No, forget it this time. I will just be your weapon reluctantly. Bloodthirsty looked at Zoro and forced himself to smile. When Zoro heard Bloodthirsty's words, his eyes turned black and he fainted. Seeing this, Bloodthirsty also released his own bloody domain. Zoro, what did you do to Zoro? After Bloodsucking released his domain, Luffy saw Zoro lying on the ground and immediately assumed a fighting stance. Luffy, Zoro just fainted. Ling Tian felt that Zoro just fainted and pulled Luffy. What is your purpose? Ling Tian looked at the bloodthirsty man with serious eyes. Purpose, I just want to test my master's strength. When Bloodthirsty heard Ling Tian's words, he immediately explained that he was afraid that Ling Tian would erase his consciousness on impulse. Ling Tian was also somewhat shocked when he heard Bloodthirsty call Soran his master. What do you mean? You can't believe that I like Soran, so you are not worthy of me. However, Ling Tian did not say anything at this time, but asked Luffy and Usopp to carry Zoro back to lie down. When Bloodthirsty saw Luffy and Usopp carrying Zoro back, he also took his blood energy back into his own body and flew to Zoro's side. Ling Tian was speechless when he saw Bloodthirsty's look. He really recognized Zoro as his master. Hey, benefactor! Just at this moment a voice came from outside. When Ling Tian heard the voice, he knew that it was probably Johnny and Joseph who followed him to the Mary. Luffy, go out and bring the 2 people outside in. Ling Tian stood beside Zoro's bed and said to Luffy. He himself wanted to watch Zoro here, in case Bloodthirster suddenly did something to Zoro. Although Luffy told him the purpose of blood-sucking, it is not something from this world after all, and it is something with extremely strong evil spirit. So Ling Tian must watch over Zoro here, at least until Zoro wakes up. When Luffy heard Ling Tian's words, he immediately kicked the door open and ran outside. Hey, Luffy! When Usopp saw Luffy kick open the door of the Mary so violently, he immediately chased after him in anger. Soon Luffy and Usopp came in with Johnny and Joseph, playing around. Johnny and Joseph were still confused when they came in. Just now when the guy in the straw hat came out and asked me to come in, another guy with a long nose came out and started fighting with the guy in the straw hat, cursing at him. Then they followed them in here silently. Brother Zoro! When Johnny and Joseph came in, they saw Zoro lying on the bed. The two of them, one pushing Usopp and the other pushing Luffy, separated the quarreling men and came to Zoro's bed. Luffy and Usopp stopped making trouble after being pushed away by Johnny and Joseph. What is going on? What did you do to brother Zoro? Johnny and Joseph came to Zoro's bedside and saw Zoro fainted. He immediately drew his sword and asked Luffy and the others to give him an explanation. As for why they didn't ask Ling Tian, who was closest to them, that was of course because Ling Tian had saved Joseph before, so they naturally thought that Ling Tian was a good person. When Luffy saw Johnny and Joseph pointing their swords at him, he lowered his straw hat and was about to teach Johnny and Joseph a lesson. As for Usopp, he hid behind Luffy and cheered for him in his heart. Okay, you guys. When Ling Tian saw that they were about to take action, he immediately stopped them. Ling Tian knew that Johnny and Joseph together were no match for Luffy alone, and Luffy alone could take down both of them. Author, you may not know the strength of the Sword Saint and the Sword God. Luffy and the others also stopped when they heard Ling Tian's words. Zoro just fainted, he just needs to rest for a while. Ling Tian also explained Zoro's current situation to Johnny and Joseph. Johnny and Joseph were relieved after hearing Ling Tian's words. 10 minutes later, Soran finally woke up. Brother Zoro, you finally woke up. Johnny saw Zoro wake up and immediately rushed to him. Are you Johnny? Why are you here? Zoro saw Johnny suddenly rushing over and felt a little strange. Am I not on the merry? Why is Johnny here? Was everything before fake? However, when Zoro saw Luffy, Ling Tian, and others, he rejected this idea. When Joseph saw Zoro like this, he explained to Zoro why he and Johnny were on the merry. What? So that's how it is. Zoro was relieved after hearing Joseph's explanation. Boy, you just woke up, so you'd better lie down obediently. At this time, Bloodthirsty also floated up and spoke to Zoro. Knife, knife. The knife spoke X2. Johnny and Joseph saw the knife next to Zoro suddenly float up and start talking, so they immediately hugged each other and spoke. It's okay, I'm fine. When Zoro heard Bloodthirsty's words, he waved his hand to indicate that there was nothing wrong with his body. Lie down first, I have something to tell him. Johnny, Joseph, keep an eye on Zoro. Ling Tian also asked Johnny and Joseph to take care of Zoro and walked outside with Bloodthirsty. Johnny and Joseph nodded repeatedly after hearing Ling Tian's words, indicating that they would definitely take good care of Zoro. As for Luffy and Usopp, they also pulled them out when Ling Tian went out. After they knew that Zoro was fine, they continued to do what they had been doing before, adjusting the cannons of the merry. What is your purpose? Ling Tian brought Bloodthirsty to the stern of the melee and spoke. Purpose? What purpose can I have? The blood-sucking blade emitted a faint bloody light, and a sound came from the blade. Others may not know your true identity, but I do. How could a demon sword like you willingly become someone else's weapon? What's wrong with the demonic blade? Doesn't the demonic blade deserve to have the right to be a sword? When Bloodthirsty heard Ling Tian's words, his blood immediately surged and he became furious. Ling Tian didn't expect that Bloodthirsty would get so angry just by saying this. Sorry, I was just saying, don't be angry. When Ling Tian saw the sudden surge of blood on the blood-sucking knife, he felt that he should not have said that. After all, the system only said that Bloodthirsty was forged by a demon cultivator using the blood of a city, and did not say that Bloodthirsty had ever hurt anyone. That incident should be blamed on that demon cultivator. After hearing Ling Tian's apology, Swexio calmed down. If you don't believe me, I can sign a master-servant contract with you. Bloodthirsty calmed down and suddenly spoke. She was very interested in Zoro, and she could feel that one day she would be able to transform into a human form by Zoro's side. No, you don't need to do this. When Ling Tian heard that Bloodthirsty actually wanted to sign a master-servant contract with him, he immediately said that this was not necessary. After all, he is Zoro's sword and does not need to sign a contract with him. But Zoro must sign the contract. Although Ling Tian will not sign a contract with Bloodthirsty and Soran must sign a contract just in case. Okay, I promise you. Bloodthirsty agreed to Ling Tian's request without any hesitation. After all, I am already Zoro's weapon, so what if I sign a contract with Zoro? Okay, let's leave it like this for now. Oh, by the way, why don't you choose me to be your master? In terms of strength, I should be stronger than Zoro. Ling Tian was still somewhat curious as to why Bloodthirsty didn't choose him to be his master. After all, he is stronger than Sauron in both strength and experience, and he really can't think of any reason why Bloodthirsty would reject him. Because I feel there is a great power in you. I don't think I can control you, and I feel like if I'm around you I'll be devoured by you. Bloodthirsty was silent for a while before saying. He thought he could tell him the reason now. One reason is that he has become Zoro's weapon, and Ling Tian has no reason to erase his consciousness. The second reason is that he felt there was no point in hiding it. When Ling Tian heard what Shui Xi said, he glanced at the lightning on his waist and understood what Shui Xi was talking about. The ninth seal of lightning is called Doomsday, which is a power that can devour everything. It is a power that can truly bring about doomsday. Even the current Ling Tian will completely lose consciousness if he unlocks the seal of the ninth level of lightning, thus becoming a puppet that only knows how to destroy. However, Ling Tian does not think that he needs to use the ninth level of lightning seal in the pirate world. Even if he needs to deal with an existence like I'm, Ling Tian does not feel it is necessary. After Ling Tian knew the reason, he stopped talking to Xue Shi. Ling Tian entered Sauron's room with Bloodthirsty. When Ling Tian came in, he found that there was no one in the room. These guys. Ling Tian looked at the empty room and shook his head. He knew that Luffy had probably called Johnny and Joseph out. You guys are done talking. Zoro looked at Ling Tian who came in and spoke. Ling Tian nodded, then placed the Bloodthirsty next to Sauron. Zoro, sign a contract with him. Contract. Zoro looked at the Bloodthirsty being placed next to him with some confusion. Let's get started, Bloodthirster. Ling Tian ignored Zoro's confusion and started the contract ceremony by sucking blood directly. When Bloodthirsty heard Ling Tian's words, the blade of the sword immediately turned blood red, and a strange totem emerged from the blade of Bloodthirsty. The totem was printed directly on Zoro's chest, and then a piece of paper with unknown words appeared on Bloodthirsty and Zoro's bodies. Ling Tian knew that this was the master-servant contract. Put your blood on it. Bloodthirsty began to instruct Zoro on what to do. After listening to this, Zoro bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the contract. A drop of blood flew out from the blade of Bloodthirsty and dripped onto the contract. This drop of blood was different from Zoro's, it was Bloodthirsty's own blood. When the two contracts are dripped with blood, they merge into a chain and then turn into a phantom to lock up the Bloodthirsty one. Okay, now the contract is complete. The blood-sucking aura obviously became weaker, while Zoro's aura became stronger. Ling Tian nodded, gave Zoro a few instructions and left. Seeing Ling Tian leaving Bloodthirsty, some blood flowed out of his body and covered Zoro's body. What are you doing? Zoro looked at the blood covering his body with some curiosity. He was not worried that Bloodthirsty would attack him, because he could feel that his life was connected to Bloodthirsty. In other words, if you die, Bloodthirster will not be able to survive. Bloodthirsty did not answer Zoro's question, but covered Zoro with all the blood. My injury has recovered. Zoro was a little shocked when he saw that the sword wound inflicted by Bloodthirsty had healed. Remember what I said before about the composition of my body. After healing Zoro's wounds, Bloodthirster spoke. Now we are one, so as long as my blood is not used up you will not die, and you will not even be hurt. Bloodthirsty explained to Zoro the benefits of signing the contract between him and Zoro. Can we only use blood? Solon is a little curious. Even though he is a pirate, Zoro doesn't want to kill people in large numbers. Bloodthirster also saw Zoro's concern and explained to him. It doesn't require blood, just energy. For example, food and some metals are fine. Because his master was always slaughtering people, Bloodthirsty now only has blood energy in his body. But other things can also replenish your energy, just not as much as blood. When Zoro heard Bloodsucker's words, he felt relieved. If it was food, Zoro felt that it would not be a big problem. He even had a feeling that the chef on their pirate group didn't get along with him. After recovering, Zoro walked out directly with Bloodsucking and Wat Ikimonji. As expected, when we talk about pirates, we should think of musicians. It's the chef. When Zoro just came out, he heard the conversation between Luffy and Usopp. What? Are we going to find the chef next? Zoro looked at Luffy and Usopp curiously. I just signed the contract with Bloodthirsty and went to find the chef? Ah, because Johnny said that Joseph got scurvy because of the lack of fresh food, so we plan to find a chef. When Usopp saw Zoro coming out, he explained to Zoro. Luffy nodded in agreement. Although he still wants to find a musician, he'll just have to let things take their course. If you're looking for a chef, I have a good place. Ling Tian watched Luffy and the others discussing the chef and was reminded of a pirate group called the Chef Pirates whom he had rescued in the Grand Line before. The captain of that pirate ship is now the head chef of the sea restaurant Barity. The Straw Hat Pirates chef Sanji is now also the deputy chef under Zeph. Hey, nowhere. When Luffy heard Ling Tian say that he knew where to find the chef, he immediately stretched out his arms and came to Ling Tian's side. Have you heard of Barity, the restaurant on the sea? It's the restaurant on the sea. If you want to find a chef, you should go to Barity. When Johnny and Joseph heard Ling Tian's words, they spoke directly and said that they were very familiar with that. After all, anyone who is not a newbie at sea knows a little about the sea restaurant Barity. After Ling Tian explained the situation of Barity to Luffy, Luffy expressed his great interest and then directed his target to Barity. Since Nami is not on the ship now, the job of navigator naturally falls on Ling Tian. Chapter 48 Sea Restaurant. Wow, what a big fish! Luffy said excitedly as he lay on the railing of the Mary and looked at the fish-shaped ship that appeared in front of him. It looks like a ship anyway. Usopp couldn't help but complain when he saw that Luffy actually mistook the boat for a fish. Really? I thought it was a sea king. Luffy also reacted after hearing Usopp's complaints. You can tell it's a ship at first glance. Yeah. Johnny and Joseph also started muttering in the back. None of your eyes are looking at that, right? When Zoro saw that all their attention was on the restaurant on the sea, he was speechless. That's right. Ling Tian was also a little speechless. Because next to the Mary, a warship was sailing parallel to the Mary towards the offshore restaurant Barity. Ah, warship! When will it come? Luffy turned around and saw the warship parallel to the Mary and was surprised. Usopp also turned around when he heard Luffy's scream. As a result, Usopp was not panicked at all when he saw the warship. Ling Tian was also a little surprised when he saw this. Usopp, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I am Captain Usopp. Usopp spoke nonchalantly. In fact, the reason why Usopp was not afraid was because he had asked Luffy about Ling Tian's identity before. After all, when they were in Zuluabia village, Ling Tian had a direct chat with Luffy's grandfather. As a result, Luffy directly threw a bounty order to Usopp. When Usopp saw Ling Tian's bounty order, his face turned pale instantly, but he turned around and thought that they seemed to be crew members. Shouldn't they be afraid of their enemies? So now Usopp doesn't care at all when he sees the warship, since he has someone as awesome as Ling Tian around. Ling Tian was puzzled as he saw Usopp showed no fear at all and didn't seem to be pretending. Has Usopp's personality changed for the better? However, Ling Tian did not say anything, but turned to look at the warship next to him. As for Johnny and Joseph, they sneaked back to the room of the Mary. Because Ling Tian and his friends are pirates, and they are bounty hunters, so they don't want to be seen by others. Although it's okay if others see it. I've never seen a pirate flag before. I am captain of the Navy headquarters, Iron Fist Hobadai. Captain, who are you? Tell me your name. A naval commander wearing white striped clothes and a pair of tiger fingers on his hands came out. I am Luffy. I am Usopp. Luffy and Usopp said their names one after another. The pirate flag was just released the day before yesterday. When Luffy saw Usopp also said his name, he felt that Usopp was trying to steal his position as captain and immediately spoke again. I drew the pirate flag. But when Usopp heard Luffy's words, he immediately said that he had drawn the pirate flag himself. When Luffy heard Usopp's words, he looked at Usopp with an unhappy face, but Luffy didn't say anything else. What are they competing for? The bloodthirsty sword hanging on Zoro's waist was also curious about what Luffy and Usopp were competing for. Who knows? Zoro looked at Luffy and Usopp and thought to himself that he would never be so stupid as to compete with others in such things in the future. What are you doing? Hobadai looked at Luffy and Usopp, two idiots, with a look as if they were fools. I know those two over there. I remember them being a pair of bounty hunters who were targeting small-time people. Hobadai spoke as he looked at Johnny and Joseph, who were hiding in the room of the Mary with only their heads showing. Nanny! Johnny and Joseph were furious when they heard Hobadai say that they were bounty hunters targeting small people. Were you finally caught by pirates? It's so funny. Hobadai didn't care about Johnny and Joseph's reactions and continued speaking. Let's go quickly. Just as Hobadai finished speaking, the woman in the red dress came out. Their destination is also the sea restaurant Bharati. Do you dare to say that this is a bounty hunter who targets small people? Johnny angrily took out a bunch of bounty warrants from his clothes and scattered them around. Ling Tian noticed that among the bounty posters Johnny had distributed, one for the fishman had a big cross drawn on it. Okay, let's go into the restaurant. What an eyesore, sink him. Hopadai ignored Johnny and directly ordered the bombing of the Mary. That guy didn't even take us seriously. Next time I will make him pay the price. Johnny and Joseph were immediately angry when they saw that Hopadai didn't even look at them. Ling Tian walked over to the pile of bounties Johnny had thrown out, picked up a bounty with a photo of a murloc, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is the bounty for the fishman Aaron. Johnny saw Ling Tian picking up a bounty order and explained to Ling Tian, fearing that Ling Tian didn't understand what it was. Yeah, but I heard that the fishman Arlong was killed by a big pirate called Buggy Pirates. Johnny also explained to Ling Tian with some regret. Their original target was the murloc Aaron. Although they did not have the ability to defeat him now, they believed that one day they would be able to defeat the murloc Aaron. Luffy also came over when he heard Buggy's name. We should go pick up our navigator. Ling Tian directly threw Arlong's bounty order to Luffy and spoke. Really? Then let's go right away. Luffy was excited when he heard that Nami could board their ship, and immediately ordered to pick up Nami. Stupid, we still need to find a chef first. When Ling Tian saw Luffy trying to directly control the Mary to pick up Nami, he immediately punched Luffy on the head. But this time Ling Tian was not covered with armed color domineering. I'm telling you guys, are you paying attention to the warship? Zoro was speechless as he watched Ling Tian and Luffy talking to each other. Ha, why don't you just chop him down? Ling Tian looked at Zoro who looked like he was facing a great enemy and said indifferently. When Zoro told him that he could hear the voice of Wado Ikemonji, Ling Tian guessed that Zoro might have mastered the Zantetsu sword technique. So this time Ling Tian wanted Zoro to try whether he could cut the warship in half. Cut open this warship? Are you kidding me? Soran was also somewhat shocked when he heard Ling Tian's words. Although his strength had increased a lot after his last battle with Bloodthirsty, he thought that he had not yet reached the point where he could cut a warship in half. Interesting, let's try it. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Bloodthirsty was also eager to try. Ling Tian ignored Zoro and directly threw the mantra he got from the last lottery to Zoro. Zoro took the mantra thrown by Ling Tian and was eager to try it out. After all, he had never tried to cut a ship before. 3-sword-style blood-bird predation. Zoro bit the Wado Ikemonji in his mouth, pulled out the mantra and blood-sucking, and the blood energy in his body surged. Then he waved a blood-red bird and flew towards the warship. Bang dang! 6 knife marks appeared on the warship, directly dividing the warship into 7 sections. Amazing! Luffy's eyes lit up immediately when he saw Zoro cut the warship directly. They actually cut the warship apart. When Usopp saw Zoro cut the warship into 7 sections, his legs immediately began to tremble. Of course. Yes, you are worthy of being Brother Zoro. Although Johnny and Joseph were somewhat shocked that Zoro cut the warship in half, as his younger brothers they immediately praised Zoro. Zoro also found it a little unbelievable when he saw himself cutting the warship in half. Ling Tian looked at the warship and had expected this effect. After all, Zoro has already mastered the art of the Zantetsu sword, so it's not a piece of cake to cut a captain's warship in half. Of course, now Zoro can only cut through warships with the rank of captain. If it is a warship of Vice Admiral like Garp, Zoro now may only be able to leave a little mark. As expected of Zoro. Bloodthirsty also said this inexplicably. Hey, what are you talking about? Zoro felt a little strange when he heard Bloodthirsty's inexplicable words. No, I mean you are worthy of being my master. When Bloodthirsty heard Zoro's question, he immediately changed his tone. Because Zoro chopped down the warship after Hopadai set out, Hopadai, who had just arrived at Bharati, didn't know that his warship had been chopped down. He thought that the sound was the sound of his warship bombarding the Mary. When the warship was cut down by Zoro, no one noticed that a man secretly rowed away in a boat. Soon the Mary came alongside the Bharati. The difference between now and the original is that because Zoro cut off the warship, Luffy was not forced to work for Zeph. Because the Mary was larger and the man had not eaten for a long time, Luffy and his friends arrived at Bharati earlier than that man. Meat, 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 I want to eat meat! Luffy shouted as he pushed open the door of Bharati. Ling Tian and the others had long been accustomed to Luffy's personality and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As for Hobadai, who was sitting next to him, his face turned pale when he saw Luffy and the others come in. They were not sunk into the sea. But now Hobadai didn't dare to say anything. After all, since they could dodge the bombardment of his warships, their strength must be not bad. Zoro also saw Hobadai, but he ignored him. A guy like this is not worth taking action against, unless of course he takes action against himself. Meat, meat, meat. Serve the meat quickly. Luffy shouted as he sat down. Hello, guest. Do you have any money? A man with a large upper body and a small lower body came up to Luffy and spoke. I don't have any money. Luffy honestly told Paddy that he had no money. If you don't have money, you're not a guest. Paddy got angry when he heard Luffy say he had no money. He won't serve customers who have no money. In his principle, money is God and without money is garbage. Luffy was also taken aback by Paddy's sudden anger. This is the money for our meal. Please also call your chef. Ling Tian threw a bag of berry to Paddy and said that he wanted to meet GP. Paddy took Ling Tian's berry, counted it, and immediately smiled. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Luffy was also shocked by Paddy's quick face-changing operation. What's wrong with this person? Usopp is also a little strange. Ling Tian and Zoro were not surprised by this. After all, they were not newcomers like Luffy and Usopp. Ha 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 ha, why are you here, kid? An old man with a broken leg walked up to Ling Tian and laughed. Long time no see, old man Zp. Ling Tian was also somewhat happy when he saw Gp. He probably only had Gp and Garp as his friends in the East China Sea. What are you doing here, kid? Gp sat directly on the chair next to Ling Tian and spoke while stroking his beard. Is this your friend? Ling Tian. Usopp saw the old man chatting with Ling Tian and asked curiously. Ah, this is the captain of the chef pirates. Red-footed Gp. Ling Tian also introduced Zeph to Luffy and the others. Oh, the captain of the pirate group. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I am the man who will become the pirate king. When Luffy heard Ling Tian introduce Zeph as the captain of a pirate group, he also introduced himself next to Zeph. After Luffy said that he wanted to be the pirate king, everyone in the restaurant became eerily quiet. What did they hear? That Straw Hat Boy actually said he wanted to become the pirate king? Hobadai, who was sitting in the corner, was more shocked than anyone else when he heard Luffy's words. What did this Straw Hat Boy say his name was? Monkey D. Luffy? Last name Monkey? Isn't that the last name of the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp? Ha 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 ha, Pirate King. You are really courageous, but the Grand Line is not so easy to travel. Zeph also laughed when he heard Luffy's words. Cough cough. This is my captain. When Ling Tian heard what Zeph said, he also coughed and indicated that Luffy was his captain. What? This guy is your captain? GP also knew Ling Tian's strength, so he was a little shocked when he found out that Ling Tian was a crew member of the guy in the straw hat. Yes, we plan to find a chef from you. Ling Tian directly stated the purpose of his coming here. After hearing Ling Tian's words, GP thought for a while and thought of his sous chef, Sanji. Sanji and his dream are the same, they both want to find the legendary Aii blue that possesses all the ingredients from the sea. I have a guy I want you to take away. After thinking about it, GP said to Ling Tian. Stinky old man, I don't want to leave here. A voice came from the side. I saw a man in a suit swearing at GP. This is Sanji, the sous chef of Barity, the sea restaurant. When Sanji heard Zeph say that there was a guy who wanted to be taken away by those pirates, he immediately knew that Zeph was talking about him. Although he also wanted to go out to sea to find the legendary sea area all blue. But he has to stay here now, because GP cut off his proud foot in order to save him. That's why Sanji decided to stay and take care of this man who is better than his biological father. At least Sanji didn't plan to go out to sea before Zeph passed away. Stop talking nonsense Sanji, just go when I tell you to go. People like you will only affect my business in my store. Zeph shouted directly and unceremoniously. Chapter 49 Admiral Creek. That's enough, old man. Don't think you'll get ahead of yourself if I don't argue with you. Sanji looked at Zeph angrily. Although he knew that GP might be doing this for his own good, he didn't want to leave Barity right now. Bump. Anything is fine, just give me something to eat. At this moment, a pirate entered Barity and fired a shot at random. After listening to the voice, Ling Tian knew that this person was the legendary Ajin. In the legend, any character who did not show his face could be Ajin. Hello, guest. Do you have any money? Patty looked at Ajin and didn't care whether he was a pirate or not, or whether there was danger or not, as long as he had money, Ajin would be his customer. If you don't have money, hurry up and serve me the food. Ajin pointed the gun directly at Patty. Patty also realized that Ajin probably had no money. If you don't have money, you are not a guest. Patty knocked Ajin to the ground, beat him several times in a row, and then dragged the dying Ajin onto the deck of Barity. You see, this is what happens when you don't have money, so I advise everyone not to dine and free, otherwise Ajin will end up like everyone else. After seeing what happened to Ajin, Sanji walked back to the kitchen silently. Can I take my captain to see our future chef? Ling Tian saw Sanji walk back to the kitchen silently and said to Zeph. Up to you. GP said this and limped towards the kitchen. Come with me Luffy. Ling Tian directly pulled Luffy to the back of the Barity deck. Meat, 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 Ling Tian, my meat. Luffy, who was pulled by Ling Tian, took all the meat on the table. Luffy x2. When Zoro and Usopp saw that Luffy took away all the meat that had just been served, they immediately wanted to catch up and beat him up. Fortunately, Ling Tian told them that they could order whatever they wanted and he would treat them, which allowed Luffy to avoid being beaten by Zoro and Usopp. What? Ling Tian, why are you dragging me here? Luffy complained as he was dragged onto the deck by Ling Tian. However, after he saw Jin, he stopped complaining and even handed his meat to Jin to eat. Hey, eat it. Luffy said with a smile. Are you giving me alms? Jin immediately got angry when he saw the person Luffy handed over. Although he was very hungry, his inner dignity did not allow him to accept charity from others. If you don't eat, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Sanji came out from the back carrying a bowl of fried rice. As soon as he came out, he saw Luffy handing his meat to Jin, and felt that Luffy was a nice person. Luffy didn't know that he won Sanji's favor because of his action. What? You're not bad. When Luffy saw Sanji cooking for Jin, he immediately started to like Sanji. Jin looked at the fried rice and meat in front of him and immediately started to gobble it up after hearing Sanji's words. Yoshi, I've decided. Luffy clapped his hands when he saw Jin start to eat voraciously after hearing what Sanji said. What are you deciding? Sanji was also startled by Luffy's voice. He, come and be my chef. I reject. Sanji rejected Luffy's invitation without even thinking about it. No, I refuse. What do you refuse? I refuse your refusal. Luffy started to pester her. Ling Tian and Zeph watched the fight between their captain and Sanji. How about it, I am a pretty good captain, right? Hey, similar to my kid. The two looked at Luffy and Sanji who were arguing below with a look of satisfaction. While Luffy and Sanji were arguing, Jin had already eaten all of Luffy's fried rice and meat. Then he boarded his own boat. I'm so sorry Mr. Sanji, you will be punished if you give me food. Jin knelt down directly in front of Sanji on his own boat. What are you saying? Sanji threw the plate he had given Jin to eat directly into the ocean. Then there will be no evidence. Thank you very much Mr. Sanji. When Jin saw Sanji like this, he kowtowed. It's okay. Don't be hungry anymore, Jin. Luffy and Sanji watched Kin leave. After watching Kin leave, Sanji and Luffy started arguing, and Luffy didn't let Sanji go until he was hungry. Because all of Luffy's meat was eaten by Jin just now, Luffy didn't get any meat at all. When Luffy returned to the restaurant and wanted to pick up the freshly served meat to eat, he was immediately grabbed tightly by Zoro and Usopp. He also made Johnny and Joseph stuff the meat into their mouths. Damn it, Zoro, Usopp, let me go. Luffy immediately changed his eyes and showed shark teeth when he saw Johnny and Joseph stuffing meat into Zoro and Usopp's mouths. Yes, open your mouth. Ling Tian also put a piece of meat to Luffy's mouth. When Luffy saw the meat, he opened his mouth and ate it. If Ling Tian hadn't taken his hand back, his hand would have been eaten by Luffy. I want more, Ling Tian. Yes. Next, it became Zoro and Usopp holding Luffy, Johnny Joseph feeding Zoro and Usopp meat, and Ling Tian feeding Luffy meat. Stinky old man, I'm the sous chef here. Just when Ling Tian and the others were feeding Luffy and the others, the second floor of the restaurant was destroyed, and Zeph and Sanji fell from it. It's easy to get into conflict with others. As soon as you see him, women run over to flatter you. Can't make any delicious food. You are a burden to Verity. You should just become a pirate with them. Zeph directly belittled Sanji and pointed out all of Sanji's shortcomings. What? It turns out to be a perverted kappa. When Zoro heard what Zeph said, he immediately sneered. I don't know why he just wanted to taunt Sanji. What did you say, green algae head? Be careful or I'll kick you away. When Sanji heard what Zoro said, he immediately became aggressive. I'll cut you before you kick me off. Zoro was not to be outdone. See, you get along so well with them. Zeph looked at the quarrel between Sanji and Zoro and immediately spoke. Who can get along with this colorful kappa/green algae head? Sanji and Zoro shouted to Zeph at the same time. Isn't this a perfect match? Luffy smiled as he looked at Zoro and Sanji. Usopp also thinks that Sanji and Zoro get along well. You should become a pirate with them. Nanny, don't push yourself too far, old man. When Sanji heard the pirate Zeph asking him to become a pirate, he immediately grabbed Zeph by the collar and said angrily. How dare you pull your boss's collar? How disgraceful! Zeph broke free from Sanji's hand and threw Sanji onto Lingtian's dining table. Seeing this, Zoro and Luffy immediately picked up the plates with food on the table. It was a close call. I almost couldn't eat meat again. Luffy was relieved to see that the meat was okay. Be careful, S.E. Kappa. Zoro then started scolding Sanji directly. Sanji was relieved to see that the food was fine. He was about to apologize to the guests at this table but found out that this was Zoro's table. Then he immediately said, it's a pity that I didn't hit you. Nanny. When Zoro saw that this guy didn't apologize and was still mocking him, he immediately got angry. If he hadn't been holding the plate in both hands, he would have definitely chopped this lewd kappa to pieces. Listen carefully, old man. No matter how you try to drive me away, I will always be a chef here. Until you die. Sanji ignored Zoro's murderous look and explained to Zeph why he would not leave the restaurant. Zeph directly told Sanji that he would not die and he would live for another 100 years. It's great that he agreed. Now you can be a pirate. Luffy didn't pay any attention to the atmosphere and just patted Sanji on the shoulder happily. In fact, apart from understanding what Zeph said about Sanji becoming a pirate, Luffy didn't hear anything else. After hearing what Luffy said, Sanji immediately said that he didn't want to be a pirate, and then he fixed the table he had overturned. Don't you need to apologize to us? Be careful or I'll sue you, you porn chef. When Usopp saw Sanji finishing the table and was about to leave, he immediately pulled Sanji and said. Because of Sanji's behavior just now, his food was snatched away by Luffy. Didn't I serve you coarse tea? Be grateful, long nose. When Sanji heard Usopp's words, he responded without hesitation. If Usopp was a woman, Sanji would definitely immediately serve delicious food and drinks to Usopp. Unfortunately, Usopp is not like that, so Sanji will not spoil Usopp. Wanna fight, asshole? I won't be polite. Usopp pointed at Sanji and said to Ling Tian, kill him, Vice Captain Ling Tian. Never. This guy might be our chef in the future. What if this guy poisons my food? Ling Tian directly rejected Usopp's request, saying that he didn't want to be poisoned to death. Of course, this sentence is meant to scare Usopp. As a chef, Sanji would not do such a thing as poisoning the food. Really? Hey, Luffy, can we change the chef? Usopp was immediately frightened when he heard Ling Tian's words. He turned around and ran to Luffy, pulling him aside and saying that he didn't like this chef. No, I want him to be our chef. Luffy directly rejected Usopp's words. However, after hearing Ling Tian's words, Sanji said that as a chef, he would never do something like poisoning the food. Usopp felt relieved after hearing what Sanji said. He was about to find Sanji to continue arguing with him, but he found that Sanji had disappeared. Ha ha ha, you were scared away by Captain Usopp, right? Usopp immediately burst out laughing when he saw Sanji was gone. Ling Tian and the others were eating heartily nearby. Ling Tian also told them to cherish this meal, otherwise it would be impossible to eat and drink so much in the future. As for the reason, Ling Tian did not tell them, but everyone should be able to guess it. That's of course because once Nami gets on board, Barry on the Straw Hat Pirates may be under Nami's control. As for Ling Tian's gold, Barry, etc. Ling Tian plans to give them all to Nami. Because his system space was already full of things, Ling Tian was unable to draw even though he had countless opportunities to do so. Because as Ling Tian's lottery mechanism became countless, an additional rule was added to the lottery system. That is, if you want to draw a lottery, there must be a space in the system, otherwise the things you draw will disappear. Originally, Ling Tian thought it was a big deal when he left Redaria, because he had already given all the gold he got from the system space to Buggy. So he didn't think it was a big problem. As a result, when Ling Tian came to find Luffy, he directly filled up the system space through the lottery. As for Ling Tian, he already had countless chances to draw the lottery, so why not just do 1,000 draws to get the good stuff directly? That's because Ling Tian was determined to prove that he was not a loser, and then he started to draw one by one. All I got was gold. By the time he reacted, the system space had been filled with gold. Because Luffy insisted on inviting Sanji on board, Ling Tian and the others have been staying in Barati for 4 days. Okay. Something seems to be coming. Usopp, who had the best eyesight, said from the observation deck of the Mary, looking at the black shadow emerging in the distance. It looks like a ship. Boat. When Luffy heard what Usopp said, he immediately climbed up to the observation deck and looked at the slowly approaching ship. Oh, what a big ship! A huge shadow of a ship was approaching from a distance. This is a Jin bringing Creek to Barati to eat. What's going on? Why is the ship so shabby? Zoro also looked at the ship with some confusion. It must have been chopped like that by someone. Bloodthirsty is also a weapon that can rival the Supreme Sword, and it can be seen at a glance that the ship was chopped out by someone. As the ship approached Barati, Aiken helped Creek out of their shabby pirate ship. Ah, that's Jin. Luffy recognized Jin immediately when he saw him. However, Aiken ignored Luffy and helped Creek into Barati. Excuse me, can you give me some food and water? As for money, I have it, as much as you want. I haven't eaten in a long time. As soon as Creek entered Barati, he asked them to give him some food and water. Because their ship was chopped by Mihawk, and they were still being chased by Mihawk, they hadn't eaten or drunk water for a long time. Take it, Ajin, and give it to him. After Creek begged for a long time, Sanji placed a large bowl of fried rice in front of Creek. Sanji, who had been hungry before, didn't care whether the other person was a good person or not. In his eyes, as long as someone was hungry, he was a guest. Ling Tian, Luffy and others were also watching what Sanji was doing at the entrance of Barati. When Creek saw the food, he immediately gobbled it up. He had been hungry for too long. While Creek was eating, all the chefs in Barati disagreed with what Sanji gave Creek. And tell Sanji what kind of person Creek is. While the other chefs were talking to Sanji about what kind of person Creek was, Creek, who was full, stood up and punched Sanji. However, Ling Tian already knew that this guy would launch a sneak attack, so when Creek stood up, Ling Tian teleported behind Sanji and pulled Sanji away. Chapter 50 Hawkeye Mihawk. See, he is indeed a man who does not keep his word. Many of Barati's chefs and guests immediately cursed when they saw Creek's actions. Not only did Barati's chef and guests think that Creek was a despicable person, even a Jin next to him couldn't believe that Creek would do this. It's good to be kind, but you also have to pay attention to your own safety. Ling Tian pulled Sanji over and spoke. Thank you. Sanji also didn't expect that Creek would actually attack him directly. This is different from what we agreed upon, Chief Creek. I brought you here not to allow you to take action against this store. Ajin couldn't stand what Creek did and scolded him. And that person is our savior. But Creek didn't care about Ajin. He just grabbed Ajin and squeezed the bones of Ajin's right hand hard until they cracked. Ling Tian felt pain when he saw Creek's movements. You guy! When Luffy saw that Creek dared to do this to Aiken, he immediately rushed forward. However, Ling Tian stopped Luffy. After all, this was Zeph's restaurant, and with Luffy's fighting style, he might destroy it. This restaurant is great. This boat is mine. Creek looked at Barati and spoke. SHH. A figure teleported in front of Creek and grabbed Creek's neck with one hand. Before Creek could react, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Admiral Creek, I won't care if you eat here or even hurt the chef here. But this restaurant is a dream for 2 people, it's not something you can just ask for. Ling Tian grabbed Creek's neck with one hand and spoke. Although he usually doesn't take action, this is the restaurant of his good friend GP. Not only that, since losing a leg, GP gave up his all-blue dream and turned it into his dream of opening a restaurant on the sea. You told me not to take action, but you took action yourself. Luffy looked at Ling Tian pinching Creek and curled his lips. GP was also looking at Ling Tian. He knew that his good friend attacked Creek because of him. Otherwise, with Ling Tian's identity, there would be no need for him to take action at all. Crick, Chief Creek. Ajin looked at Creek with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He didn't even look at how Ling Tian made the move. You bastard! Creek wanted Ling Tian to let him go, but how could a mere Creek break free from Ling Tian's hand? Goodbye. In the next life, think before you speak. Bone fist, broken gold. Ling Tian punched Creek in the chest. There was a crackling sound and golden fragments fell from Creek's body. Did you faint now? Ling Tian looked at Creek with some confusion, wondering why he was so timid. His punch, bone fist gold crushing, only broke the golden armor that Creek was wearing. With his control over the power, Creek himself would not be harmed at all. Originally, he wanted to give Creek to Luffy to practice with. Chief Creek, what did you do to Chief Creek? When Ajin saw Creek fainted, he immediately drew his weapon. Ling Tian glanced at Ajin and casually threw Creek to the ground. Nothing, he just fainted from fright. Ling Tian explained to Ajin casually, and then asked Verity's chef to tie up Creek with chains. Lock him up and notify the navy after we leave. Ling Tian directly asked Patty to lock up Creek. Ajin didn't say anything this time. After all, it was Creek's fault this time, even though Creek was their captain. But Ajin is not indiscriminate. However, Ajin still asked Sanji to give him food for 1,000 people, as their crew had no food to eat yet. Ajin's request was rejected by all the chefs in Bharati. After all, they didn't know whether their crew would come to rescue Creek after they had eaten. Here, this is food for 1,000 people. GP threw a big bag to Ajin. Hey, chef! The others were also shocked to see that GP actually gave 1,000 servings of food to Ajin. However, GP ignored them and asked Ajin to take the 1,000 servings of food and leave. Ajin looked at the food, kowtowed to GP, and planned to take it back for his companions to eat. Here comes a powerful guy. Ling Tian used his observation haki to sense that a man rowing a boat with a black knife was speaking outside. Luffy and the Bharati chefs walked outside. They wanted to see what the crew of the Creek pirates would do after Jin brought the food to them. Boom! When they came out, they saw that Creek's already dilapidated ship had been cut in half. The ship was cut in half. Usopp was shocked when he saw Creek's pirate ship being cut in half. Although Usopp had seen Zoro chop down a navy ship before, these two are different. Creek's ship was much larger than Hopadai's warship. That is. Zoro felt a little excited when he looked at the hawk-eyed man standing on the small boat that looked like a coffin. Although Hawkeye is no longer the world's #1 swordsman, he is still the second best. He still wanted to challenge himself. Why don't you let us go even though we have escaped here? Ajin looked at Hawkeye angrily. Nothing, just killing time. Hawkeye also explained after listening to Ajin's question. You have a very unique way of passing time. Ling Tian also laughed as he listened to Mihawk's words. Wasn't it because they saw you rowing with a black knife? Why are you here? Hawkeye was also a little surprised when he saw Ling Tian. When he went to Redaria before, Zifa told him that Ling Tian had already left Redaria. I am sailing the Grand Line with our captain. Yes, I'm Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy walked out and shouted to Hawkeye. Pirate King? Just a weakling like you. Hawkeye looked at Luffy and taunted. In this great pirate era, there are countless pirates who want to become the Pirate King, but even so, no one can become the Pirate King. Yes, I can definitely become the Pirate King. Luffy said while looking at Mihawk. Mihawk looked at Luffy and smiled without saying anything, but he noticed the straw hat on Luffy's head. That seems to be the straw hat that Shanks has been wearing before. Hawkeye, I went to sea for you before. Although you are no longer my target now. But I still want to test your strength. Zoro drew out 3 swords. Is that the greatest swordsman in this world second only to Ling Tian? The bloodthirster that was pulled out by Zoro also spoke. He also wanted to test the strength of the legendary swordsman who was second only to Ling Tian. Anyway, as long as he was there, Zoro would not die. A talking knife. Hawkeye was slightly shocked when he heard Bloodthirsty's words. Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife. However, the cold Hawkeye did not show any expression, but silently took out a knife. Although Zoro's strength is much stronger than in the original work, in Hawkeye's eyes, there is still no difference from the original work. "Nanny, what do you mean?" Zoro said angrily as Hawkeye took out a knife. When he and Ling Tian were fighting, Ling Tian drew out his double swords, but Hawkeye actually underestimated him. In fact, Ling Tian only drew out the two swords in order not to embarrass Zoro. If it was a life and death duel, Ling Tian would be able to kill Zoro with just his swordless style. "You are not qualified to let me pull out the knife now." Hawkeye turned his head and said indifferently. Hawkeye, a top swordsman, knew the gap between him and Zoro when Zoro drew out 3 swords. Don't underestimate people. When Zoro heard Hawkeye's words, he immediately rushed towards Hawkeye angrily. Hawkeye just twisted his body slightly to avoid Zoro's attack. Although he had been defeated by Ling Tian before, that was because Ling Tian possessed the strongest swordsmanship in the world. How can it be? How could the gap between him and me be so huge? Zoro thought incredulously as he swung his sword. Bang dang! Hawkeye simply swung his knife to knock Zoro back. What a pathetic weakling! Now you should feel the gap between us. 3 sword style blood demon sharp teeth. Zoro ignored Hawkeye's ridicule. A bloody figure opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Hawkeye. SHH! Hawkeye simply swung his knife and cut the bloody maw in half. Weakling, what is your goal in persisting like this? Hawkeye was a little curious when he saw Zoro's unwavering expression. Purpose? Of course, to be the strongest. Zoro listened to Hawkeye's words and spoke as a matter of course. The strongest? You're really arrogant. Do you think you can do something that even I can't do? Hawkeye listened to Zoro's words with disdain. Even I can't become the best in kendo, but this kid in front of me wants to be the best. Of course, I have an appointment with someone. I will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman, and let my name resound throughout heaven. Zoro looked at Hawkeye very firmly. He made a promise with Kuina that one day he would defeat the vice-captain and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoran. Bloodthirsty had a strange feeling for some reason when he heard what Zoran said. She seemed to have made an agreement with someone. But now she can't remember it. Maybe I need to concentrate my body to remember it. Interesting, then let me see your strength. A respectable strong man. Hawkeye was also shocked by Zoro's courage. He took back the knife in his hand and pulled out the black knife, night blade on his back. Ling Tian also discovered that the several cracks he had cut before had recovered. Ling Tian also knew that Ye was a black knife, so he could use the top-level armament color to nourish the black knife and restore the wounds on the black knife. The secret of the 3 swords style, 1 big, 3,000, and the great 1,000 worlds. Zoro spun 3 swords and rushed towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye also slashed at Zoro with a black knife in his hand. Pfft! Hawkeye cut Zoro's chest directly, leaving a scar exactly the same as the one under Hawkeye's clothes. However, when Hawkeye turned around, he found that Zoro's chest was slowly recovering, and it returned to normal in just a few seconds. Are you immortal? Hawkeye was also slightly shocked when he saw Zoro's appearance. He had fought with Ling Tian before and his recovery ability was exactly the same as Ling Tian's. When Ling Tian told him that he was immortal, he was very shocked. He didn't expect that this swordsman was also immortal. Immortality? I guess. This was also the first time that Zoro used this ability. Although Bloodthirster had told him about it before, hearing it was different from experiencing it personally. Hawkeye, I still have my strongest move. Seeing that Hawkeye easily used his 3-sword style secret technique, Zoro also planned to try out his and Bloodthirsty's strongest moves. Hey, Zoro, are you crazy? You will die. When Bloodthirsty heard what Zoro said, he spoke nervously. I want to try and see the difference between me and the vice-captain. Zoro ignored Bloodthirsty's warning. He wanted to know how big the gap was between him and Ling Tian. When he fought with Ling Tian before, Ling Tian didn't use his full strength at all, so he wanted to compete with Hawkeye with all his strength. Interesting, come on, strong one. Hawkeye was a little excited to hear that Zoro had another powerful move. Apart from Shanks and Ling Tian, he hadn't met such an interesting person for a long time. Hey, mate, prepare a lot of food now, preferably meat. Before the battle started, Bloodthirsty said to Ling Tiandeo. When Ling Tian heard what Shui Si said, although he didn't know what to do with the food, he still asked GP to prepare a large amount of meat. GP also instructed the chef to go back to Baradi to prepare the meat. When the other chefs heard what GP said, they quickly ran back to the kitchen to prepare the meat. The secret of 3 bleeding swords. Blood demon. Zoro brandished 3 swords, and a huge blood demon figure emerged from behind Zoro. Oh, that's cool X2. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with stars when they saw the blood demon's figure about 10 meters behind Zoro. However, Ling Tian noticed that when the blood demon appeared, Zoro's face turned pale, and not only that, even the blood-sucking blade was trembling slightly. Ling Tian probably also knew that the blood demon was created by using all the blood of Sauron and Bloodthirsty. Devil Moon Shadow. Zoro swung his 3 swords forward, and the blood demon rushed directly towards Hawkeye. Hawkeye saw the blood demon and immediately raised the black knife to block in front of him. However, this is an ability that Zoro and Bloodthirster use using all the blood in their bodies. How could it be easily blocked by Hawkeye? Hawkeye was pushed back a few steps by the blood demon. Even the crack on the black knife that was cut by Ling Tian and then restored by Hawkeye himself was cracked. The blood demon disappeared only when Hawkeye was pushed to the edge of the broken deck by the blood demon. Hawkeye also broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. He was careless just now. He thought he could defend against Zoro's move, but he didn't expect that Zoro's sword was so powerful. Of course, if he counterattacks, he can also break Zoro's move. After casting the blood demon, Zoro fell down. Bloodthirsty asked Ling Tian to bring the meat to him. When Ling Tian heard what Sushi said, he immediately used spiritual magic to place the meat that GP brought out next to Sushi. Then Ling Tian saw the meat disappear one by one. Ling Tian discovered that as the flesh disappeared, Zoro's blood energy also recovered a little. After the Bloodthirster absorbed all the flesh at the scene, Zoro recovered quickly. Hey, Zoro, do you want to die? Do you know how dangerous this move is? Bloodthirsty immediately condensed into a blood-colored body and hugged Zoro. Ling Tian was a little confused when he looked at the bloody body condensed by Bloodthirsty, because the Bloodthirsty that Luffy described to him before was a man. But now the body condensed by the blood-sucking energy is a female body, and Ling Tian always felt that he had seen that figure somewhere when looking at it. Chapter 51 Nami and Number 039, S Breach of Contract. Dina. Zoro looked at Bloodthirsty who was holding him in a daze, as if he saw Kuina. But when I looked closely, I found it was a bloody figure. Why did you become like this? Zoro also felt a little strange when he saw blood sucking. However, Bloodthirster did not answer Zoro's question, but went straight back into the sword. When Ling Tian heard what Zoro said, he remembered that the bloody figure that Bloodthirsty had just gelled was somewhat similar to Tashigi later. It can't really be Kuina. Ling Tian also thought of this, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Bloodthirster is a weapon from the world of immortal cultivation, it should not be Kuina. Roronoa Zoro, you are quite powerful. How about being my disciple? Hawkeye said after seeing Zoro wake up. He was very interested in Zoro's potential, which had almost reached its limit. Because of Ling Tian's appearance, Hawkeye is now even stronger than in the original work, but that's all. Your disciple? Zoro was a little curious when he heard Hawkeye's words. He didn't expect that Hawkeye Mihawk, the second greatest swordsman in the world, would accept him as his apprentice. Ling Tian was also a little shocked when he heard Hawkeye's words. He didn't expect that Hawkeye would actually accept Zoro as his apprentice. Although Hawkeye is considered half-master of Zoro in the original work, that is because Zoro was eager to become stronger after knowing Ace's death. That's why he asked Hawkeye to teach him swordsmanship, but now it's different. Sorry, I refuse. Now I still need to accompany our captain to the Grand Line. Zoro directly rejected Hawkeye's request, although he also wanted to become Hawkeye's disciple. But after all, he had promised Luffy that he would go to the Grand Line with him. It's okay, Zoro. It's okay to take Mihawk as your master. Besides, you don't need to stay with Hawkeye to worship Mihawk as your master. Ling Tian was thinking and suddenly thought of a way to quickly improve the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. Okay, then I will take you as my teacher. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zoro hesitated for a while and agreed to become Hawkeye's disciple. After hearing that Zoro agreed, Hawkeye decided to stay and teach Zoro some moves. However, Hawkeye only gave some instructions for a while and then rode away in his own boat. Before leaving, Hawkeye gave Zoro a piece of his life paper and told Zoro that they would meet again in the future. Yes, we will meet. Ling Tian thought about the plan in his mind and nodded in his heart. Sanji, Do you want to be my crew member? After solving the problem with Hawkeye, Luffy continued to pester Sanji. I reject. Although after seeing Zoro's temper just now, Sanji also wanted to find All Blue. However, because of GP, he still wanted to take care of GP and Verity. Zeph also knew what Sanji was thinking, so he teamed up with the chef from Verity to devalue the food made by Sanji and save Sanji from Verity. However, when Sanji was leaning against the wall of Verity, he heard the conversation between Zeph and the others. I know that Zeph said this because he wanted me to pursue my dream. In order to live up to Zeph's expectations and for his own dream, Sanji decided to go to the Grand Line with Luffy and the others. Sanji packed some luggage and planned to set off with Luffy and the others. Sanji, don't catch a cold, Zeph said to Sanji on the second floor of Verity. Sanji also paused when he heard what Zeph said, tears streaming from his eyes. Sanji remembered the leg that Zeph lost in order to save him, and remembered that Zeph starved himself in order to fill himself with food. Boss GP. Thinking of this, Sanji turned around and knelt down to Zeph. Thank you for your care over the years. I will never forget your great kindness. In Sanji's heart, Zeph is more than just a boss. In Sanji's heart, he has long regarded Zeph as his father. Verity's chef also burst into tears when he heard Sanji's words. Zeph, who was looking at Sanji on the second floor, was also very moved. He had long regarded Sanji as his own son. Ling Tian, I'm leaving my boy in your care. GP shouted at Ling Tian. What? He. Luffy looked at Sanji and the chef of Verity and smiled. Zoro, who was lying in Mary's room, curled up the corners of his mouth when he heard the words outside. Dina. Zoro also thought of his childhood friend Kuina. What Zoro didn't notice was that after he called out Kuina's name, the blood-sucking blade that Zoro had placed in the corner trembled slightly. Let's go, sail away. Luffy shouted with his hands spread out. Ah, the next step is to bring our navigator back. Ling Tian was also standing behind Luffy on the left. Navigator, X2. Usopp and Sanji spoke at the same time, because they both boarded the ship later, they didn't know about Nami. Ling Tian explained the matter about Nami to Usopp and Sanji. When Sanji heard Ling Tian say that Nami was a beautiful woman, he immediately became excited. Does that mean we are going to the Kokozia village, the former territory of the fishman Aaron? Johnny also reacted when he heard Ling Tian's words. Mercurial. When Sanji heard Johnny talking about the fishman, he immediately ran over. One of his destinations at sea was the legendary Fishman Island. What? Although Johnny said he didn't know what Sanji was so excited about, he still responded to Sanji. Colorful Kappa. Zoro, who was recuperating in the room, also started complaining when he heard Sanji's words. Ah, Fishman. There are three major forces in the Grand Line that have been maintaining the balance of the ocean. When going to Kokozia village, Joseph and Johnny also explained the situation of the Grand Line to Sanji, Usopp and the others. As for Luffy, he was sparring with Ling Tian. Since Luffy has basically never fought since he met him, Ling Tian plans to train Luffy. Three major forces. When Sanji heard Joseph's words, he suddenly remembered some bad things. Ah! One of those forces is the Shishibukai. They are a group of pirates recognized by the Navy. Joseph continued to explain to Sanji. A pirate recognized by the Navy. This is the first time Sanji has heard of this. How is it possible for a pirate to be recognized by the Navy? Joseph ignored Sanji's surprise and continued to tell Sanji what to pay attention to after the Grand Line. The current Shishibukai are Zoro's master, Hawkeye my hawk, and such a powerful person is actually a Shishibukai. Sanji was a little bit unconvinced when he heard that Hawkeye my hawk was actually one of the Shishibukai. After all, in Sanji's eyes, how could a strong man like Hawkeye recognize such an identity? Ah, there's more besides that. Natural sand fruit user, sand crocodile. Donquixote da Flamingo, the supreme ruler of the Donquixote family and the user of the para-human string fruit. The user of the shadow fruit, Gecko Maria. Current captain of the Fishman Pirates, Fishman Jinbe. The user of the superhuman sweet fruit, Empress Boa Hancock. And the one who killed Arlong before, the user of the para-human splitting fruit, Buggy the Joker. Joseph told everything he knew about the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, these were all told to Joseph by Ling Tian when he explained Aaron's matter to him before. And he also knows that Buggy is actually Luffy's brother. So what? What does this have to do with that fishman Aaron? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and said in confusion. That fishman Arlong was once a member of the Fishman Pirates, so this incident might lead to a war between the two Shishibukai. Oh. That's it. Sanji and Usopp didn't care. Even if two Shishibukai fight each other, what does it have to do with them? Hey, don't you know that Buggy the Clown is Luffy's brother? Joseph also guessed as he looked at the indifferent expressions of the two. Nanny X2. Usopp and Sanji were shocked to hear what Joseph said. They didn't know that Buggy was Luffy's brother. Sanji, I'm so hungry. Luffy came out from behind the Mary at this time. Just now, he and Ling Tian were training in armament haki, but it was only a few hours and Luffy hadn't even mastered the rudiments of armament haki. Yes yes yes. After hearing what Luffy said, Sanji went into the kitchen and started cooking. Ling Tian was thinking about the armament haki that he had just taught Luffy. Was it because he didn't have the talent to teach or because Luffy didn't have the talent to fight? Ling Tian felt that the probability of him having talent that he had not taught was higher. Otherwise, in the original work, Luffy learned Ryuo and Hashin after being taught by Kaido for just a few days. Ling Tian planned to wait until they arrived at the Kokozia village to teach Luffy and the others about armament haki. If it really doesn't work, he can only ask Kaido to guide them. Soon the Mary entered the waters of the former Aaron Paradise. Boom! A huge sea king suddenly appeared in front of the Mary. Oh, it's so big! Luffy immediately became interested when he saw Mu in front of him. It should take a long time to eat something this big. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and thought about how to deal with Mu Mu. Ling Tian was also a little confused when he saw Mu Mu. Didn't Buggy and the others meet Mu? Or did Buggy and the others let Mu go? However, Ling Tian gave up after thinking for a while. Mu, it's okay, then it's okay. As for Luffy and his friends, they beat Mu up and then asked Mu to help them pull the boat. With Mu pulling the boat, Ling Tian and his friends soon arrived at Kokozia village. Hey, Nami, we're here to pick you up. Luffy yelled as soon as he arrived at Kokozia village. Now he can't wait to have Nami join them. After all, they are about to enter the Grand Line and still need a navigator. As for Ling Tian. Okay. Zoro is a swordsman. Ling Tian is also a swordsman. So those who understand will understand. After hearing Luffy's shout, a group of villagers came out of Kokozia village, including Nami. Nami looked at Luffy and was a little afraid to look at him, because the Kokozia village was safe now. So she didn't want to leave Kokozia village, even though she promised Luffy that she would be their navigator. But Luffy is a pirate after all. After experiencing Arlong's incident, Nami no longer trusts pirates. Ling Tian roughly guessed it when he saw Nami's expression. After all, the current Nami has not experienced those things with them before, so the current Nami does not believe in Luffy and the others. Miss Nami. The moment Sanji saw Nami, he immediately spun around and came to Nami's side. Tisk, se kappa. Zoro immediately mocked after seeing Sanji's actions. Nami, can we rest here for a few days? After seeing Nami's expression, Ling Tian also planned to rest here and teach Luffy and the others how to be domineering. Pirates, what else do you want to do to Nami? When Aegean heard Ling Tian's words, he immediately rushed out and yelled at Ling Tian. Ling Tian ignored Aegean and looked at Nami. Ling Tian knew that Nami's dream was to draw a world map, so Nami would definitely go out to sea sooner or later. The reason why Nami doesn't go with them now is because Nami doesn't understand them now. Okay, you can rest here for a few days. Nami also spoke when she saw the smiles on Ling Tian and Luffy's faces. After Nami agreed, Luffy and his friends rested in Kokozia village, but the villagers did not trust them and did not allow them to enter the village except to purchase supplies. Ling Tian also felt that it didn't matter. After all, they had been exploited by pirates for so long, so it was natural for them to hate pirates. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp. Ling Tian called the four of them over. What's wrong? Zoro looked at Ling Tian's serious expression with some confusion. How much do you know about the Grand Route? Ling Tian did not answer Zoro's question, but directly asked them about the Grand Line. 0. Luffy also spoke honestly after hearing Ling Tian's words. Ling Tian was not shocked when he heard Luffy's words. After all, Luffy only took a small boat when he went out to sea. Not to mention the Grand Line, Luffy probably doesn't even know anything about the East China Sea. The Grand Line has all blue and a bunch of disgusting guys. Sanji also expressed his thoughts. Powerful swordsman. Zoro glanced at the 3 swords on his waist and spoke. Ling Tian was speechless when he heard what the 3 of them said. He thought that besides Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji knew more or less about the Grand Line. You are right, but what I want to tell you is the ability you must master in the Grand Line. Domineering. Ling Tian said as he stretched out his hand and covered it with armament haki. Domineering. Zoro was a little curious when he heard this word he had never heard of before. You should know that there are 3 kinds of devil fruits in the sea. Ling Tian did not explain but asked Soran and the others. Ah, the superhuman type, the animal type, and the natural type. Sanji, who has seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, naturally knows about the classification of devil fruits. Ling Tian nodded and continued. The 2 types of devil fruits, para-human and animal, can attack directly. But the nature type is a special case. No matter what moves you use, you can't attack a nature type ability user. Unless of course you exploit the weakness of a devil fruit. Ling Tian explained to Luffy and the others while drawing several human-shaped sand paintings on the ground. P.S. Let me ask everyone. Do you want to see a story about one world or multiple worlds? Chapter 52 Special, Test from Uncle. I didn't expect the captain to be so powerful. Yet, that fishman Aaron couldn't even take a single attack from the captain. A party was being held on a pirate ship flying the red-nosed pirate flag. This is Buggy who just helped Nami defeat Arlong. Now they are heading towards the Grand Line. Ha ha ha, guys, everything will be fine as long as I, Captain Buggy, am here. Buggy became arrogant after being told off by his younger brother. Although it was arrogant, Buggy now did have the ability to be so arrogant. Long live Captain Buggy! Captain Buggy is the strongest. Voices praising Buggy rang out one after another. Who are you? Kabaka said as he looked at the person who was eating meat in big mouthfuls. When did this guy come on their ship? I saw a man eating meat with big mouthfuls of meat wearing a hat with a smiling face on the left and a crying face on the right. She also wore a black jade pendant that looked like a megatama around her neck. This is the current captain of the 2nd squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Sorry, because the food on your ship smells so good. When Ace heard what Kabachi said, he immediately bowed and apologized. Ace, who has learned politeness since childhood, will sincerely apologize no matter what the circumstances as long as he is wrong. It's okay, eat it. Captain Buggy, don't mind this little bit of food. Buggy waved his hand without even looking at Ace. The other members of Buggy's pirate group didn't say anything after hearing what Buggy said. They are different now than in the original work. Now they are the 7 warlords of the Sea Pirate Group, one of the 3 major forces in this ocean. He does have some courage, and Ace apologized so politely just now. Soon the banquet of the Buggy Pirates was over. Thank you very much for asking for dinner. After eating and drinking his fill, Ace thanked the other members of Buggy's pirate group again. It's okay, no problem. The other crew members of Buggy Pirates waved their hands to indicate that they didn't care. Because they had become familiar with Ace during the banquet just now, they also knew that Ace was the captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Wait a minute, little devil. Buggy knew Ace was leaving so he planned to see him off, but when Buggy turned around he saw the black megatama pendant hanging around Ace's neck. He immediately felt unwell because the black jade pendant around Ace's neck was exactly the same as the white jade pendant that Ling Tian had given to Yamato before. Ace turned around and looked a little confused when he heard what Buggy said. Where did you get the black jade pendant on your neck? Buggy stared at Ash. He just hoped that Ace's jade pendant was picked up. As long as Ace's jade pendant was picked up, then I have a way to take it apart from the owner of the jade pendant. As for the method, you can think of anything. He didn't want anyone to kidnap Yamato so easily. After so many years in Wano country, Buggy has long regarded Yamato as his own daughter. He can't let others take away his own cabbage like this. Even if the jade pendant really belongs to Ace, he has to give this boy a try. This one. Ace pointed at the jade pendant on his neck and said. It was with me when I was born. Ace tells the truth. Before Ace was born, Ling Tian gave this black jade pendant to Garp and asked Garp to give it to Ace in the future. At the time, Garp thought it was a gift from Roger's crew to Ace, so he didn't think much of it. Wait a minute, kid. You can't leave now. Buggy grabbed Ace. Machi, now go at full speed and head to the nearest island immediately. Buggy grabbed Ace and regardless of how Ace struggled, he immediately told Machi to drive to the nearest island. Ace felt a little strange when he saw Buggy holding him. It seemed like this was the first time they met. What does he want to do? Soon the Buggy pirate ship arrived at an uninhabited island. Immortal. Buggy threw Ace off the island, and his muscles immediately swelled up. Hey, Captain Buggy, are you serious? Kabachi was shocked when he saw Baki's muscular form. Even when Buggy dealt with Arlong before, he did not use the power of Grey Sun, but only used the power of armament haki. It seems so. Machi swallowed his saliva when he saw Buggy like this. Although they knew that Buggy had this form, it was the first time they saw Buggy fight in this form. What exactly is going on? Ace was somewhat puzzled as to why Buggy inexplicably abandoned him on an uninhabited island. How come the captain of the Buggy pirates, who were just treating him as brothers, now looks like he wants to kill him? Cut the nonsense. Buggy directly condensed a fireball and threw it at Ace. But Ace stood there without moving. After the fireball exploded, Ace was completely unharmed. As the user of the flame fruit, Ace is not afraid of fire at all, unless Buggy's flame is much hotter than his own. Because the party lasted until morning yesterday, the temperature of Buggy's flame is not very high now. I don't know what's going on, but if you want to fight, I'm always here to fight you. Ace formed his hands into pistol shapes, and fired flaming bullets at Buggy. Buggy dodged Ace's musket by breaking into pieces. Dual fruit ability user. Ace was also surprised to see Buggy using the power of a fruit again. But Buggy ignored Ace's shock. If anyone dared to kidnap his little girl, he would give him a good beating. The fist covered with armament haki hit Ace's stomach directly. Ace was careless and was blasted away by Buggy. He didn't expect that someone would have armament haki in the first half of the Grand Line. Although he knew that Buggy was one of the Shishibukai, not all of the Shishibukai were domineering. For example, Gecko Mariah is not domineering, and he thought Buggy is not domineering either. What's wrong? Is this all you have? Buggy immediately became angry when he saw Ace fall down so quickly. You still want to be my Yamato's fiancé? The current Yamato is much stronger than the original one. With the training of Kaido and Buggy, the current Yamato is almost as strong as the vice-captain of the Emperor. So no matter what, Ace must have more powerful strength. Otherwise, how can we protect Yamato in the future? Fire punch! Ace didn't say anything, but just threw a flaming fist at Buggy. Is that the only extent? Sun Realm. Buggy simply used his finger to draw a mirror with flames burning in front of him. This mirror directly swallowed Ace's fire fist. This is a defensive move that Buggy invented after he was favored. In the original work, Escanor didn't need this kind of defensive move because he was too arrogant. However, it is different for Buggy, who has fought Kaido many times in Wano country. In order to prevent Kaido, Buggy developed such a defensive move. The Realm of the Sun can directly devour any fire-type moves, even Kaido's heat breath. Even if it is an attack other than fire, the Sun Realm can block most of the damage. Ace also discovered that Buggy's ability had some ability to suppress his own flames. However, Ace, who mainly relied on the power of the Devil Fruit to fight, had no other options. Firefly Fire Daruma. Ace emitted countless sparks like fireflies around Buggy. Boom! These sparks like fireflies exploded instantly around Buggy, raising a large amount of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Buggy was seen standing there unharmed. After many competitions with Kaido in Wano country, although Buggy's physical body is not as good as Kaido's, he is also one of the world's top players. Impossible! Ace was shocked to see Buggy was unharmed. His attack couldn't even leave a scratch on Buggy. Hateful! Flame Ring, Great Flame Emperor. Ace created several huge spirals of flames and gathered them into a fireball similar to the sun and threw it at Buggy. Holy Sword Escanor. Buggy slowly swung his right hand forward in a straight line like a knife. Boom! The Great Flame Emperor used by Ace was directly split in half by Buggy, and not only that, Ace was also split in half by this move. However, since Buggy is not covered with armament haki, Ace, who is a natural type, has no problem. My Great Emperor Yan was so easily. Ace, who had regrouped, looked at the crack on the ground created by Buggy's Holy Sword Escanor in disbelief. Buggy's strength is almost comparable to that of his father. When Buggy saw that this was Ace's strongest strength, he walked forward, covered his hands with armed color domineering, and punched Ace in the face. Captain Buggy! Kabachi and Machi were also shocked when they saw Buggy punch Ace in the face. They didn't know why their captain did this. If Buggy knew what they were thinking, he would definitely curse. How could you possibly understand the feeling of having your own cabbage taken away by others? Kabachi, Machi, and the members of Buggy's pirate group just watched as Buggy punched Ace one by one. However, Buggy was careful about the size of the attack and did not use too much force. Buggy kept beating him like this until noon when he finally stopped. Because at noon the power of the Grace and Sun is greatly enhanced. It would be bad if I killed Ace accidentally. When the time comes, I will have to fight him to the death. Let's take him inside to recover. Remember to use the best medicinal herbs to heal his wounds. Buggy looked at Ace lying on the ground bleeding and ordered the men of Buggy Pirates to carry Ace inside to recuperate. Those who were closer to Ace immediately hurriedly carried Ace in. Be careful not to hurt him. When Buggy saw how flustered they were, he immediately punched those pirates on the head. It was you who hurt him. The pirate who got beaten up by Buggy thought to himself. But they dared not say it out loud. Captain Buggy. Why did you beat up Ace? Kabachi looked at Ace who was carried in with some confusion. Yes, that's the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Machi also came to Buggy and spoke. Li Ji, who was next to Machi, also yelled a few words to express his incomprehension. You know nothing, that guy actually tried to kidnap my Captain Buggy's daughter. How could I possibly let him do what he wants? When Buggy heard what Kabachi said, he immediately got angry. Daughter. Kabachi and Machi's eyeballs popped out of their eyes when they heard Buggy's words in shock. Does their captain have a daughter? So who is their captain's wife? Kabachi and Machi thought to themselves. But Buggy doesn't care what Kabachi and Machi are thinking. Damn you, you kidnapped my lovely Yamato. Buggy bit a towel and cried. But he is the captain of the 2nd Division of that old man Whitebeard, so he should have a lot of berries. No, how can I use Yamato to get berry? But I beat up Ace, so I am more suitable to take care of Yamato than Kaido. Kabachi and Machi saw their captain biting the towel, crying and laughing at the same time, and they walked away silently. Soon Ace woke up in the hospital ward of Buggy's pirate ship. Buggy heard Ace wake up and come in to ask everyone else to get out. What on earth are you going to do? Ace looked at Buggy who was sitting next to him with some confusion. He thought Buggy would put him in jail after knocking him down. What he didn't expect was that when he opened his eyes he saw himself in a ward. And those pirates told him that it was Buggy who asked them to treat him. Little ghost, do you know where the jade pendant on your neck came from? Buggy did not answer Ace's question but spoke earnestly. This one. Ace said as he looked at the jade pendant around his neck. I heard from Yamato that it seems to be proof of her fiancé. Ace looked at the jade pendant and recalled the time when he met Yamato in Wano country before. Yamato told him about the jade pendant. He also took out an identical white jade pendant and showed it to him. Ace also made a promise with Yamato that he would marry Yamato the next time he came to Wano country. At that time, Yamato kept following him, and he had no choice but to promise Yamato that he would marry him the next time he went to Wano country. Nani, you actually met Yamato? Buggy was immediately shocked when he heard Ace say that he had met Yamato. That guy Kaido actually let Ace escape from Wano country. No matter what, I have to beat Ace up. When Buggy heard what Ace said, he immediately thought with dissatisfaction that Kaido was really irresponsible. Listen up, little devil. Buggy pulled at the bandages wrapped around Ace. As Buggy pulled the bandage, Ace cried out in pain. However, Buggy ignored Ace's shouting and continued. Ace, if you let Yamato get hurt in the future, I will never let you go. It's useless even if you are the captain of the 2nd squad of the old man Whitebeard. Buggy pulled Ace's bandage and started attacking. Ace swallowed his saliva after listening to Buggy's words. He didn't expect that Buggy beat him up because of Yamato. Before, when Kaido saw him in Wano country, he transformed into a beast form and chased after him, breathing heavily. In the end, if Yamato hadn't stopped Kaido, he would have been in great danger. At that time, I was not yet a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and if I was caught by Kaido, I would be finished. After Buggy had been attacking Ace, he didn't let him go until Ace repeatedly assured him that he would never let Yamato down. After Ace recovered from his injuries, Buggy immediately transformed into a devil instructor and started training Ace. Ace couldn't stand Buggy's training so he just ran away on his own boat. Buggy saw Ace running away but didn't chase after him. After all, the strong are never flowers in a greenhouse, so it would be better to let Ace go out and try his luck on his own. After all, who would dare to touch his son-in-law in this ocean? Behind Ace are 2 of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard and Kaido. As well as himself, a Shishibukai who is on par with the 4 emperors. Chapter 53 A strong man from another world. In Kakosia village, Ling Tian is explaining about Haki to Luffy and the others. After the explanation, Ling Tian taught Luffy and the others how to be domineering. Meanwhile, Marijoa, among the flowers. Who are you? Yim looked at the person in front of him who seemed to be wearing armor. He didn't expect that someone could come to the depths of Marijoa quietly. I am a messenger of God. The man spoke slowly. God? It's so funny. I am the god in this world. Yim looked at the man in front of him and said disdainfully, he actually claimed to be the messenger of God. As he said this, he was about to use the power of the fruit to take it down. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the man. Im was immediately suppressed by this terrifying power and could not move. Are you going to disobey my orders? A huge eye appeared behind the armored man. I understand, sir. Im half knelt and spoke to the huge eyes in front of him. Gato, you stay and assist him. The huge eye left these words and then disappeared. Kokosia village. Ding, a creature from another world has been detected coming to the pirate world through a special method. Properties panel is being updated. Ding, the attribute panel is updated. Luffy and the others who were being guided by Ling Tian suddenly heard such a voice in their minds. Ling Tian heard the voice in his head and asked Luffy and the others to train first, while he checked the new attribute panel. Properties panel. Properties panel. Host, Dr. D. Ling Tian. Fighting level, under normal state. Ability. Sealed weapon lightning, levels 1 to 9 have all been unlocked. Fencing. Complete collection of 1 sword style, LV10, maximum level. Dual blade collection, LV10, maximum level. 3 sword style complete works, LV10, maximum level. Spiritual skills, LV10, maxed. 3 colors domineering. Armament Haki, LV5, maxed. Observation Haki, LV5, maxed. Conqueror's Haki, LV5, maxed. Physical clone, maximum level. Fountain of Life, Immortality. Items owned. 12 Supreme Swords, Ace. Sealed Lightning. Zanpakut, Ryujin Jaka, Zanka no Tachi. Wind Ring. Sword Skill Points. Spirit Point. Lottery Shop. Number of draws available, open. Ling Tian looked at the updated attribute panel and found that there was an additional fighting level. I seem to have seen this Do level before. Ling Tian was thinking in his mind. He also discovered that the updated property panel seemed to allow him to view other people's information. Ling Tian immediately started to check Luffy's information. Monkey D. Luffy. Bucket level, 9000. Ability, Para-Human Rubber Fruit Ability User, Fake. Animal type Human Fruit Mythical Beast Nika form, Real. Listen to the voice of everything. Conqueror's Haki, not awakened. Luffy's fighting level is only 9000. Ling Tian looked at Luffy's information and felt a little strange. If it was based on the strength value of CP9 on the Judicial Island, Luffy should only be around 4 to 5000 now. Even the current Luffy may not be able to reach this strength value. Ling Tian thought about it and checked Zoro's information again. Roronoa Zoro. Fighting level. Ability, 1 sword style, 2 sword style, 3 sword style. 9 sword style. Conqueror's Haki, not awakened. Zoro's fighting level is actually 3000 higher than Luffy's. Ling Tian was also a little shocked when he looked at Zoro's information. He didn't expect that Zoro's fighting level was actually higher than Luffy's. But it is understandable that Zoro has been constantly challenging his enemies since he boarded the ship. First it was Kabachi, then Ling Tian, then Bloodthirster, and finally he fought with Mihawk, so Zoro's improvement is also normal. Ling Tian also checked Sanji and Usopp's fighting levels. Sanji's fighting level is 8800, while Usopp's fighting level is 2000. However, Ling Tian discovered that when Usopp picked up his slingshot, his fighting level increased from 2000 to 4000, exactly doubling. Marijoa. I feel the breath of our common origin. Send someone to look for him immediately. Gadu said to Imdao. Then he gave a drop of his blood and a watch to Im. This watch can detect the location of abilities with the same origin as theirs, and that drop of blood can give a person powerful strength. After taking Gado's blood and watch, Im ordered the 5 elders to let CP0 find the person indicated by the watch. She gave the drop of blood to the 5 elder stars. She didn't believe that something that forcibly increased strength would have no side effects. Even things like devil fruits have the side effect of not being able to swim. She did not tell the 5 elders about Gado, but in order to avoid being left with no one to use, Im also warned the 5 elders not to use that drop of blood. The 5 elders handed the watch and the drop of blood to a CP0 and asked him to find the person indicated by the watch and bring him here. The code name of that CP0 is Eagle. Eagle followed the instructions of his watch and arrived at the Navy headquarters. As the CP organization of the world government, Eagle directly used Rokushiki's ability to come to the marshal's office of Sengoku. As a CP, what are you doing here? Zhangguo looked at the CP in front of him helplessly. Although he was unhappy that CP came to his office casually, the Navy was, after all, a subordinate agency of the world government. CP0 is a direct organization of the world government, and in theory, CP0 is the direct superior of the Navy. Of course, their Navy would not acknowledge CP0 as their superior. According to the order of the 5 elders, I am here to look for someone. Marshal Zhangguo, please cooperate with me. Zhu directly told Zhangguo about his mission. His mission was an order given to him directly by the 5 elders, so he was not afraid of Zhangguo at all. Zhangguo also frowned when he heard what Zhu said. He actually came to their naval headquarters to look for someone. However, Zhangguo still cooperated with Zhu's mission, because Zhu had just said that he came with the mission of the 5 elder stars. He may not care about what Eagle said, but he cannot disobey the 5 elders who are his direct superiors and those of the entire army. Although he also knew that this old man was not a good person. Why did you invite us here, Marshal Sengoku? Aokiji sat lazily on the chair in the conference room. But when he saw the eagle next to Zhangguo, he stopped talking. Not only Aokiji, but also Kizaru and the other vice-admirals remained silent. What is the CP0 guy doing here? Only the hot-tempered Akainu ignored Eagle and spoke directly. However, Sengoku ignored Akainu. He knew that Akainu had a bad temper. The more he talked to Akainu, the more trouble he would get into. Soon all the vice-admirals of the Navy headquarters arrived. So, who are you looking for? When Sengoku saw that all the vice-admirals and admirals of the Marine headquarters had arrived, he spoke to Eagle. Of course, Cap is not here, because he is currently on vacation in the East China Sea. Eagle looked at the Admiral and Vice-Admiral in the Navy conference room and raised his right hand. The watch on Eagle's right hand emitted a red light and pointed it at Kizaru, who was lazily standing aside. General Kizaru, please come with me. Eagle looked at his watch and pointed at Kizaru's red light and spoke. Zhangguo also frowned when he heard what Zhu said. Are you saying Kizaru is an undercover agent? Sengoku looked at Eagle and spoke. Although Kizaru is usually careless, Sengoku doesn't believe that Kizaru is an undercover agent. Marshal Sengoku, I didn't say Kizaru was an undercover agent. When Zhu heard what Zhangguo said, he explained to him. The 5 elders only told him to bring the person indicated by the watch to the Holy Land of Marijoa, and did not say that the person indicated by the watch was an undercover agent. After hearing what Eagle said, Sengoku thought for a while and asked Kizaru to follow Eagle to Marijoa. It's so scary, Marshal Zhangguo, can I not go? Kizaru spoke nonchalantly. If there is a problem with oneself, it is that thing inside one's body. He had a feeling that he couldn't follow CP0 to Marijoa, because if he went, he might not be able to come back. Kizaru, you should go with him. Sengoku didn't find it strange to hear what Kizaru said, because that's just how Kizaru is. Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, I can't follow him to Marijoa. When Kizaru heard what Sengoku said, he immediately refused. That person once said that Marijoa was not ruled by the 5 old men of the 5 elder stars, but by a man named Im. Therefore, Kizaru absolutely cannot go to Marijoa now. When necessary, he can only use the Pika Pika no Mi to leave Marineford. Anyway, there is no one in Marineford who can keep me. That's right, unlike the original work where he was just a simple admiral of the Navy, the current Kizaru is indeed an undercover agent. When Eagle heard what Kizaru said, he decided to use force. Come back, Eagle. At this moment, the voices of the 5 elder stars rang in Eagle's mind. After hearing this, the eagle left after saying wait and see. Zhang Guo felt a little surprised when he saw the eagle who was about to take action just now leave like that. However, after eagle left, Sengoku looked at Kizaru meaningfully, and Sengoku discovered that Kizaru's action just now was actually a move to prepare to escape. Why? Why don't you let me catch Kizaru back directly? After returning to Marijoa, Eagle immediately said to the 5 Elder Stars. He is different from other CPS, he is not a subordinate of the 5 Elders. He is the chief of CP0 and the one who knows about the existence of IM. His rank is equal to that of the 5 Elders and he does not need to obey their orders. Master IM said that if it's that guy Kizaru, then let him stay for now. The god of finance spoke. Now we still need Kizaru's ability to create a pacifist, so I still want to keep Kizaru first. Humph. When Ju heard the god of finance say that it was Lord Im's order, he didn't say anything else. What about pacifists today? The god of finance said to Vegapunk while holding a den mushi. We're almost there. We'll be done if we add Kizaru's Pika 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 no Mi's ability. Vegapunk spoke up. Finish the pacifist now. If Mirai dares to refuse to help, just kill him. He is no longer useful to you anyway. The god of finance said this and hung up the den mushi. A few days later. Alabasta, Rainy Land. Who are you? Crocodile looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him and said solemnly. The man in black suddenly appeared in front of him without him even noticing. Don't be nervous, Crocodile. The man in black sat down casually, took out a bottle of blood and placed it on the table. Let's make a deal, Crocodile. What deal? Crocodile looked at the bottle that the man in black placed on the table and exhaled a puff of smoke. I can give you great power, but you have to kill the Nefertari clan for me. That is, the direct royal family of this country. The man in black picked up the bottle on the table, shook it and said to Crocodile. Great power? Are you saying you are more powerful than me? Crocodile said disdainfully when he heard the words of the man in black. Even the old man with white beard is not qualified to say that to me. The man in black snapped his fingers when he heard Crocodile's words. Crocodile was defeated immediately. But Crocodile quickly regained his body. What do you think will happen if I directly cover myself with armament haki and attack you? The man in black said contemptuously. Crocodile was also sweating profusely. This guy could actually kill him without him knowing. You don't need to kill the Nefertari clan now, you just need to do it when you are in Alabasta. The man in black knew that Crocodile would not deal with the Nefertari clan before he got Pluto. So did he force Crocodile? Okay, I agree to your terms. Crocodile thought for a while and agreed. He is a pirate, the kind of pirate who will do anything to gain power. He felt no guilt at all for killing the Nefertari clan. Ha 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 ha, this is the power of the 7 warlords of the sea. The man in black left the bottle and left. Crocodile looked at the bottle in front of him, wondering what was going on in his mind. After leaving the rain, the man in black changed into his usual clothes. If Sengoku were here, he would definitely find that the clothes this man was wearing were the same as those of the eagle who first came to the Navy headquarters. Master Eagle, you won't be afraid if you give that to Crocodile. ACP who was also wearing a white mask asked Eagle in confusion. Humph, I don't believe in anything those old guys from the 5 elders give me. Let Crocodile try first. Eagle explained to the subordinate. You stay here and monitor Crocodile. If necessary, you can attack Crocodile directly. Eagle directly left his subordinate in Alabasta. He knew the strength of his subordinate. There was no one in Alabasta who could be his opponent. Not even Crocodile. This person was trained by himself, and his strength is not much worse than the admirals of the Navy headquarters. After hearing what Eagle said, the CP also stayed in Alabasta and disguised himself as a wanderer to monitor Crocodile in the Rainy Land. Without realizing it, the pirate world has undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 54, The Terrible Mouse Colonel. Speaking of Ling Tian, who can learn this? Zoro complained as he watched Ling Tian teaching them how to learn haki. What? Ling Tian felt a little confused when he heard Zoro's complaints. Didn't I say that? Just pull it once, and then make a clang, isn't that enough? As Ling Tian spoke, he stretched out his hand to cover the armament color for them to see. Who can learn this? Sanji and Usopp complained as they looked at Ling Tian's actions. Really? It's very simple. Luffy said as he stretched out his hand and covered his fist with a layer of black substance. Just now he heard Ling Tian say, pull it once, and then he suddenly learned it with a clang. I really learned it. Zoro and the other two's faces twisted when they saw the armament color domineering covering Luffy's fist. Ling Tian was a little confused when he looked at the armament haki on Luffy's fist. He thought he was just joking with Zoro and the others. Ling Tian guessed that Luffy was probably because he had been beaten by Garp with armament haki since he was a child, so he was very familiar with armament haki, which is why he could learn it in this strange way. You guys need to rest here for a few days. Just then Nami came over with some food. When Luffy saw the food in Nami's hand, he immediately ran over and started eating it in big mouthfuls. And. Luffy was talking while eating, but no one could understand him. Let's talk after we finish eating. Sanji came over and complained. Luffy swallowed the meat in his mouth after hearing what Sanji said and said, I want you to be my navigator. Give up, I won't be a pirate. When Nami heard what Luffy said, she directly rejected his invitation. Ling Tian didn't say anything. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. You better leave quickly. Nami left after saying this. Miss Nami. When Sanji saw Nami leaving, he immediately turned around and tried to follow her. Seeing this, Ling Tian grabbed Sanji, but they were warned by the villagers that they were not allowed to enter the village. Boom! At this moment, a fire suddenly broke out in the village. Something happened, let's go check it out. Ling Tian said as he quickly flew into the village. Ms. Nami, here I come. Sanji turned around and walked into the village. Tisk, se kappa. When Zoro saw Sanji's look, he immediately complained. When Sanji heard Zoro's complaints, he immediately ran towards the explosion site while cursing at Zoro. Luffy packed up the meat that he hadn't finished eating, and Usopp followed with trembling legs. Soon Ling Tian flew to the explosion site. At the explosion site, there was a person standing with his body covered in a large amount of black substance. Ling Tian looked closely and saw that this guy was Colonel Mouse. When that guy Bucky killed Eren, didn't he kill Colonel Mouse as well? Itaryu, Chao Feng. Ling Tian didn't care about anything else and waved a giant bird of purple flame to take Colonel Mouse away from Kokozia village. Even if we have to fight, we can't fight in Kokozia village. Roar! As soon as Colonel Mouse was brought out of the Kokozia village, he roared and destroyed the giant flaming bird. How come this guy is so powerful? Ling Tian looked at the destroyed giant bird in shock. The Mouse Colonel in the original book has no strength at all, and he can only show off his power in the Kokozia village by relying on Eren. How come Colonel Mouse has become so powerful now? Moreover, Ling Tian always felt that he had seen the black substance on Colonel Mouse's body somewhere before. Itoryu Iai Song, Lion Song. Brisket shoot. Zoro and Sanji, who arrived, immediately wanted to give Colonel Mouse a beating. Just when Zoro and Sanji's skills were about to attack Colonel Rat, the black substance on Colonel Rat's body seemed to have consciousness. It immediately turned into two hands, grabbed Zoro and Sanji's necks and blasted them away. Dual sword style, absolute ridge. Seeing this, Ling Tian immediately used his double swords to cut off the black substance that was strangling Zoro and Sanji. Dual sword style, devil's cage. Ling Tian waved a few sword energies to trap Colonel Mouse. However, these sword energies can only trap Colonel Mouse for a few minutes at most. During these few minutes, Ling Tian used the system's information viewing function. Name, Colonel Mouse. Power, Navy. Fighting level. Ability, Ability Amplitude, can increase the user's fighting level too. This guy is so troublesome. Ling Tian was a little shocked when he looked at the information about Colonel Mouse displayed on the system. After using his ability, this guy became even stronger than he was in his normal state. Zoro, Sanji, get out of the way. Ling Tian was also a little solemn when he learned the information about Colonel Mouse. This guy is thousands of levels higher than Zoro and Sanji under normal circumstances. If he used his abilities, he might have reached the top level in the world of pirates. Rubber, machine gun. As soon as Ling Tian finished speaking, Luffy jumped out from behind and rushed towards Colonel Mouse with a rubber machine gun. Hey, Luffy! When Ling Tian saw Luffy was about to attack Colonel Mouse, he immediately wanted to stop Luffy. Boom! The Mouse Colonel directly sprayed out a black substance and stuck Luffy to a tree. Really? Zoro, Sanji, go save Luffy! Ling Tian gave an order and rushed towards Colonel Mouse again. Dual blade style, one-tooth attack. Ling Tian transformed into a sharp tooth and rushed towards Colonel Mouse. Roar! A huge breath directly sent Ling Tian flying. The huge breath instantly broke free of Ling Tian's ghost cage. Warning! The enemy's fighting level has increased significantly. The enemy's fighting level has now surpassed the host. Please be careful. The system's voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Hearing the sound, Ling Tian also understood that Colonel Mouse had used his ability amplification. You really can cause trouble, Luffy. Zoro and Sanji complained as they cleared away the black substance stuck on Luffy's body. Wally Wally. Luffy, who was rescued by Zoro and Sanji, immediately apologized. At this moment, the black substance that Zoro and Sanji brought down slowly squirmed, and then turned into a black figure. Zoro, be careful. Bloodthirsty sensed the breath of the black figure and warned Zoro. What on earth is this? Sanji looked at the black figure and started complaining. Ling Tian also noticed the situation on Luffy's side, but after testing, Ling Tian found that the fighting level of the black figure was only. Ling Tian let Luffy and the others solve the situation there themselves. Now he has to deal with Colonel Mouse, and he must do it quickly, otherwise with Colonel Mouse's current strength, he can destroy the entire Caucosia village in less than an hour. Three Swords Style, Demon Star. Ling Tian directly took out the three knives from his waist, swung 3 stars towards Colonel Mouse, and directly knocked Colonel Mouse away. The Ling Tian Do level using the 3 sword styles has been reached. Everything in the universe is reduced to ashes, and the blade flows like fire. After knocking Colonel Mouse away, Ling Tian directly used the Raijin Jaka. Now Ling Tian's fighting level has reached the highest level. 3 Swords Style, Fire Secret Technique, Heavenly Flame Prison Dragon. In order to prevent Colonel Mouse from destroying the Caucosia village, Ling Tian directly used the 3 swords flowing fire secret technique in conjunction with the Raijin Jaka Shikai. A giant flaming dragon rushed directly towards the rat colonel who was knocked away. The black substance all over the mouse colonel's body floated in the air and blocked in front of him. Boom! When the fire dragon attacked the black substance, it was directly blocked. What is that? Ling Tian just saw a shadow that looked like it was wearing armor behind Colonel Mouse, and the moment the shadow appeared, Colonel Mouse's fighting level actually reached. The Sword of Heaven and Earth, the solution. 2 swords flow together, 2 swords are first class. In order to prevent the armored shadow from blocking his attack again, Ling Tian directly unlocked the 6th layer of lightning seal of the Heaven and Earth sword. Ling Tian's entire body was covered in purple armor, and his swordsmanship ability was greatly increased. Now Ling Tian's fighting level has reached 100,000. Click! In just a moment, the black substance that Colonel Mouse used for defense was directly destroyed by Ling Tian. Pfft! After Ling Tian destroyed the black substance, he directly killed the mouse colonel. This time the armored shadow did not appear again. Boom! Ho ho! After killing Colonel Mouse, Ling Tian fell down directly. Ling Tian found that he could not move after he took back the seal of lightning. Ling Tian thought about it for a while and finally understood. Although all his abilities had reached the maximum level, he had not received any special training in physical skills. Therefore, Ling Tian's physical ability is a shortcoming. Just like now, just removing the 6th layer of the lightning seal has consumed all his physical strength. A few minutes ago. Zoro, Sanji, let's kill him. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Luffy immediately joined forces with Zoro and Sanji to deal with the black figure. Rubber 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 pistol. 3 swords style, 108 treble wind. Shoulder. The 3 of them each used their own abilities to attack the black figure. The black figure dodged the attack of Luffy and the others with a quick move, then came behind Luffy and the others and knocked them down with a whip kick. This is the move your grandfather used before, Luffy. Zoro looked at the black figure and immediately recognized it as the Razor and Storm kick from the 6 styles of the Navy. Pay attention, green algae head. Sanji looked at Zoro who was still chattering with Luffy and teleported in front of Zoro to block the black figure who was about to attack Zoro. The black figure jumped back after seeing his sneak attack being blocked by Sanji. Go away, S.E. Kappa. Zoro looked at Sanji who was standing in front of him and immediately pushed him away. What? You green algae head, at least you should say thank you. Sanji said angrily as he was pushed away by Zoro. Just as Zoro and Sanji were arguing, the black figure condensed 3 swords from his hands and mouth. As the knife gathered, the black figure swung out 3 curved sword energies. This is the 180 trebles wind. Zoro was surprised when he saw the black figure's movements. He had only used it once and this guy had learned his treble wind. 3 swords style, 180 trebled winds. Zoro also used the ability of the 180 treble winds to counter the black figure. The 280 winds of trebles cancelled each other out. Zoro, Sanji, let me do it. Luffy, who had been Omo for a long time, stood up and pushed Zoro and Sanji away. He just squatted into a horse stance, then pressed the flesh on his feet, allowing his blood to flow quickly throughout his body like an air pump. Second gear. After doing all this, steam continued to come out of Luffy's body. This is the unique ability that Ling Tian told Luffy about as a rubber man. Rubber jet pistol. Luffy quickly came to the black figure and knocked him away with one punch. So fast. Sanji said as he looked at Luffy, who was steaming in shock. Luffy saw that he couldn't defeat the black figure even with his second gear and decided to give it a try. Luffy put his right thumb into his mouth, then took a deep breath and blew into his hand. 3 gears. As Luffy blew air into his right hand, it continued to grow bigger until it became an arm like a giant. What is this? Zoro was also shocked when he saw Luffy's huge arm. It was also the first time he saw Luffy use this move. Rubber giant pistol. Luffy swung his arms directly at the black figure. Luffy, who used the third gear, had already reached the fighting level and directly smashed the black figure into a pool of black blood. After using the third gear, Luffy immediately exhaled the air he had just injected into his right hand from his mouth. Not good. Luffy. When Sanji and Zoro saw Luffy flying out, they both ran over immediately. In the end, Luffy was hugged by Sanji, who was good at leg techniques. It's really dangerous. Sanji hugged Luffy and breathed a sigh of relief. Why did you become smaller? Sanji breathed a sigh of relief and was shocked to see Luffy in his arms getting smaller, and he dropped the cigarette in his mouth to the ground. Zoro was also shocked when he saw Luffy. Are they going to follow this kid to the Grand Line in the future? It's okay, it's only temporary. This was also the first time for Luffy to use the bone ball, but Ling Tian had already told him about the side effects of using the bone ball. I say, can you please take care of me first? Ling Tian, who was lying on the side, spoke. How come when Luffy fell, Zoro and Sanji ran over to catch him without hesitation, while they themselves fell freely? After all, he is the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Zoro and Sanji hugged Luffy and ran to Ling Tian's side. Marijoa, among the flowers. Really? Did you fail? Gato felt that the mouse colonel, whom he had briefly controlled, had lost his perception and complained. Colonel Mouse had previously snatched a drop of his own blood from a pirate. When Buggy killed the fishman Arlong, Colonel Mouse accidentally touched his own blood. He didn't care at first, but before that he felt the aura of an ability that was hostile to his own. That's why he controlled Colonel Mouse to cause chaos in the Caucosia village. According to the adults, the strongest person in this world is only at the Do level. That person's fighting level can actually reach 100,000, it's really scary. Jiatuo was also shocked when he recalled Ling Tian's last burst of fighting skills. You have to know that even in his normal state he was only at the Do level, but that guy could actually exert the strength of 100,000 Do levels. Chapter 55 Nami goes on board. Ever since they defeated Colonel Mouse, the villagers have treated Ling Tian and his friends much better. Now Ling Tian and his friends have been allowed to enter the village. Straw Hat Boy, I leave my daughter to you. Belmare pulled Luffy to a hillside and spoke. Yes, Straw Hat Boy, if you make Nami cry, I will never let you go even if I die. Aegean, who followed Belmare to the hillside, also followed Luffy fiercely. Luffy nodded after hearing what Belmare and Aegean said, and said that he would never let Nami cry. Please be serious. When Aegean saw Luffy's sloppy look, he immediately pulled Luffy's collar and said. Belmare just smiled as he watched Ken and Luffy's actions. She believed that Luffy would keep his promise. After a few days of investigation, she found that Luffy was different from other pirates. Belmare, Nakiko, I'm leaving. Nami looked at Belmare and Noki Takamichi, who came to see her off. Belmare, I really appreciate your care for me over the years. Nami cried while hugging Belmare. For Nami, an orphan, Belmare is her mother, even though she has been willful since childhood. But Belmare still always treated her like a daughter. You are my daughter. Isn't it my job as a mother to take care of you? Belmare hugged Nami tightly and said. After Belmere explained a few words to Nami, Nami boarded the Mary. With Luffy's order to set sail, the Straw Hat Pirates finally welcomed their navigator. Nami is going to pursue her dream. Belmere sighed as he looked at the sailing Mary. My daughter is about to pursue her dream, and as a mother, all I can do is support Nami. Aboard the Mary. To welcome Nami, I'll give you these berries. Ling Tian handed a few bags of berry to Nami. This is... Nami's eyes lit up when she saw the berry Ling Tian took out. She counted and found that there were almost 10 billion berries in it. Ling Tian, who gave Nami so much berries, also enjoyed the taste of the facial cleanser. The next day. Has the price increased again? Nami complained to the newspaper bird as she looked at the newspapers in front of her which had gone up in price again. Newspaper bird was also helpless when he heard Nami's words. The price increase is not up to me, so what's the point of you complaining to me? Isn't what you are selling a little expensive? Even Nami, who now has a fortune of 10 billion, still complains about these few pieces of berries. However, Nami still put berry in newspaper bird's bag and said that she would not buy it if the price went up again. Upon seeing this, Usopp complained that even though he had 1 billion berries, he was still fussing about these few berries. Nami also fought back against Usopp by saying that it would be too expensive to buy it every day. Why? I'm just eating one. Luffy, who was stealing oranges from Nami's orange orchard, was kicked away by Sanji. Luffy, who was kicked away by Sanji, bumped into Usopp who was adjusting the pepper star, causing the pepper to drip directly onto Usopp's eyes. Then Ling Tian discovered a column of flame erupting from the Mary. Ling Tian looked at Usopp and used spiritual techniques to help him get the pepper off his eyes. What? Eating an orange won't hurt. Sanji is a stingy guy. Luffy complained as he sat on the fence of the Mary. Sanji refused outright. Yes, yes, this is for you. Seeing this, Ling Tian took out a few oranges from the system space and threw them to Luffy. This was what Ling Tian bought from Belmere when he was in Kokosia village. Luffy took the orange that Ling Tian threw to him and ate it happily. Just as Luffy and the others were making a big fuss, 4 bounty warrants fell out of Nami's newspaper. This is... Ling Tian picked up the bounty order that had fallen on the ground and looked at it. Unlike the original work where there was only a bounty on Luffy, this time there are new bounties on Zoro, Sanji, and Ling Tian. Straw Hat Luffy, Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bounty, 3,500 million berries. Roronoa Zoro, Swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bounty, 3,000 million berries. Sanji, Chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bounty, 2,800 million berries. Speed Sword Demon Ling Tian, Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bounty, 55 billion berries. It's a bounty. Ling Tian handed 4 bounty warrants to Luffy and the others. He, I have 3,500 million berries. Luffy said happily while holding his bounty order. 30 million? Not bad. Zoro looked at his newspaper with a smile on his face. It didn't matter if the bounty was high or not as long as it was higher than someone else's. Why is my bounty lower than green algae heads? Sanji was a little happy when he saw his bounty, but he suddenly felt bad when he saw that Zoro's bounty was higher than his. However, this time, Sanji's bounty poster was not drawn, but was completely photographed. This, what on earth is going on? Nami looked at Ling Tian's bounty order in shock. When Usopp heard Nami's cry, he ran to Nami and took a look at the bounty warrant in Nami's hand. Ling Tian, why is your bounty so high? Usopp was also shocked by Ling Tian's bounty. Now the only ones in the Straw Hat Pirates who know Ling Tian's identity are Luffy and Zoro. Ling Tian didn't explain anything, but just said, I'm still quite famous. Luffy plans to hold a party to celebrate the fact that they have a bounty. However, since there was not much food left on the ship, Sanji refused to hold a banquet. In the end, Ling Tian solved the problem by taking out the food he had hidden in the system space. Lottery draw, lottery draw. Ling Tian looked at the empty space in his system space and smiled. One shot from the system, 1,000 consecutive draws. Ling Tian directly planned to launch 1,000 consecutive shots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze level item, 1,000 million berries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze level item, 3,000 million berries. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze level item, a piece of air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze level item, a piece of air. Ding! congratulations to the host for obtaining the diamond level item, the method for practicing the 8 gates dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple gold level item and reaching the nascent soul stage, 1 hour limit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a platinum level item, a Sharingan. Nanny? Ling Tian looked at the Sharingan that appeared in the system space and was a little confused. Is this going to make me Kakashi? However, Ling Tian also understood that it was highly likely that he would not get a 50-50 chance. After all, the rewards from the system were different from those from Kakashi. The items rewarded by the system can be turned off according to your own use, so you shouldn't suffer from kidney deficiency like Kakashi. Thinking of Ling Tian, he checked these rewards. How to practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu, a diamond level item, an explosive physical technique created by a powerful physical ninja in the Naruto world. There are 8 gates in total, namely, Opening Gate, Resting Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Closing Gate, View Gate, Shock Gate, and Death Gate. Opening each door will cause certain damage to the body. When you open the last death door, you will definitely die unless there is a miracle. Note, since the host has completed the previous mission, this skill will not reach the maximum level. Nascent Soul Cultivation, 1 hour limit purple gold level item, from a certain immortal cultivation world. After use, it is converted to Do level. It is not a problem to defeat them all. Sharingan, a platinum level item, it comes from the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world. It is one of the top bloodline limits. It can continuously evolve through its own emotions and eventually become a Mangeki Sharingan. Note, since the host has completed the previous mission, this skill will not reach the maximum level. Ling Tian looked at these and thought about it, deciding to practice the 8 gates ninjutsu first to make up for his physical deficiencies. Properties Panel. 8 gates of Dunjia, unlocking conditions, complete 10,000 squats, 10,000 sit UPS, and 10,000 push UPS. I rely on. It is worthy of being the most difficult 8 gates to train. Just the unlocking conditions for opening the door are so difficult. After using the 8 gates, Ling Tian continued to use the Sharingan. Sharingan, opening condition, possessing chakra. Nanny? Have chakra. When Ling Tian saw this condition, he was confused. How could he obtain chakra? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'd better practice the 8 gates ninjutsu. Ling Tian thought about it and started training on the boat. What happened to Ling Tian? Why is he training so hard? Zoro ate meat while watching Ling Tian training nearby. Who knows? Sanji kept bringing out food and glanced at Ling Tian. Nami was at the bow of the ship, looking at the nautical chart in her hand and planning where to go next. Usopp was working on his own pile of weird things. Here, I want to go here. Nami. Luffy pointed at the icon of Rogue Town on the nautical chart and spoke. What are you talking about, Luffy? There is the legendary White Hunter there. Nami looked at the rogue town that Luffy was pointing at and immediately refused. No, I'm the captain, I'm going there. When Luffy heard Nami's objection, he immediately stated that he was the captain and he was the one who decided the direction of the ship. I want to go see it too. Zoro also came over and said. That is the place where the Pirate King was executed in legend. It is said that the Pirate King Roger was also a great swordsman. Zoro's interest in Rogue Town is no less than Luffy's. Sanji also said that because the food had run out at the banquet just now, he needed to purchase some food. Ling Tian didn't care where he went. Seeing that everyone on the ship was planning to go to Rogue Town, Nami reluctantly agreed, but she asked Luffy and the others to promise her that they would not cause trouble in Rogue Town. When Luffy heard what Nami said, he quickly nodded and agreed. However, Ling Tian and others expressed deep doubts about Luffy's words, especially Zoro. After all, he had no idea how many times Luffy had tricked him. Ling Tian ignored them and continued training on the boat. Luffy and Usopp were happily fishing on the side. Soon, the Merry arrived at Rogue Town. Ah! When Luffy first arrived at Rogue Town, he flew out with a rubber rocket launcher. Nami was stunned when she saw Luffy running away. Didn't we agree not to mess around? How could it just fly out like that? Zoro and Usopp looked as if they knew it. They never believed that Luffy would be quiet. Okay, I'm going to go buy some food. Sanji watched Luffy fly out and get off the Merry. Solon also plans to travel around. Because Zoro already has 3 swords now, this time Zoro does not plan to buy a new sword but instead plans to walk around Rogue Town. If you have a poor sense of direction, it's better to stay on the merry. Sanji immediately spoke when he saw that Zoro was also planning to go out for a walk. He heard from Ling Tian that Zoro was a guy with poor direction. Ling Tian, no secrets can be hidden from me. When Zoro heard Sanji's words, he immediately ran towards Rogue Town to prove that he was not a directionally challenged person. Ling Tian looked at Zoro and complained that they would have to search all over Rogue Town again when they set off. Looking at Zoro's appearance, Ling Tian also planned to go to Rogue Town for a walk. As a result, Usopp and Nami on the Merry saw Ling Tian running around in the same place in the port. Ling Tian is also a person with poor sense of direction, right? Usopp also started to complain as he looked at Ling Tian running around. Nami nodded and planned to go to Rogue Town to buy some clothes. After all, Nami now has 1 billion in assets. Besides, neither she nor Usopp had any bounty on their heads from the navy, so she didn't care at all. Usopp saw that Nami also went to Rogue Town, so he planned to look after the Merry by himself. This is Soran. Zoro, don't go this way. Over there, Zoro. Not over there. Because Zoro has a poor sense of direction, Bloodthirsty has been helping Zoro point the direction. As a result, even if he pointed in the direction, Zoro still often went the wrong way, so Bloodthirsty simply transformed himself into a small blood-red figure and pulled Zoro's sleeve and walked away. Ling Tian sighed. Have you walked here before? Ling Tian was somewhat shocked when he saw the familiar scene before him. Ling Tian didn't believe that he would get lost like Zoro, who was a directionally challenged person, so he quickly ran to another place. As a result, the people in Rogue Town saw a purple-haired man running back and forth at an intersection. What is that man doing? I don't know, maybe he's crazy. It's better to stay away from him. Seeing Ling Tian inexplicably wandering around the same place, the townspeople of Rogue Town also moved away from Ling Tian. This is Sanji. While Sanji was shopping for food, he discovered that the prize for a competition was elephant tuna, which was not found in the East China Sea. The result was naturally that Sanji won the game and got the elephant tuna. All Blue's dream began right here in Rogue Town, with this elephant tuna. Luffy ran all the way, wanting to see the execution platform where the Pirate King was executed. Then he met Smoker. However, at this time, Smoker did not recognize Luffy because he did not see the bounty order. That's right, how do we get to the execution platform? Luffy asked Smoker with a carefree look. Execution platform. Smoker was a little confused when he heard that Luffy was going to the execution platform. Why would someone want to go to the execution platform? I'm lost. Luffy was troubled. I haven't seen you yet. Smoker looked at Luffy in front of him and recalled that he had never seen Luffy in Rogue Town. Chapter 56 The storm is coming. I just arrived on this island. This town is so big. Completely different from the Windmill Village. Luffy also told Smoker openly. Why go to the execution ground? After hearing Luffy's explanation, Smoker also asked questions out of curiosity. As the Navy officer guarding Rogue Town, Smoker knew what the execution platform represented. I want to see where the Pirate King died. Luffy directly and openly admitted that he was going to see the place where One Piece was executed. Smoker was shocked when he heard Luffy's words and was so scared that he couldn't move. Do not you know? Luffy looked Smoker up and down as he lay motionless. Wait a minute, it's right where the smoke is going. Seeing Luffy about to leave, Smoker also reacted. A puff of smoke wafted out from Smoker's neck, guiding Luffy to the execution platform. Is that over there? Thanks. Luffy followed Smoker's smoke and thanked him. Colonel Smoker, that's the pirate with a bounty of 3,000 million berries, Straw Hat Luffy. Just after Luffy walked away, a marine said to Smoker with a bounty warrant. Smoker couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard what the marine said. Why didn't you take it out earlier? However, Smoker did not scold the marine, but immediately turned into a puff of smoke and floated towards the execution platform. Ling Tian sighed. Ling Tian followed the guidance of the positioning bracelet on his hand and finally did not get lost again. The reason why he didn't get lost before was because of the ability of this positioning bracelet. This bracelet can guide you to find the person you want to find. Because Ling Tian only drew this one, he did not give it to Zoro, who has a poor sense of direction. Aren't you going to take a look? Following the guidance of the bracelet, Ling Tian came to a rooftop where he could just see the execution platform. I saw a man in a green cloak standing on the roof. This man is Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's father. No, a man's farewell doesn't need any words. One day we will meet on the sea. Long didn't look back and looked at the execution platform and spoke. You are really insightful. Ling Tian listened to Long's words and sat next to him. It's more dangerous for Luffy to be with me, not to mention that Luffy has his own adventures. Really? Then don't you think that me being on Luffy's ship puts him in more danger? Ling Tian smiled as he listened to Long's words. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Long began to think. The man next to him is the man with the highest bounty on the sea. Ling Tian's bounty today is even higher than Roger's back then. Roger's bounty back then was only 5.3 billion berries. There are only a few people in this ocean who can hurt you. Long thought for a while and then spoke. According to the Revolutionary Army's investigation of Ling Tian's identity, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, is like Ling Tian's elder brother. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido the Beast, is Ling Tian's apprentice and younger brother. One of the 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks, is Ling Tian's younger brother. 3 of the 4 emperors of the New World are related to Ling Tian. Even if Ling Tian is imprisoned in Impel Down without any help, they can tear down Impel Down in minutes. Even Buggy the Clown, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, is Ling Tian's younger brother. With this background, who would dare to touch Ling Tian and his son's Straw Hat Pirates on the sea? The fun is about to begin. Ling Tian smiled when he heard Long's words and did not explain anything. Instead, he pointed in the direction of the execution platform and spoke. At this time, the execution platform was already filled with villagers and pirates from Rogue Town. I saw a magician wearing glasses pressing Luffy on the execution platform. Ling Tian recognized this guy as the current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the magician Zango. You've hurt our captain, so pay with your life. Zhang Jiao spoke to Luffy, who was pinned down by his feet. When Beiji Crow was implementing his plan in Ziluabia village, they just arrived at Ziluabia village and found that their captain Beiji Crow had been captured by the legendary naval hero. They found out that it was because of a pirate group called the Straw Hat Pirates that Hyakuji Crow was captured. So they ambushed the Straw Hat Pirates in Rogue Town, and finally today they ambushed the Straw Hat Pirates. Because in the pirates' perception, the captain is the strongest fighter in the pirate group, so when they received the bounty order of the Straw Hat Pirates, they only looked at Luffy's bounty order. So Zhang Jiao didn't see Ling Tian's bounty order. I'm sorry, I won't do it again, please save me. Luffy, who was under great pressure from Zhang Jiao, asked Zhang Jiao for help. How can I save you, idiot? Zhang Jiao complained when he heard Luffy's words. This is what happens when you go against us. Fat Buzzy spoke. What do you want to say in the end? It's rare to have so many people come to watch. Zhang Jiao said to Luffy while holding his special hypnosis circle. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted his catchphrase directly at the place where Roger had been executed. Did this sound directly shock the villagers of Rogue Town who were watching the execution and the pirates who came to watch the excitement? He is going to become the Pirate King. And it was said on that execution platform. After hearing Luffy's words, the villagers and pirates started discussing. They couldn't believe that in this Rogue Town, especially on the execution platform where the Pirate King was executed, there was actually someone who said he wanted to become the Pirate King. Your son is really courageous. Ling Tian laughed as he listened to Luffy saying on the execution platform that he wanted to become the Pirate King. When Long heard Ling Tian's words, he just stood up and smiled without saying anything. Long stretched out his right hand forward, and a thundercloud gathered above the execution platform. Then I should also go pick up our captain. Ling Tian looked at Long's movements and jumped down. Then you can go on your way with peace of mind. Zango laughed at Luffy's words. Become the Pirate King? You are kidding. You are going to be executed here now. Luffy struggled after hearing what Zhang Jiao said but found that he couldn't get free. Wait a moment. Just when Zhang Jiao was about to execute Luffy, Zoro and Sanji appeared outside the crowd. Zoro, Sanji. Luffy became excited when he saw Zoro and Sanji appear. When a girl who was looking at the execution platform with a telescope from a distance saw Zoro appear, she was stunned for a moment. How could the pirate hunter Zoro be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? What a bear you are! There should be a limit to joking, Luffy. Zoro spoke as he looked at Luffy who was pressed on the execution platform. If it's an entertainment show, I'll join in. Anyway, we just need to drive these stinking pirates away, right? Sanji said with his hands in his pockets, holding a cigarette. However, when Zoro and Sanji appeared, Zango planned to kill Luffy directly. Seeing this, Zoro and Sanji immediately ran towards the execution platform, but were stopped by the crew of the Black Cat pirates. Although the crew of the Umineko pirates are insignificant to Zoro and Sanji, they cannot be dealt with in a short time. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Ling Tian. Sorry, I'm dying. Luffy showed a standard smile and said. He smiled. Smoker, who had witnessed the execution of Pirate King Roger, couldn't help but combine Luffy's face with Roger's when he saw Luffy's smiling face. Just as Zango's hypnosis circle was about to chop off Luffy's head, a bolt of lightning struck the execution platform. The falling lightning left a very shocking scene for a young man who was unaware of the situation below the execution platform. Ha 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 ha, he's still alive after all. Luffy picked up the straw hat that had fallen on the ground and smiled. Do you believe in God? Zoro spoke after putting away the 3 swords. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Sanji just found Zoro's words ridiculous. Stop talking about God, let's go. Ling Tian flew over and said to Luffy and the other 3. At this time, Smoker ordered the navy to surround all the pirates present. So troublesome. Ling Tian looked at the navy around him and said. You. A huge momentum burst out from Ling Tian's body, and immediately the surrounding navy and pirates fainted. This is the result of Ling Tian using the Conqueror's haki. What happened? Zoro looked at the marines falling down around him with some confusion. You did it, Ling Tian. Sanji took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Ling Tian. Stop talking nonsense and go away. The storm is coming, we have to leave before then. Ling Tian ignored the shocked Zoro and the others and told them to leave immediately. When Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy heard Ling Tian's words, they didn't say anything, but followed Ling Tian. Where is the sea? Zoro complained as he ran. Luffy was very optimistic and said that it was raining too hard to see clearly. Ling Tian asked them to follow him, especially this guy Zoro. Who is that lady? At this time, a woman wearing a pair of glasses and a sword on her waist appeared in front of Ling Tian and the others. Zoro also felt a little uneasy when he saw Tashigi standing in front of him. He had previously seen Tashigi, who looked exactly like Kuina, pinching her eyes. So Tashigi asked Zoro to clean the naval base as compensation for her eyes. It's amazing that no one recognized Zoro's identity after he had been cleaning the naval base for so long. Roronoa Zoro, I didn't expect you to be a pirate. Tashigi said with a gloomy expression. You deceived me. Tashigi spoke as if Zoro was not responsible for what he had done to her. What did you do to this lady? Sanji immediately said to Zoro after hearing what Tashigi said. When Bloodthirsty heard what Tashigi said, the blade of his sword trembled slightly, as if to say, Zoro, you are not a human being. It's just that you didn't ask my name, I didn't lie to you. Zoro walked out and spoke. If you don't know, you might think they really have something unclear to say. I will never allow a villain like you to carry that famous sword. I want to take back the famous sword, Wado Ikemonji. Tashigi said to Zoro. As a sword fanatic, Tashigi would never allow the famous sword to fall into the hands of a pirate. In her heart, she believed that doing so would make the famous sword cry. And you should be the speed sword ghost Ling Tian, right? I will also take back your lightning. Raijin Jaka, an ace. I will never make them cry. When Dashiki saw Ling Tian's appearance, she knew that Ling Tian had 3 famous swords in his hands. Although she knew that she had a high chance of not being able to defeat Ling Tian, as a sword fanatic, how could she allow a famous sword to fall into the hands of a pirate? SHH. Ling Tian teleported behind Dashiki and knocked her out with a knife. He didn't want to waste time here with Tashigi, the storm was coming soon. Even I cannot guarantee that I can set out when the storm comes. After all, the power of nature is the most terrifying. Okay, let's go. Ling Tian picked up the unconscious Dashiki and put her under the house where she would not be exposed to the rain. Seeing this, Zoro didn't say anything. It was good for him to be able to solve the problem so easily. Soon Ling Tian and the others returned to the Mary. Strange that Smoker hasn't caught up yet. Ling Tian looked in the direction of Rogue Town with some surprise. Just on the street of Rogue Town, a man in a green robe stopped Smoker. Why are you helping Straw Hat Boy? Smoker looked at the dragon in front of him with some confusion. Dragon, who is considered the worst criminal by the world government, actually appears here. I thought to myself after hearing what Smoker said. Why? Of course, because he is my son. However, Long did not say that, but spoke in a very pretentious manner. What reason can stop a man from setting sail? Long laughed. Aboard the Mary. Hurry, lower the sail, we are going to set off now. Nami spoke to the nautical chart while directing Luffy and the others to lower the sails of the Mary. When Zoro and Ling Tian heard Nami's words, they immediately ran to lower the sails of the Mary. Sanji quickly put the food purchased in Rogue Town into the kitchen. Usopp was on the lookout tower watching to see if there was anything approaching. After all, if anything else appeared at this moment, their ship would be destroyed and they would perish. After Zoro and Ling Tian lowered the sails, Ling Tian quickly came to the front of the Mary and took the helm. As for Luffy, he did nothing when he saw the ship set sail. Instead, he sat in his special seat and smiled. Set sail. Luffy waved his hand and spoke. When Nami saw Luffy like this, she thought that she would definitely beat Luffy up after this matter was over. But it's just a thought. No one complained about Luffy not doing anything. They had long been accustomed to Luffy's behavior. Just when Ling Tian and the others were ready and Nami was about to give orders on which direction to set off, a huge storm hit the Mary. Luffy was blown off the Mary. Seeing this, Ling Tian asked Zoro to take the helm, flew over to catch Luffy, and then flew back to the Mary. Thank you Ling Tian. Luffy, who was carried back to the Mary by Ling Tian, breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Ling Tian. Ling Tian ignored Luffy's thanks and immediately used spiritual techniques to stabilize the center of gravity of the other people on the boat so that they would not fall off the Mary. The storm was now so severe that it was impossible to steer the Mary to the destination they had designated. Of course Ling Tian can use spiritual magic to resist the storm so that it cannot affect the Mary. But now, if Ling Tian releases the spiritual technique that maintains Luffy and the others' center of gravity, they will definitely be blown into the sea in an instant. It's okay for other people, but Luffy is a devil fruit user. If we can't find him in time, then it'll be all over. Chapter 57 Chapter 2 Humanly Rock. Soon the Mary drifted out of the range of the storm. But it was still raining heavily, but the Mary was able to continue moving forward. It is a guiding light. The entrance to the Grand Line is at the end of that light. Nami said as she looked at the guiding light in the distance. The others were also looking at the lighthouse, their hearts full of anticipation for the Grand Line. Then let's have a ceremony before entering the Grand Line. Sanji placed a barrel in front of the Mary. When others saw this, they also surrounded the wooden barrel. I'm here to find all blue. Sanji was the first to put his feet on the barrel. I want to become the Pirate King. Next is Luffy. Normally, if it were any other pirate group, the captain should be the first, but it doesn't matter for the Straw Hat Pirates. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro also talked about his lifelong dream. I am here to condense my body. Bloodsucking also turned into a bloody figure and placed his feet on the wooden barrel. At first, Nami was frightened when she saw Bloodthirsty, but after getting familiar with Bloodthirsty, she was not so afraid anymore. Bloodthirsty also often studies matters related to nautical charts with Nami. Since the incident with Barity, Bloodthirsty has been using women's figures to condense bloody human figures, so naturally he and Nami are the best. I'm here to map the world. Nami followed suit and put her feet on the barrel. I want to see the world's scenery. Ling Tian also placed his feet on the wooden barrel. Not only that, Ling Tian also placed the tip of the lightning knife on the wooden barrel. I want to be a brave sea warrior. Usopp also placed his feet on the barrel tremblingly. Let's go. As Luffy said, everyone hit the wooden barrel hard with their feet. Go to the Grand Line. After knocking the barrel with their feet, everyone said this sentence in tacit understanding. Soon the rain stopped. Nami, haven't we reached the Grand Line yet? Luffy complained to Nami while sitting in the special seat. Nami told Luffy that they had only set out from Rogue Town 2 days ago, so how could they possibly reach the Grand Line so quickly? The weather was so nice, the storm seemed like a dream. Sanji couldn't help but sigh at the good weather. Usopp was looking at something with a telescope. Ling Tian continued to practice the 8 gates on the boat. He had now completed 10,000 squats and 10,000 sit UPS. There were only 3,000 push UPS left, and soon he reached the conditions for unlocking the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Hey, a large flock of birds spotted on the starboard side. Usopp spoke while looking through the telescope at a large flock of birds to the right of the Mary. A flock of birds. Luffy also became somewhat interested when he heard what Usopp said. Well, there is a big thing on the sea, I don't know what it is. Usopp took off the telescope and looked carefully through the goggles he used for sniping. Is it a fish? When Luffy heard Usopp's words, he immediately thought of his own king of the sea who bit off one of Shanks' arms. I often hear that seabirds gather above big fish. After hearing what Usopp said, Sanji also expressed his own thoughts. As a former sea chef, Sanji has seen a lot of this kind of thing. Luffy, catch it and make lunch. Sanji guessed that it was a big fish, so Luffy caught the big fish for lunch. I don't know what Sanji was thinking. He knew that Luffy was a devil fruit user, but he still asked Luffy to do this. Yes, I did. Rubber 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 harpoon. Luffy didn't care whether he was a devil fruit user or not, he just used his ability to attack in that direction. This guy is so convenient. Sanji also smiled as he looked at Luffy's outstretched hand. Luffy stretched out his hand and grabbed something he didn't know what it was. Got it. It's quite big. Luffy looked at the thing on his retracted arm and spoke. Wait a minute, how are you going to put it down? Sanji said in shock as he looked at Luffy's arm that was retracted horizontally. Immediately, Sanji jumped and dodged Luffy's arm. However, Zoro, who was sleeping on the side, was not so lucky. He was directly knocked into the sea by Luffy's arm. Volasolan. Luffy apologized without even looking at him. Big idiot. Sanji, who dodged Luffy's arm, also spoke. He seemed to have forgotten what he had just said about how convenient it was to have Luffy around. That guy, I will kill him one day. Zoro, who was rescued by Usopp, spoke with a grim face. This isn't even a fish. Sanji said as he looked at the little girl that Luffy had captured. It's a little girl. Nami was also a little shocked when she looked at the little girl in front of her. She hadn't expected that such a young girl had already gone out to sea. Maybe he had to go out to sea for some reason. Bloodthirsty also connected Abizi Road from top to bottom. Strange, it's a fishman, where's her poof? Luffy also walked over and spoke after hearing what Nami said. As a result, Usopp complained that Abi's looked like a fishman. Ling Tian also came over when he heard the noise. He only had 1000 push UPS left to unlock the first door. Take her inside and let her rest. Ling Tian squatted down and looked at Abizi. When Ling Tian saw this girl, he knew that this should be the plot of the Millennium Dragon. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Sanji carried Abi's into the bed in the room. Sanji, I'm hungry. Luffy walked in and spoke as Sanji carried Abi's onto the boat. After hearing what Luffy said, Sanji had no choice but to go cook. I'm hungry too, Sanji. I see. Me too. Slowly waiting for the green algae head. Please give me one too. It's my pleasure to help you, Miss Nami. Please give me one too. I understand, Captain. After listening to Ling Tian and the others, Sanji started to cook. Soon, bursts of fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Abi's immediately opened her eyes and sat up after smelling the fragrance, but when she sat up, she bumped into Usopp who was taking care of her. It hurts so much. Abi's shouted before Usopp could say anything. You're awake. You look more energetic than I thought. Nami saw that Abi's woke up and didn't care about Usopp who was hit by Abi's. Luffy also turned his head when he saw Abi's. You must be hungry, I'm making soup for you. Sanji gently cooked a bowl of soup and prepared some food for Abi's. As a chef, no matter who the other person is, as long as he is hungry, he will give him food. Abi's woke up and looked up and down at this strange environment, then she reacted immediately. Lucky. Abi's said happily as she saw that this was not the boat she owned. Did you get into trouble? It was a close call. What's your name? When Nami heard Abi's talk about luck, she wondered if Abi's had encountered a disaster. You should introduce yourself before asking others. Abi's, who was captured by the Navy, no longer trusts others. Ha ha ha, that's true, my name is Nami. Nami also laughed when she heard what Abi's said, and then introduced herself. The one in the kitchen is Sanji. The scary-looking guy wearing a belly band is Zoro. The one lying there is Usopp. Where is Ling Tian doing push UPS? I'm Luffy, the captain of this pirate ship. Nami introduced everyone on Abi's ship one by one, but when Nami was about to introduce Luffy, Luffy introduced himself. ABI's was immediately shocked when she heard what Luffy said. She didn't expect that there was a pirate group here. Pirates. ABI's mouth was so wide open that 2 watermelons could fit in it. We're going to the Grand Line. Luffy spoke without noticing anything was wrong with ABI's. It should be said that even if Luffy saw it, it wouldn't matter, that's just his personality. What's wrong? She's not moving. Luffy didn't feel at all how much harm his identity as a pirate had caused to ABI's. Maybe he was scared when he heard you say you were a pirate. Ling Tian, who was doing push UPS on the side, started to complain. Most people would be scared when they hear that they are on a pirate ship. After all, in this world, pirates are the ones who burn, kill, and loot. Yes, we are pirates. Luffy also reacted when he heard Ling Tian's words. When other people saw Luffy like this, they probably complained in their hearts that he was too slow. So, what should we do with this child? Zoro spoke as he looked at ABI's, who was frightened by Luffy's words. When Luffy heard what Zoro said, he said it didn't matter and he would think about it tomorrow. After that, Luffy and the others started to eat the food made by Sanji. However, because ABI's fainted due to being scared by Luffy, Sanji put her portion back into the unlocked refrigerator. 9996. 9997. 9998. 9999. Ling Tian was counting the number of push UPS he did. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the unlocking conditions for the first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia. The first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia has now been unlocked, open the door. After Ling Tian completed 10,000 push UPS, the system's voice rang out in Ling Tian's mind. After hearing the system's voice, Ling Tian continued to look at the unlocking conditions of the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The condition for unlocking the second gate, Xiamen, is to use physical skills to defeat a powerful physical skills master in the virtual space. Ling Tian was a little shocked when he saw the unlocking condition. He thought that the unlocking condition of Xiamen was also push UPS. However, Ling Tian didn't think about anything and went straight into the virtual space. Ling Tian. Zoro looked at Ling Tian, who suddenly disappeared and stood up with some caution. Luffy and his friends also discovered that Ling Tian was missing and immediately started looking for him on the merry. However, Nami and Bloodthirster did not look for them like Luffy and the others did. Before Bloodthirsty saw Ling Tian disappear, he used his ability to tell Nami that Ling Tian must have entered a different dimension. After entering the different space, Ling Tian found a man wearing green tights, thick eyebrows and a watermelon head hairstyle standing in front of him. Fuck, isn't this Rock Lee? Ling Tian was somewhat shocked when he looked at this man who was a genius in physical skills in the early days of Naruto. Rock Lee placed one hand behind his back and the other hand with the palm facing up, assuming a fighting stance. Seeing this, Ling Tian also felt the power in his body. Ling Tian discovered that all his abilities except physical skills had disappeared. Ling Tian knew that this was the ability of the system and was not too shocked. 8-door Dungia, open the first door, open. Second closing door, open. Rock Lee directly opened the second gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Shiyu gate. Open the door first, open it. Ling Tian also directly opened the first door he had just unlocked, and covered his hands and feet with armed color domineering. After doing all this, Ling Tian rushed towards Rock Lee. Steel Fist, Bone Crusher. Ling Tian punched Rock Lee directly. Rock Lee just slowly raised his hand to block Ling Tian's skill. Nanny. Ling Tian was a little shocked to see that his move was blocked by Rock Lee so quickly, and immediately retreated backwards. Ling Tian looked at Rock Lee with a serious look in his eyes. Ling Tian discovered that this Rock Lee's strength was not the same as in the original work. Rock Lee has only unlocked the second gate and is already on par with most of the physical masters in the pirate world. If we talk about fighting level, now that the door has been opened and Ling Tian is covered with armed color domineering, his fighting level is. After opening the Shaman gate, Rock Lee's fighting level reached around. Ling Tian also understood that he was most likely no match for Rock Lee, who had activated his Xiamen, but he still did not give up. Just as Ling Tian was thinking this, Rock Lee quickly came in front of Ling Tian and kicked Ling Tian into the air. How can it be? Ling Tian was a little shocked when he saw Rock Lee bandaging his hands. This was Li Lianhua. Isn't this something that can only be used after the third gate of life is opened? Ling Tian felt helpless as he looked at the bandages wrapped around him. Rock Lee was now stronger than him. So now he couldn't break free from Rock Lee's bandages at all. Boom! In the end, Ling Tian was knocked to the ground by Rock Lee's powerful punch. Cough cough. After being knocked down by Rock Lee's move, Ling Tian vomited blood. As Ling Tian's blood dripped onto the ground, the system space collapsed immediately. Then Ling Tian appeared on the Mary with blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. Hey, system, how come this injury is still reflected in reality? Feeling the blood at the corner of his mouth, Ling Tian immediately complained. He thought that the injuries he suffered in the system space would not be brought into the real world. Ding! The virtual space will not be applied to the host unless the host is killed. All other injuries will be returned to the host. Isn't this a virtual space? How can there be such rules? And I am immortal, right? Why haven't I recovered yet? Ling Tian complained while feeling the pain in his body. This was the first time he had been injured so badly since he came to the pirate world. In the past, he was the one who got hurt. Ding! The host's immortal body cannot automatically heal injuries in the virtual space. It can only ensure that the host will not die. UMD! Ling Tian cursed at the system and fainted. Hello, Ling Tian. At this moment, Sanji, who was looking for Ling Tian on the Mary, also discovered Ling Tian suddenly appeared on the deck of the Mary. How did you get so badly injured? Sanji was surprised when he saw the wounds on Ling Tian's body. After all, he now knew what kind of powerful person Ling Tian was. The person who could cause Ling Tian such severe injuries in this sea must be extremely powerful. When Luffy and the others heard Sanji's words, they all ran over, and were surprised when they saw the injuries on Ling Tian's body. However, they quickly reacted and carried Ling Tian into the room, then gave him a simple bandage. Chapter 58 ABIs. Cough cough. Ling Tian woke up soon. Ling Tian. Is everything okay? When Ling Tian woke up, he found Luffy and others surrounding him. I'm fine. Ling Tian saw their worried looks and gave them words of reassurance. What on earth happened? How could someone like you get hurt so badly? Zoro spoke when he saw that Ling Tian looked fine. He really didn't understand who could hurt Ling Tian like this. With Ling Tian's strength, he is one of the best in this ocean. It's okay, I just overtrained during training just now. Ling Tian did not tell them about the virtual space. Luffy and the others were relieved after hearing Ling Tian's words. They thought someone had boarded the Mary to attack Ling Tian. I didn't expect that this was something Ling Tian had trained himself. At night, in a corner of a cabin on the Mary, a little girl was shivering in a blanket. This little girl was ABI's who was captured by Luffy at noon. Why? Why? I managed to escape from the navy with great difficulty. Why did they get rescued by a pirate ship? As Abizi spoke, she imagined in her mind how evil Ling Tian and the others were as pirates. Even in ABI's imagination, Luffy put on the cloak of Roger, the pirate king. Gilu. Just as ABI's was thinking about it, her stomach suddenly rumbled. ABI's blushed when she heard the sound of her stomach and decided to go find something to eat. As a result, while walking, ABI's accidentally stepped on the trap designed by Sanji to prevent someone from stealing food. However, this trap did not hit ABI's, but hit Luffy who came to steal food. It's you again, Luffy. When Sanji heard the sound, he went to the kitchen and turned on the light, only to see Luffy trapped in the huge mousetrap he designed. What are you doing? Sanji turned around and saw ABI's squatting in embarrassment. When ABI's saw that Sanji had discovered her, she could only smile awkwardly. Sanji looked at the two of them and had no choice but to make food. You told me I would help you do it. Don't mess around with the ingredients. Sanji said as he looked at Luffy who was eating meat in big mouthfuls. Luffy always has his eyes on the ingredients he puts in the refrigerator, which leads to some very rare foods always being eaten by Luffy. Who told me to be hungry? Luffy said as he ate. Because of his rubbery physique, he is always hungry at night. He had no choice but to sneak into the kitchen to eat at night. The other people on the ship were already accustomed to Luffy's behavior, so they didn't care. What's wrong, you don't want to eat? You didn't eat during the day. Did you? Sanji ignored Luffy and looked at ABI's who didn't move her chopsticks. ABI's didn't say anything but turned her head away, ignoring Sanji. When Sanji heard what ABI's said, he thought she was afraid that he had poisoned her, so he told ABI's that he had not poisoned her. After hearing what Sanji said, ABI's still didn't say anything, but shook her head vigorously. Seeing this, Sanji could only tell Abis that if she didn't eat, her share would be eaten by Luffy. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Just as Sanji finished speaking, Luffy immediately tried to eat Abis's portion. Upon seeing this, Abis grabbed it and ate up her portion. Delicious. After eating, Abis expressed her approval of Sanji's cooking skills. Luffy and Sanji also laughed when they heard what Abis said. Luffy said that Sanji was the chef he chose, and Abis also said that it was the first time she had eaten such delicious food. Finally you smiled. It's really cute. Nami and Bloodthirster, who were standing at the kitchen door, looked at Abis who was smiling as she finished eating Sanji's food. They had followed Sanji to the kitchen since Luffy was caught in Sanji's trap, but they just watched from the kitchen door. They were worried that Abis would be scared when seeing so many people, so they didn't go in with Sanji. As for Ling Tian, he did not come with them. Now that Ling Tian has recovered from his injuries, he has continued to enter the virtual space to challenge Rock Lee. You were scared when you heard we were pirates, right? Nami walked over to Abis and spoke softly. Don't be afraid, we are not bad people. Bloodthirsty also walked to Abis's side and said. However, Abis, who had felt better after hearing Nami's words, was frightened when she saw the bloody figure suddenly appear beside her. When Nami saw Abis's look, she comforted her and said that Bloodthirsty was not a bad person. Won't you sell me out? Abis was also a little surprised when she heard what Nami said. He had always heard from others that the pirates in this sea were all about burning, killing and looting, and would sell the children they had robbed to others to make money. How can it be? When Usopp heard what Abis said, he also said that it was impossible and they were not that kind of bad pirates. Who told you to look so scary? Zoro also spoke after hearing what Abis said. He had no idea that he was the least qualified person to say this. How dare you say such things with your face? When Usopp heard what Zoro said, he floated directly to Zoro and pinched his face. Zoro, who was pinched on the face by Usopp, immediately became angry and started fighting with Usopp. After seeing the fight between Usopp and Zoro, Abis felt that Luffy and the others were not bad pirates. Would you like some more, miss? Sanji simply ignored the fight between Usopp and Zoro, and came to Abis and spoke. Nami also explained to Abis that they were not the pirates she imagined. Abis also became happy when she heard Nami's words and asked for another bowl. Obey. Sanji picked up the bowl in front of Abis and smiled. I also want. Luffy also took the opportunity to speak. When Sanji heard Luffy's words, he said that he would go to serve. Upon hearing this, Luffy complained that Sanji was too much. The next morning, Luffy and Zoro brought up the anchor of the Mary and then lowered the sail of the Mary. What happened? After Luffy and Zoro finished all this, the Mary began to vibrate. Then Sanji saw Abis coming out of Mary's room with smoke coming out. Hey, what did you do? Sanji looked at Abis who was covered in smoke and was puzzled. Abis said that she was preparing food, and then invited Luffy and the others to eat. Luffy immediately laughed when he heard what Abis said, but Zoro said he had a bad feeling. It turned out that Zoro's premonition was correct. When they entered the room, they saw a bowl of black stuff in their bowl. When they saw the meal, they all thought it was just charcoal for the fire, but out of consideration for Abis they didn't say anything. I'm so hungry, is breakfast ready Sanji? Just at this moment, Ling Tian, who had been beaten all night, came in with bandages wrapped around his body. When Abis saw Ling Tian like this, she immediately thought that Luffy and the others were trying to trick her and then feed her and sell her for a good price. Then he fainted. Ah, why did you faint? Ling Tian also felt something strange when he saw Abis fainting when she saw him come in. Nami and the others were speechless when they heard Ling Tian's words. Don't you have any idea why she fainted? Because of me. Ling Tian looked at the expressions of Nami and the others and pointed at himself. Nami and the others nodded, indicating that it was because of you. When Ling Tian saw what Nami and the others did, he complained that this little girl had such poor psychological endurance. However, Ling Tian still picked up Abis and placed her on the bed, and then asked Sanji to get him some food. As for the food that Abis got, Sanji told Luffy and the others not to waste it and asked them to eat it all. Very spicy x3. Nami, Usopp and Zoro took a bite of Abis's food and immediately felt the spiciness, then started drinking water in big gulps. As for Luffy, he said it was delicious. Is it that exaggerated? Ling Tian was puzzled as he watched them drink up a large can of water, then ate a little from Usopp's bowl, which was closest to him. Very spicy. After eating a little, Ling Tian directly took out several large buckets of water from the system space and drank it. That's too much. Nami and the others looked at Ling Tian and complained as he drank up several buckets of water. Ling Tian himself had no words to complain about. Nami and the others had the physique of pirates, so this level of spiciness was nothing to them. However, Ling Tian's body is not from the pirate world, his body is pure blue star body, and he cannot stand the spiciness of the pirate world at all. Even though most of his abilities have reached max level, he is still not immune to the spiciness of the pirate world. After Ling Tian and the others finished their food, ABIs woke up. You don't come over here. ABIs looked at Luffy, then at Ling Tian who was wrapped in bandages and holding the quilt, and spoke. No, I am the vice captain of this ship. When Ling Tian saw ABIs' actions, he quickly explained and told ABIs that the bandages were caused by training. Abizi was relieved after hearing Ling Tian's explanation. By the way, what's your name? Nami asked as she walked over to ABIs. ABIs, my name is ABIs. ABIs told Nami her name. ABIs, what a nice name. Bloodthirsty also walked to ABIs' bed and said with a smile. Now ABIs is no longer as scared when she sees Bloodthirsty as before. By the way, ABIs, why are you drifting on the ocean? Nami asked the question she had always been curious about. She really couldn't understand why ABIs was drifting alone on the sea. I escaped from a navy ship. ABIs also spoke truthfully. Navy ship. Luffy was also a little curious when he heard what ABIs said. On the night of the heavy rain 3 days ago. I escaped from the navy ship. You were really reckless to be in a small boat like that in a storm. Nami was also shocked to hear that ABIs was actually taking a small boat on such a stormy night. You know, their Golden Mary was almost blown into the sea in such a rainstorm. You are really ridiculous. You must be a devil fruit user. Ling Tian held his forehead when he heard what ABIs said, although he knew that ABIs could only use this method to escape the capture of the navy at that time. However, as a devil fruit user, on a rainy night like that, one could be blown into the sea and choked to death if one was not careful. Devil fruit ability user? You are really messing around. Nami was also shocked when she heard that ABIs was actually a devil fruit user. But she knew that once a devil fruit user fell into the sea, he would be unable to move. This is for you, so you don't have to be afraid of the sea water anymore. Bloodthirster gave a bracelet to ABIs. This bracelet can create an energy shield to protect ABIs when she touches the sea, separating her from the sea water. This was created by Bloodthirster using her own ability. She originally intended to give it to Luffy, but now she decided to give it to ABIs first. Thank you. ABIs smiled as she looked at the bracelet that Bloodthirsty was wearing on her hand. That's great, ABIs. Nami was genuinely happy when she saw Bloodsucking's actions. Now ABIs no longer had to worry about falling into the sea and dying. By the way, what crime did you commit that got you caught by the navy? Sanji said as he was washing the dishes. Generally speaking, the navy wouldn't arrest ordinary people, especially a little girl like ABIs. This kind of thing should be done by pirates. But it is obvious that Ablia's case is very unusual. Since you had to escape from the warship, that means you are not a guest on the warship, right? Zoro, Sanji's best friend, also spoke up, taking over Sanji's words. He and Sanji have different ideas. As a person who was once tied up and executed by the navy in Shields Town, Zoro understands that not all navy members are good. That's because, that. Abizi spoke shyly. What's the matter, are you a bad guy? Luffy spoke directly. When ABIs heard Luffy's words, she immediately asked how she could be a villain. Is it because of the Millennium Dragon? Ling Tian saw that Abizi was hesitant and didn't speak directly. Why do you know about the Millennium Dragon? ABIs was also a little shocked when she heard Ling Tian's words. She had never mentioned anything about the Millennium Dragon. Ling Tian explained after hearing what Abizi said. I've been here before. There's a legend of a 1,000-year-old dragon here. Legend has it that the bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon can be made into an elixir of life. Ling Tian directly told the excuse he had thought of. Ling Tian felt that the group of navy men who wanted the Millennium Dragon's bones were also crazy. If the Millennium Dragon's bones could really make people immortal, how could the world government let the Millennium Dragon go? Elixir of life. Does this world really have such medicine? Nami was also a little shocked when she heard Ling Tian's words. As a girl, of course I hope my appearance will last forever. After all, in the world of pirates, women get old. Chapter 59 Warship Attack. Of course it's fake. How could such a thing exist in this world? Abis shouted when she heard Nami's words. Although she didn't know whether Long Yi's bones could be used to make the elixir of life. But she would never allow anyone to hurt Long Yi. When Ling Tian heard what Abis said, he thought of the surgery fruit. The immortality surgery of the operation fruit can indeed make people immortal, and based on the video Ling Tian saw in his previous life, it is very likely that has also undergone the immortality surgery. I'm just talking, don't be angry. Nami saw that Abis was angry and quickly explained. She could see that the creature called the Millennium Dragon was very important to Abis. Let's put aside the matter of the Millennium Dragon. Where is your home, Abis? Sanji saw that Abis was disgusted when others mentioned the Millennium Dragon in front of her, so he changed the subject. Battleship Island. After hearing what Sanji said, Abis also honestly told him where her home was. Battleship Island. Luffy was a little confused when he heard what Abis said. Why should an island be named after a warship? Why is it called Gunkanjima? Nami also asked her own question. Ling Tian actually knew that the island was called Gunkanjima because it looked like a warship. When Abis heard what Nami said, she also explained why the island where her home was called Gunkanjima. After some understanding, Luffy and his friends decided to send Abis back to Gunkanjima. Let's go to Gunkanjima. Luffy spoke from his special seat. Nami and Bloodthirsty were also looking for the direction of Gunkanjima on the nautical chart. Hey, something bad has happened. There are marines in front of us on the left. Usopp, who was on the observation deck, used a telescope to see the warship in front of him. A warship? Are they here to arrest me? Luffy said excitedly after hearing Usopp's words. He thought these navy officers were here to arrest him, and Luffy was very excited as he had just received a bounty order. How is that possible? Even if they come to arrest you, they don't need so many navy soldiers. Nami complained as she looked at the rows of warships coming towards her. So many warships are equivalent to a miniature demon-slaying order. I'm so awesome that it takes so many navy ships to catch me. Luffy ignored Nami's words and continued talking to himself. Sanji and Zoro were also speechless when they heard what Luffy said. How could the navy send so many warships to capture Luffy when his bounty was only 3,500 million? That's the navy of the 8th branch. When the warship got closer, Abis recognized the identities of those navy officers. The 8th branch? Nami was a little confused when she heard what Abis said. They're the ones who caught you. Ling Tian looked at the approaching warship and spoke. When Abis heard Ling Tian's words, she nodded in agreement. Are they bad people? Luffy spoke up after hearing what Abis said. In Luffy's eyes now, there are only good people and bad people. Of course, he is definitely a good person by identity. Not only him, in his heart, anyone who gives him meat is a good person. I guess so. After all, we are pirates. Isn't the navy the bad guys to us? Ling Tian jumped onto the fence of the melee and spoke. Really? Are they bad guys? After hearing Ling Tian's words, Luffy was also prepared to teach these navy men a lesson. The current Luffy is different from the Luffy in the original work. Now Luffy has learned the second and third gears in advance. It's easy to destroy a few warships led by colonels. Wait a minute Luffy, let me try out my new moves. Ling Tian saw Luffy was about to attack and stopped him. He wanted to try out how his physical skills had improved after fighting Rock Lee for so long in the virtual space. Open the door first, open it. Veins were bulging on Ling Tian's forehead. As Ling Tian's abilities increased, the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu was opened by Ling Tian. Ling Tian opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu and flew away into the air. Running on the air. Sanji was also surprised when he saw Ling Tian's actions, although he had heard that he could also do the moon step of the Navy's 6 styles. But it was the first time he saw someone using it. Ling Tian ignored Sanji's shock and ran directly towards the warship. As for why he could run in the air, it was of course because Ling Tian learned it from Zifa when he was in Red Area. It was really difficult for him to learn at that time. It took him 2 full years to master the moon step, one of the 6 Navy styles. This shows how poor his aptitude for martial arts is. If it weren't for the system, Ling Tian might still be just an unknown little person. Colonel Nelson, someone is walking on air from the pirate ship. A marine saw Ling Tian reporting to Captain Nelson, a naval captain of the warship. What are you afraid of? Just shoot him down. Nelson saw Ling Tian and immediately ordered to bombard Ling Tian. After hearing Nelson's order, the marines pointed their cannons directly at Ling Tian. Boom! 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 Several shells were fired at Ling Tian from the warship. Lotus flower retaliation. Ling Tian directly untied the bandages on his hands, then tied up the shells fired by the warship and threw them back. This was invented by Ling Tian based on Rock Lee's Lilian Hua when he was practicing with Rock Lee these days. The shells were thrown back by him. The navy on the warship was surprised when seeing Ling Tian's actions. When Nelson saw Ling Tian throw the shell back, he hurriedly ran into the warship. Boom boom boom! The shells thrown back by Ling Tian directly blew up several warships. Although ordinary artillery shells can cause damage to warships, they are not strong enough to destroy them. The reason why the shells thrown back by Ling Tian could destroy the warships was because Ling Tian covered the shells with chakra. Now Ling Tian can barely possess some chakra when opening the first gate. They actually blew up the warship. Nelson swallowed as he looked at the warship that was destroyed by Ling Tian. The reason why the warship he was on was not bombed was because there was a naval mercenary named Eric on his ship. Eric is the user of the scythe fruit, and can swing his sickle to create wind to deflect shells. It looks like Nelson and Eric are on this ship. Ling Tian said as he looked at the warships that were not destroyed by the shells he threw. Lotus flower black rope. Ling Tian covered the bandage on his hand with armed color domineering, then waved the bandage towards the warship. Puff! Boom! Ling Tian arrived on the warship and began waving the bandages covered in armed colors on his hands. In just a moment, the warship was destroyed beyond recognition by Ling Tian. This is Ling Tian's maximum level of armament haki. Not to mention a colonel, even the former Garp could not break through this layer of armament haki. Of course. This is not necessarily the case for Garp now. Ever since the last update of the system's attribute panel and the incident with Colonel Mouse, Ling Tian felt that the Navy's strength would be greatly improved. Of course, this is just what Ling Tian thinks. Chapter 60 Upside Down Mountain. That's all. After getting rid of the warship, Ling Tian returned to the Mary by moon stepping. Wouldn't it be too cruel for you to do this? Nami said as she looked at the warship destroyed by Ling Tian. However, her expression did not change. As a little thief who was once famous in the East China Sea, she was already accustomed to these things. Will it? It doesn't matter. After all, we are pirates, and those marines have captured ABIs. Ling Tian clapped his hands when he heard Nami's words. He knew that those sailors were not good people, and they might have taken several innocent lives on their hands. Yes, we are pirates. When Luffy heard Ling Tian's words, he said that he was a pirate and had no need to worry about dealing with a group of navy. What's more, in Luffy's eyes, the navy who once captured ABIs were bad guys. Well, let's send ABIs back to Gunkanjima. Sanji spoke when he heard Ling Tian and the others' words. Luffy agreed when he heard Sanji's words. Following the guidance of Nami and Bloodthirsty, the Mary soon arrived at the battleship island. Oh, is this Gunkanjima? Luffy said excitedly as he looked at the island in front of him that looked like a warship sailing on the sea. It's amazing. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Ling Tian looked at the battleship island excitedly. His current dream is to see all the scenery on the sea, so Ling Tian was a little excited when he saw the scenery of Gunkanjima. It was also the first time for others to see an island that looked like a warship. What sound? Luffy looked in the direction of Gunkanjima and spoke. Is that the Millennium Dragon? Usopp spoke when he saw a western dragon flying out from Gunkanjima in the distance. Lord Long, why did you leave the cave? ABI's looked at the old dragon flying in her mouth in confusion. Lord Long has been staying in the cave all this time. No matter what happens, he stays in the cave. I don't know why Lord Long wants to leave the cave now. Just watch, ABI's. Ling Tian came to Abizi's side, put a hand on Abizi's shoulder and spoke. After hearing Ling Tian's words, ABI's also stared straight in the direction of Gunkanjima. Look over there. Nami pointed to the Gunkanjima area. I saw 1,000-year-old dragons flying out from the direction of Gunkanjima. It's true, Gunkanjima is the legendary Lost Island. Ling Tian looked at those western dragons and smiled. Really? This will make Long Ye more energetic. Abizi said happily when she heard Ling Tian's words. When the Mary landed on Gunkanjima, Abi's immediately ran to Long Yi's side. Really? Are you happy? Abi's looked at the 1,000-year-old dragon beside Long Ye and heard Long Yi's voice. Abi's, can you understand what Lord Long said? Nami was also a little curious after hearing what Abi's said. I am the user of the whispering fruit, so I can understand what Lord Long said. Abi's also explained her fruit ability to Nami. After quickly sending Abi's to Gunkanjima, Ling Tian and his team continued on their journey. Nelson and Eric had been killed by Ling Tian before, so Abi's shouldn't have any big problems on Gunkanjima. Departure, the Grand Route. Luffy opened his hand while sitting in his special seat and spoke. Look at this. Nami placed a sea chart on the ground and spoke. I've heard from others that the Grand Route is also drawn like this on the nautical chart. If this is true, the entrance to the Grand Route is on the mountain. Nami pointed to a place on the Red Earth continent where 5 sea routes intersected on the nautical chart and spoke. After saying that, Nami stared at Ling Tian, wanting to get confirmation from Ling Tian. The others also knew that Ling Tian was once a great pirate, so they also stared at Ling Tian. Yes, if you want to enter the Grand Line, you do need to board the ocean currents of the Red Earth continent. Ling Tian felt a little frightened by their gaze, so he explained to them. So, can the Mary really climb such a high mountain? When Nami heard Ling Tian's words, she also expressed her doubts. The Mary was just a small to medium-sized sailboat. How could it possibly go upstream and climb such a high mountain? That's no problem. There's an upwelling current above the entrance to the Grand Line. We can reach the Grand Line smoothly by taking advantage of the upwelling current. Ling Tian also explained after hearing Nami's words. Although it is possible to reach the Grand Line through the doldrums, sailboats like the Mary would be completely immobile once they entered the doldrums. Upwelling current. Nami also understood what Ling Tian said. Who can help steer the ship? Usopp looked at them chatting happily and immediately spoke up. Seeing this, Ling Tian came to Usopp and held the rudder of the Mary together. Don't you think the current is strong? Usopp spoke up when he saw Ling Tian coming to help. Ling Tian didn't understand either. It was also his first time to set out on the Grand Route from the 4 seas, so he had no experience at all. Sea current. I see. After hearing what Usopp said and combining it with what Ling Tian had said before about the rising current, Nami understood. Look at this. Nami pointed a finger at the upside-down mountain on the nautical chart. Listen carefully, the guiding light is pointing to this place. The upside-down mountain of the Red Earth continent. Nami pointed in the direction of upside-down mountain and explained to Luffy and the others about the currents on upside-down mountain, so they had to take the canal on upside-down mountain. Otherwise, the ship would crash into the Red Earth continent and everyone on board would die. Nami also judged based on the current movement of the Mary that they had entered the upwelling current. Ling Tian, Soran, fold up the sails. Nami looked at the direction the Mary was heading and spoke. When Ling Tian and Zoro heard Nami's words, they immediately went to fold up the sails of the Mary. Ah, I was sucked in. Luffy, who was on the observation deck, suddenly fell down, but he grabbed the observation deck while falling. Steer the ship well. Nami spoke up. When Sanji heard Nami's words, he immediately ran to the rudder. It's really turbulent. Ling Tian said excitedly as he watched the ocean current beside the fence. Nami, where is the entrance? If we continue like this, we will hit the Red Earth continent. Luffy, who was holding on to the lookout, saw the Red Earth continent in front of him and said nervously. When Nami heard Luffy's words, she looked carefully and found that there was a wall in front of her, but there was a crack in the wall. Keep going like this. Nami looked at the crack in front of her and spoke. She believed that this crack was the canal connecting the Grand Line, and as long as she moved towards this crack, she could reach the Grand Line. Let's go. If anything happens, leave it to me. Ling Tian said as he stood in front of the melee. Ling Tian unlocked the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and untied the bandage on his hand. But he knew that there was another ship on the other side heading towards the Grand Line. End of the chapter. Like and subscribe for more videos like this.